why I killed somebody was, you know, it was a late night, and then, you know, I got into a situation. You're sort of acting as if you're a subject to something happening, and then, oh, you were just in the right situation. Yeah, this is how these things happen. How do you think people cheat? Do you think they just teleport into somebody's pussy? No, it's one of those things that slowly happens. You happen to be in the, you know, perfect situation where that could happen, and then you let your guard down. Yeah, of course, and that's what you did. You were in a situation where you know, you happen to be in the Discord because you got pinged or you got an email for it, and then what did you do? You went and looked up what they said about you. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
know.
exactly how these things happen.
Mhm.
So don't do that. Don't put yourself in a
Oh,
situation where you
I,
could
I
do that.
the way, because I wasn't in there on my main account. Like I left like a long time ago, but like when all this stuff was happening and they were just ghosting me, I genuinely wanted to know if they were even alive. So I was like, I'll join on an alt account and I won't speak. I just want to see if they're typing in there, so I know that they're at least alive.
Uh,
And I just kind of forgot about the account. And then when it said, "Oh, like this person mentioned you," I was like, "Okay, that must have been on that account." But after everything, I deleted the account. I completely deleted that entire Discord account because, yeah, well, at least so I wouldn't look in there.
mm-hmm. Um, yeah, yeah. That's big thing number one. It's called taking responsibility. Don't put yourself in a situation. This is, you understand when you're a belligerent to this. Let's say in a relationship, somebody goes, you know, hey, or you find out they cheated, and they go, oh, let me explain. You know, I was just, you
Yeah,
know, I was really drunk, and you know, there was, you know, a guy that, you know, we hooked up before, and you know, it just, you know, one thing led to another. You'd feel enraged because, yeah, this is how these things happen. Of course, how does that change? Of course, how did you think it was going to happen? Of course, it was going to happen like this. It wasn't. You're not going to teleport into somebody's pussy. Hey, I want to go and cheat today. That's not how cheating works. You don't just go. I want to go
yeah.
cheat today. This is one of those slow things that happens. Alcohol involved. You get inebriated, and you're not really trying to start something, but that other person is sort of pushing it, and then you let your guard is down, and you go, oh, fuck, I want this, because alcohol plus, you know, them constantly prodding and pushing you is going you to the point where you're willing to accept it is one of these things. That's why you protect against it. You don't check somebody's email and, you know, have an alt account where you're in that server. No, you completely cut that off. You don't let yourself even see what they're doing.
Yeah.
You don't do that. This is
Mhm.
called this is called Odyssean self control, where you tie when you're of strong mind, you create a boundary, so when you're weak of mind, you cannot cross that boundary. So that was when Odysseus goes onto the ship with these irresistible sirens. Instead of trying to stop resisting them, because that's an impossible task, no one's ever done it before. Instead, he ties himself to the
He
mast of the
tied
ship
himself in.
so he cannot be tempted by the sirens. So
I mean,
that's
yeah, well, that's what I did. I deleted the account because I know that I at least know that one, I would never join on my main account because then people are gonna see that, and that's way too much for me. I wouldn't be able to do that. And
mm,
also, I'd have to like really, really go out of my way to make an alt account, to check there, to do all that. And I don't know, like I feel like the only reason that I was even looking in there was because I was like, wait, someone added me. Did they like figure out that that was me or something? So I checked. I was like, no. And then I was stupid enough to look in there, which was my fault. But I just don't see myself making an alt account because I don't have an alt account. I'd have to make a new account, then join that server, and then go. I just don't think I'd end up doing that again. So by me deleting that account, I don't have access to it unless I really go on my way to do it, and I don't think I will do that again.
okay. So let's talk about the contents of what they were saying. So they were talking shit on your appearance, or saying that you looked ugly.
Right.
Is there anything else that they said?
They said like, well, they were just like making fun of me for listening to the stuff that they were listening to, and then they were like, wow, like you try to message me, then somebody else there was like, I don't understand why people do that when they break up with someone, where they try and reach out to them. And then they said that they had a boyfriend or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't remember. They responded to someone about something. It was like, oh, nah, they're like, no, EXE's way too ugly.
Jesus. Just unhinged. Okay.
Right.
So, attacking your parents for looking, for what they perceive to be ugly. They said they don't understand why you tried to
Well,
get in contact.
that was like a different person that said that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
Somebody's saying that they don't know why people try to get in contact with their exes. And here's the thing: you have to separate from the heart and the brain. The brain and the heart do not think alike, and you just have to accept that you're gonna have feelings towards something that in your mind is telling you, oh, this is not worth it. This is bullshit. Is the thing, right? Is you're in a situation where you're vulnerable, seeking this stuff out. So stupid. I just have to reinforce that. I have to say that again. I have to re-scold you. Don't do that. Don't seek out situations where you're gonna hurt yourself. Especially when you're of weak of mind. You're basically freshly out that relationship. You're going through a hard time in another relationship. This is gonna be the time you're most vulnerable for other people's criticisms. Here's the thing though, not all criticism is valuable. So there's this thing, right, where you are abandoned by people, you view yourself as lesser, because especially if you're somebody that likes the attention from other people, which most people do, they view themselves as lesser. How come these people have abandoned me? How come they've stepped away from me? Is there a deficit? Do I have a deficit in personality that makes these things happen? And here's the thing, right? Your ex-girlfriend and their friends talking shit on you, not gonna really tell you anything to do with yourself, because from what you've presented to me about the relationship, this person has problems. I'm sorry, this person has some serious problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the easiest thing to agree to. It is, this person is, from the little you told me, and of course this can be, mind and bias, but how I sort of separate that is, what does the other person think? What does the other person think about what you're saying? What they're saying, right? So let's say you're saying somebody's a bad person. That's obviously mind and bias. But let's say you sort of extol somebody for playing Genshin for 36 hours. For me, I don't see that as a good thing. I see that as, whoa, okay, that's a if somebody's doing it in a relationship, I think, okay, that's a big red flag for me. So the fact that is, I can tell that's not mired in that same sort of bias. You're not trying to diminish them. It's me diminishing them, and you trying to, present something neutrally to somewhat positively. And so just from what I've been able to ascertain about the relationship, it seems as though this person isn't a reliable narrator or a purely reliable narrator on who you are. This person has problems. This person dejected themselves from the relationship. And it's not like you acted perfectly too. You're not in the best place to even be in this relationship, so you don't know how to console them. And it seems as though you, from what you've told me, that you excessively messaged them when they tried to step away, which could have put pressure on them and just made them fed up with you, because this person is still messaging me. So it's the case that there were problems in the relationship, and this is how people deal with the relationship. And this is why I said the Lucifer thing. This is why you shouldn't do it, is because this person is sort of doing the same thing, where they are not happy with they're probably not happy with the relationship ending, or how the relationship went. And so the easiest thing people do is make the other person diminish everything about the other person. They will try and do this in order to feel better about themselves so they can move on with the relationship. And why I say this is not a good thing to do is because you're not analyzing what went wrong with the relationship. Instead, to make yourself feel better, you're sort of putting this massive blame, onto the other person, which doesn't make you confront anything because it's a caricature. Them saying that you're ugly, it's really funny because if you think about it for a second, you dated that guy. She dated that guy. You're just diminishing her for even finding him attractive. Oh, he's ugly, but weren't you dating him? You actually wanted to be in a relationship with that guy, so you found him attractive at one point, or at least attractive enough to date. So what's going on here? Now that you're diminishing, it just is all fugazi. That is not something that is even serious to me, and it's something that you're not. It's going to be harder for you to feel that. It's because you're not in a mental state to go, okay, yeah, well, they're just coping. It's very obvious because there is going to be a part of your mind where you're going to go, am I ugly? Am I really, do I look disgusting? Because I know you have image issues.
To be honest, the way that I thought about it was, I mean, I guess it was like both. I was like, well, that's ridiculous that they'd say that, because not only like, yeah, they dated me, but they never said anything like that. It was like the opposite. Like they said that they thought I looked good and stuff like that, and everything. So it was like, well, that just doesn't make sense. Like you're just saying that. Like there's no way that you just somehow had a change of heart on how you view me. And if you do, if you now think I'm ugly but you didn't before, then it just sounds like you're just doing it to cope with the situation. It makes you feel better if you convince yourself that I'm ugly, because it's like, oh well, yeah, like we broke up, but it's fine. It was ugly anyway. So, but because I've dealt with like being so insecure for so long about how I look, it just really hurt me, I guess, because to see someone be like so kind to me for that long and speak to me every day and then just not be with me, not talk to me anymore, and then talk shit about me like we never had anything and they didn't act like they loved me and told me they loved me for so long. It's like, how can someone just do that to, like, how can you just do that to someone? Like, how can you just go from being in a relationship and telling them that you love them to talking shit about them behind their back to their friends and cutting them off forever? I just don't know how someone can do that. But now that I think about it, like, that's probably what it is. I mean, they're probably just using it to make themselves feel better, like you were saying. But if anything, I am upset about it. Like, it does upset me, but I I don't even see it as a purely negative thing, because it honestly makes me kind of resent them a bit. I mean, sure, I understand that maybe they're still not in a good place, and the relationship ending like that maybe affected them, so they're acting out of impulse. But that is like the type of thing that I really hate, because it's happened before. And I guess ever since that, for example, like when this Willow person left me for the first time, it was like, how can they do that? How can they just cut me off and not say anything and just run away? So I kind of hated the idea of someone just like, of someone doing that, of doing what this person's doing, of just cutting somebody off and then moving on like you'd never cared about them in the first place. So I kind of resent her for doing that, but I understand that that's not entirely the right way to think about it. But it helps me deal with it better, like you were saying before. I guess it helps me deal with it better knowing that this is the type of person that I'm so upset over, the type of person that would cut somebody off in the state that I was in and then talk shit about them behind their back.
I think you should be upset about it. I think there's one. I called it understanding. So, I called it explaining away. This concept where you can justify a lot of things if you explain the components of why something happened. So when you start explaining to me the components on how you ended up searching for your girlfriend's messages about you, explain it away, because anytime you explain something, it's gonna end up making sense, because we live in a causative world. That's just how the world works. It's A leads to B, leads to C, leads to D. That's how it works. Of course, things are gonna make sense when you explain why they happen. That's the thing, though. And people sometimes get caught into the mirage where they go, yeah, that does make sense. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You still did a shitty thing. If I impulse rape your mom, and it's just, oh, yeah, you know, he did it out of impulse. He hasn't had sex in a long time. It's just wild. No, that's a shitty thing to do. So when
I just sent you. Wait, well, it's sending. I just got a text about the appointment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like that confirms it.
Uh-huh. Nice and early. Anyway.
Yeah.
You can explain, you know, why they did the things that they did. It is because people aren't just, yeah, I just really want to hurt this Ben guy. It is a mechanism to feel better. This person clearly isn't emotionally competent from the way they acted in your relationship. When it comes to interpersonal relationships. So I don't really take what you call it, when it comes to what they're doing, right? They're doing stuff. A lot of this is just impulse behavior, but also you need to understand that it's still shitty thing to do. Even if you're if you're in a bad place, and this is what I call character defining moments. When things are going good, it's very easy, very, very easy to be good with somebody, be on good terms with someone. But it's when bad things happen, these character defining moments happen, when you truly know when somebody is your friend. And so when bad situations happen and people go out of their way to still act with grace and dignity, this is when you know this is a character that is really good. This is a really good person. When it comes to partners, I think partners are always gonna end up hurting you. That's just a thing. Things happen. We're human. Partners are always gonna hurt you.
Yeah.
And we're gonna be particularly acute because when somebody that you give a fuck about is talking shit on you, it's different than when some random person. I'm not really somebody that cares when somebody that I don't know talk shit to me. This happens all the time in real life. Where why would I ever care? I don't need to confront this because you don't know who I am. You don't know how I perceive myself to be, and you're just assuming things off the base of it. And sometimes it's, you know, I remember when I was working at one point and you know, there was this one guy, crazy guy, where he doesn't really know how the job works, and so he's assuming stuff about the job, calling me stupid. And I go, and he thinks it's a, you know, a very simple thing that, you know, oh, you know, you're not doing your job properly, but simply it isn't the case. It's that I don't want to over explain anything that happened, but basically he's just assuming stuff that he's wrong about, and it's very easy to those people, for me to go, okay, I don't care. And I think a lot of people are like this, where it's harder to give a fuck about somebody that really doesn't know what they're talking about when it comes to you. They're an outsider. Sure. But an insider, it's so different because they know every bit about you. And so they're more of an authority on who you are, and they have more of an authority to talk shit on you and actually have a point because they know all these things about you, all these specific insecurities that they know. They can particularly drill upon those things, and you give them that power over you because you know that they know all these things about you, and so you take them a lot more seriously. So it's the case that what this person is going to say is going to hurt you particularly more, but I'm going to tell you now, it's a mirage. That yes, this person knows your insecurities, they know particular things about you, but this person's clearly out of their mind. Yeah, to me, this person's clearly out of their mind when it comes to the things that you've told me about them, that they're not a purely trustworthy um person when it comes to you, especially when they're, had attempt on their life and now they're in a place where they have people confirming. Um, I hold you accountable. When you start doing things where you're talking shit about your ex partner, I will hold you accountable. Most people are not like this. They will just go, ha, 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 ha. I'm confrontational. I will tell
Yeah,
you this is another good
no, for
behavior.
sure. Because I hate that. Like, I mean, I guess I've done that, but I don't like. I hate it when people just do that in general. It's like I don't like it when people talk about people behind their back after they've had a negative,
Interaction,
you
yes.
know, interaction or whatever. It's like I'm not gonna sit there and talk shit about Yezi and talk about Yezi's insecurities that he told me now that me and Yezi aren't good, because that's not fair. Like, he trusted me at one point with that information, so that isn't fair for me. Obviously thinking that even if something happened between me and him, that I'm not gonna go out of my way to bring that up to anyone. So I'm not gonna betray that. That's not fair. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, it's like he did that to me. He did that to me, but I wouldn't do that to him, because that is just bullshit. I don't agree with it. So
Exactly.
even though this person's went and done that to me, not to, this girl, I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna go and do that about her to my friends, because that isn't fair. I have no reason to do that. It's just not fair. Um, there was plenty of things like, she lost a family member when she was quite young. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
not gonna go to my friends and start making fun of it. Ha ha, ha, that's so funny.
That's pretty
That's really
funny.
funny that she
What a
lost that.
loser.
Like, I'm not gonna do that.
Uh-huh.
That's just not fair, because I'm not. That is just really unhinged.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
so when it comes to when it comes to this person, you're gonna be in a situation where, because you're quite close to this person, in time, not in physicality or in relationship, you're close to them in time to when this breakup happened, and so you
yeah,
are going to be more prone to, at least if your logical mind knows that this kind of bullshit, there's going to be something at the back of your mind, as well as your heart fueling these thoughts at the back of your mind, these latent thoughts where maybe they're right, maybe I am ugly, maybe I'm not worth it. Look, this has happened in other
yeah,
relationships. I've had multiple relationships where people leave me. Maybe I am not attractive,
yeah. That's definitely a thought that I've had for the last couple of weeks.
right? And I just have to tell you, and I have to reinforce that, because you need to be told these things. You're just one of these people where you. For me, things can go left unsaid. That's just how I operate. I don't need people to tell me I love you or anything like that. But you are that person that needs to go, hey, you are worthwhile. You are. What they're saying is bullshit. It's just, this is the case. At least from what you told me, I don't know the full extent of what they've told you, and I don't know the full extent of the relationship. But the whole
Yeah,
physical attractiveness. I reiterate. This person dated you. This person dated you. The fact that they were saying, oh, you look so attractive. That's an embarrass. That is only an own. That's a self own. You're owning yourself if you're calling your ex partner ugly because you found them attractive at one
yeah,
point, and so you fell for that person. You are embarrassing yourself. That has to be known. That's how I know it's all a cult. It's all
no,
bullshit.
for
I have to
sure.
lay
Yeah.
that out. Um. So, is there anything else that needs to be said about this? Whole interaction that happened.
No, I don't. I think that's basically all there was from what I seen anyway. Because all I did was type my name.
Mm-hmm.
There could have been more if I tried other like keywords or whatever, but I didn't look that much. The second
Mm-hmm.
that I seen them talking shit about me, I got really upset, and I just deleted the account.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I feel a lot of things. I'm angry. I'm really upset, and I'm disappointed. And it. I am like the type of person where most of the time, if I'm not actively doing something, I'm always sat thinking about like hypotheticals in my head. Like, you know, for like a specific thing without it being an over exaggeration, I'd say that I've probably had at least 15 different times where I've imagined myself being in like a hospital bed after an attempt or something, or like in a coma,
Mm.
like, so something that I've been thinking about for the last like 2 hours or hour or whenever it was I seen it was, I wonder how it would just make them feel to know that I seen that message. And if I were like, in a hypothetical sense where I've seen that message and then I go and do something to myself, I wonder how that'd make them feel. Because then I'm
Uh,
wondering, well, if this isn't an impulsive thing and this is just how they genuinely feel, then I wonder if it'd even still affect them, or if they're just the type of person where they just don't give a fuck. They just don't care about me at all. They don't care what happens to me.
mm-hmm.
But I have had that thought. Like I've been thinking for the last like 2 3 years that I was just someone that just couldn't be loved by people because I was just abandoned, and that like, I'm not gonna pretend like being in a long distance relationship is doomed and it can't work, because I've seen it work. Like Galactics has worked, and his sister has worked. Like I've seen it happen like more than once. Um, but it just feels like every time that I try something like this, it just never works. So then I just started believing that I was just someone that just isn't lovable. I'm just not like I'm just someone that isn't worthy of someone loving me. And seeing her do that, like, reaffirms that thought that I always had, that I was someone that couldn't be loved. Because I kind of stopped thinking like that. But now it's like that's how it makes me feel. But every time it's stupid because it just contradicts everything that I already feel about it. Because I know that this person wasn't the type, just isn't ready for a relationship. They're just not. Like, the only type of person that they're going to be able to genuinely have a functional relationship is someone that is like that what's the word, is you know I guess will show affection, like they are affectionate, but someone that is able to go weeks at a time or even over a month without talking to their partner, while they're not even sure if they're alive or not, because they're talking about committing. So it's just like, I know that deep down they're just a piece of like they're just not a piece of shit, but they're just not someone that's ready for a relationship.
Yeah,
And they're sitting
definitely.
there blaming me when realistically, if anyone's to blame, it's both of us, not just me.
Mm.
And them sitting there talking shit about me is the worst thing that they could be doing, because it's not
Yeah,
fair. Especially behind my back. Like, they're not going out of their way to say to me, I'm angry at you because of how you handled that situation. Like, fuck you, you're ugly. They're
yeah.
saying it to their
All right,
friends behind my
let's
back.
let's stop indulging in this too. Don't indulge in. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what they said. It's nothing. Don't give that credence. I just, I will. I commented on it. Trying to console you that what they're saying is bullshit, because I truly believe that. But also, don't we don't need to we don't continue thinking about this. Probably is
Yeah.
gonna come up in your brain, but that means you're just giving it more credence. The more you think about something, the more riled up you're getting about this situation. Just whoop, eliminate that from your brain. Distract yourself with whatever you need to at the current time. So when your feelings eventually do drop, because time is the best healer of these scenarios,
Yeah.
then you'll be able to
Oh,
just go, oh yeah, this is, I couldn't even give a fuck about this. This is not relevant. Learn all the things that you need to from this relationship. Just don't worry about this bullshit. Don't rile yourself up, because you will rile yourself out about it. It's one of those things where you think about, you do this thing where, I say you in the general sense, people will do this thing where they'll see, oh, look at all the injustices in the world, and they'll rile themselves up thinking about all the injustices. And truly, the world is a cruel, unfair place where people have injustices committed upon them. And it sucks. It really does. But if you rile yourself up about it, it's really hard for you to um, It truly is an unfair thing. It truly is unfair things that are happening that are, that's not something that you did wrong. That's something the world did wrong, right? So you're not to blame for any of this stuff happening. But now that your thoughts are being consumed by this, right, and you've riled yourself up about this, it takes away from you just being able to enjoy the stuff that you like. I think there's a time and place to think about the suffering of people, and there's a time that there is a portion of your life that I think people should spend. I think people should do some sort of public service in order to alleviate the suffering in the world, whether that be a local thing or them going to different countries to alleviate that through volunteering efforts. There's time and place for that. But also, your life is important. You only have one life. You need to focus on that. And this is just one of those things where don't roll yourself up about this, because if you think about, you can have righteous indignation for any situation where you're in the right for and you're in the wrong for, and they did something bad for you, bad towards you or bad towards somebody else. You can think about all that one, but what is this accomplishing you spamming and rethinking this over and over and over and over again that they're in the wrong? Nothing has changed. They're still doing that to you. It's still happening. Nothing is changing. And so it's a thought that's wasted. These are just wasted thoughts. Instead, you could just be thinking about things that make you happy, or improving yourself, doing some self-improvement, bettering your relationship with other people, doing things that you enjoy, video games, Third Strike. Don't think about these things. They're not worth your time mulling over again and again and again and again. It's not worth it. Is there anything else that we need to say, or should we move on to your brother's conversation with you?
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything else. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Okay.
Other than the fact that, I mean, yeah, there was no there was no arguments whatsoever discussed about, like, no points made or anything about anything that I did wrong. It was just complete shit talk. But yeah, that's it. Like, there's nothing really else to say.
Mm-hmm. So when it comes to okay, so when it comes to your the conversation with your brother,
Yeah.
You were just in a call with him and you were telling him about the appointment. I'm guessing this is the backdrop to how this conversation started with him.
Well, yeah. Well, we were just going back and forth and text about it, about him saying that, like, it's just stupid, like, just completely, like, what's the word? I guess being unaffirming of
The
of me
situation.
getting tested, and yeah, the situation. And then I called him because I was like, I'm walking home. I don't want to have to text him and
Mm-hmm.
like have an argument like this. So I called him on the phone, and then we did it on the phone for like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. So let me go and get a drink. I
Yeah.
ran out of water.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah.
So continue what you were saying.
1 sec. I'm just quickly checking if I need to make sure I don't have work on the day of this appointment.
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. I don't. Fuck. Right. What was I saying?
You were walking home and you don't want to text about it, so you got into a phone call.
Oh, right. So we were on the call. So first, I believe that we were just talking about. I was explaining to him that like the way that he's uneducated on what it is, so it's like unfair of him to try and say some of the things that he was saying to me, and then I was like, having ADHD doesn't mean it's impossible to finish tasks, but it makes it very difficult for you to start them and commit to them. Right? That's what I said to him. And then he was like, then he just started saying like, "Oh well, I know people with ADHD. Like I know plenty of people with it, and you wouldn't even know." I'm like, right, yeah, but just because someone has ADHD doesn't mean they're going to be affected the same way somebody else has it. People are affected differently by those things. Um, and then it was something I think I was saying like the way it works is when you have ADHD, it's a lack of dopamine in your brain where your dopamine receptors aren't producing enough dopamine, um, which is why people with ADHD often end up experiencing depression as well because of the lack of dopamine. And then he was saying something like, yeah, well, that's just because you're not doing, and he's like, yeah, well, you're not doing things that are going to supply you with dopamine. You need to like change your life. And I'm like, well, I do things that supply. I get plenty of dopamine from the things that I do. Like I get plenty of them. Like, I mean, I obviously didn't go in depth, but the fact that like there's even these tiny random things that give me dopamine and like make me feel good, even though they're just completely random, small, trivial things. Like looking at lists and going through old messages and old archives. Like, um, yeah, I can't really remember too much of what else he was saying. But after a bit, we were just going like kind of going back and forth. But he was saying that like he was saying something like if I don't listen to him now and I go and do my own thing, then he's not going to give me any advice anymore. And like he's going to give up with me or something. And he was saying and he was saying like, yeah, well, why would I waste my time trying to give you advice if I tried and you didn't take it, or something. So then I think I said, and then I was like, well, why? Well, I don't see the issue of me going and getting tested, coming out of that thing, and if I'm not happy with the situation, then me taking your advice because I don't have anything else to do. That's what I said to him. And then after a bit, I think he agreed or something, and he was like, sure. Like I was like, okay, well, in a hypothetical sense, if I go to this appointment, I get, and regardless if I get prescribed with anything or if I don't, and I'm still not happy with the end with what comes of that situation, and then I start taking your advice, would you be willing to give me advice if you see that I'm making that change? And then he was saying, yeah. And then after a bit, his wife was on the phone and she just sat there for like 10 minutes, like like just kind of ranting at me, and she left me no breaks to add any input. One of the things that she was saying was like, um I think I mentioned, I was like, we are talking about like me getting my driving license, and then I was like, well, yeah, like it's not like I haven't tried. I failed it twice, and I did remember doing like mock tests and revising, but it was really difficult for me. And I was like, well, what if I was like, what are you doing tomorrow? Like, what if I come down tomorrow and you sit down with me and you force me to do it? You force me to study and you study with me. And then she was saying that like that I should that shouldn't have to happen. That I should be able to do that on my own, because her 5-year-old son has a routine for himself or something where he wakes up and eats breakfast and brushes his teeth and changes bedding or something.
Ooh, you're roasted by the 5-year-old. Damn, 5-year-old out doing EXE. That's what she was trying to tell
Right.
you. Fuck.
Right, but they was like she was saying, and they were saying that I should hold myself accountable and not get other people to do it for me, which I just don't get it. It's like if I can't hold myself accountable and I need that help, then I don't see the problem me getting it. I don't know why that's a bad thing.
I agree with what she said. I think you do need to hold yourself accountable, and I think you do need to be told, yeah, you're not holding yourself accountable. What the fuck are you doing? I think you do need these talks. At least they help me. And they make me feel bad. Wait, why the fuck are you in the situation that you're in? What the fuck are you doing? Why are we not getting it together? I think you do need that talk. I think if but it's funny because there's a lot of things missing where, you know, she goes, oh, you know, there's this my 5-year-old kid can do this. Yeah, because it's under the structure of a parent telling you to do these things, otherwise I'm not going to get these other things, I'm not going to be able to do these other things. It's so easier when you're structured from the beginning, right? If you're from the beginning of your life when you have nothing, because when you're born you don't have any prior knowledge of the world, right? And you're instilled with discipline, you can become excellent through these pathways, but you were never imbued with any sort of strong structure in your household. You were just able to basically go on the computer unabated, and so the most you'd get is a knock on your ceiling or I guess your floor. You know, stop being so loud. You know, while you're still on the internet. You don't have the strict structure where, you know, when I look at, you know, people that are my friends that were successful, you know, they weren't allowed on the internet unabated, unadulterated like that. And they had this structure, so, you know, in their life it's very easy for them to act upon discipline, whereas it's going to be hard for you because you never had that structure, and so you are starting from step 0. It's you're at the beginning of your you've had nobody to instill that into you. And so you're in the situation now where you can't do it yourself, and you probably it's going to be a convergence of factors where the way you were taught is going to be the way that you responded to the world, but also it's going to be, you know, genetic factors where, you know, you have ADHD, right, or possibly have ADHD or something that stops you from distracting yourself. Is the thing, right? Don't get too focused on you having ADHD, because you can have ADHD. Yeah, some people can thrive. Your brother is completely right about that. Some people can thrive when they have ADHD. I know people that have ADHD that have thrived, but that was an intervention, right? That was an intervention where you have ADHD, so we're gonna structure things so it's easier for you to be able to do the things that you need to be able to do. You're gonna get medication too, so it's a lot easier for these people to do well because they've had a structure around themselves, whereas you never even been diagnosed with it, and you might not even have it.
I know.
It's likely, but you might not even have it. Here's the thing, right? You do need to take accountability. You can't just have somebody mothering you and going, oh, hello, EXE. You can't do that, and that's true. That's absolutely right. You do need to take accountability for your own actions. It's not achieving excellency doesn't feel good, especially in the moment, especially when you start it. Achieving excellence, going to the gym for the first time feels awful, and a lot of people do it when they're not holding somebody else's hand. It is an awful feeling to be somebody that is, you know, weighty, walking into the gym, and you're in your head, you're thinking, fuck, everyone's looking at me, everyone's judging me, no one really gives a fuck, and maybe they said, oh, what the fuck is this fat fuck doing here? And then they just went on with their day. 2 seconds later, completely ejected this fat fuck from their mind because it was just so irrelevant to them. Who even gives a fuck? But this person is thinking so much about their own personal appearance, what they're doing in the gym. It's a very, very uncomfortable experience, and yet they go through it and persevere and hopefully achieve excellency if they keep at it. And that is something to be admired. And it's the thing, right? You're in a situation where you can easily do these things. You can easily achieve the ability to pass your driving test, pass your theory. This is something that's very easily achievable, but you're in the place where you are just a lazy fuck. It's just simple. You are just being a lazy fuck. It's very easy for you to go on the internet right now and go, okay, let's do this. Let me go and do this. But you're not doing it. For some reason, you're just not doing it because the initial discomfort is bad and you're in your house all day where you just have access to all the dopamine in the world, where why would you ever sit there and do that? You need to hold yourself accountable and sit there. And it's true. You're an adult now. So you can get people to help you, and I will help you for sure, because I know your situation. I know I come from this a similar enough experience where I can empathize with what you're doing, so I will help you. But also, you do need to hold yourself accountable. You need to have these uncomfortable talks where people tell you the truth, where you are just being, no matter what you have, ADHD, fucking AIDS, cancer, you are just being, this is very achievable for you to go and pass your theory. It's so easy. It's incredibly easy. You don't need somebody to hold your hand for you. But if you do, you can get a YouTuber to just sit there that will show you everything that you need to do, and you've already done things unimpeded before. Nobody was holding your hand when you were learning third strike. Oh, EXE. You went out and seek that yourself, and you need to go on that. You need to do that with these other things in your life, where you need to go and seek out excellency in other areas apart from your hobbies. And not about your hobbies. Sometimes you need to do it in your career. Sometimes you need to do it with mental health. You're not going to have somebody there that's going to help you. It's very fortunate that you do have, some people there where they recognize your plight. They recognize that you haven't gone through the best places in your life, and they're here to help you. But there's only so much I could do for you, because I have my own things that I seriously have problems with, that I need to do, that I'm neglecting. And those are also difficult for me to overcome, because I am a lazy fuck too. It's just true. I'm a lazy fuck too. Sometimes I will just be lazy, and then I'll go months without, oh fuck, I needed to do that. What the fuck am I doing now? I'm holding myself back in terms of my career, in terms of job opportunities. I'm holding myself back. Fuck, what the fuck am I doing? And I need that pep talk from other people that go, why the fuck are you being a lazy fuck? The fuck are you doing? And I go, yeah, I am being a lazy fuck. Let me go and actually, put myself in a comfortable situation so I can achieve excellency. So when you get these pep talks, they're not gonna feel fun. They're gonna feel uncomfortable. And this is where I do the explaining away. You can explain away why you're doing the things that you're doing, and you can say, oh, they don't understand. But do they really need to understand everything that you've gone through? Kind of. I think there needs to be some sort of more understanding, because it seems that they don't fully understand. They're not us. They're not gamers. They're not on the internet. They don't know that life. They don't know how it is to live that life. You're just a person that is not as proactive as your brother. And so you've struggled. Somebody that's not proactive in a situation where they don't have structure, it's really hard for them, because you probably would benefit way more from having that structure than, let's say, somebody that is, let's say when I talk about school, right? Some people do really well in school, but they don't do well outside of school. But sometimes it's the inverse, where they do shit in school, but they're able to achieve excellency outside of the rigid structures. And it might just be the case that you need a rigid structure in your life, where you do need somebody to hold your hand, right? To get you through these things. But the thing is, who can realistically hold your hand through this? Through the point of your life. If somebody comes down and goes, okay, let's do this together, they can't always be there for you, right? If she comes down and goes, okay, I can help you out with this, okay, but what's next? Are you just gonna fall into another situation where you're doing the same thing? Where you just sit there and become sclerotic because you have nobody else to help you, and you're not that person that thrives having to do something of your own volition, but you need somebody else to help you. You have to build that on your own, and that's only going to be built alone. I can help you in terms of building that structure for you and holding you accountable. That's all I can really do realistically. I can't hold your hand, because then we're failing at what we're trying to build in you, which is you being able to do these things independently. So what would you think about my diagnosis? We am I missing something?
but it's a lot easier for me to look at it when you're saying it to me than when somebody else, when they are. Um, yeah, I don't know. I guess it is easier when you put it into perspective for me than they do.
They actually know you. They don't know you, and so they can't. It's easier to reject what people. It's really hard for you to. We'll go back to this thing with your ex-girlfriend, right? Where this person knows a lot about you, and so when they talk shit on you, you give them the ability to hurt you because you think, oh, they know a lot about me instinctively, and so they're able to talk about specific things about you that are your insecurities. But the thing is, right? They could just be coping. They could just be talking shit to make themselves feel better, so they're not actually doing a good diagnosis of what actually are your problems and what you should fix. They're just talking shit on things that are completely irrelevant and that you basically don't need to hear because they're not going to. Is it gonna help you achieve anything? No, because it's just all nonsense. It's all fluff. And it's the same thing with but there could be valuable stuff within that because they do know about you. They could, if you're firing, a bunch of shots at a dartboard blindfolded, eventually something is going to hit. If you have 100,000 knives to throw at a dartboard, maybe multiple are going to hit, right? And so when it comes to your brother, right, he knows enough about you to make good critiques about you, but also he knows a little about your situation in terms of the way I know it, because I live a part of that. I also do have some of the same problems when it comes to getting things done. Sometimes I don't know. I'm nowhere near as close to you, but also I empathize with some of the we have some similarities where I can go, okay, yeah, I am somebody that also spends a lot of time on their computer, and I get that don't get distracted by just the unlimited dopamine that I can access, and then I go at the end of the day, fuck, I didn't do this, A, B, C, D, because I just got distracted by things that give me dopamine and make me feel happy in the moment instead of trying to achieve long-term excellence. So I'm in the situation where I can give you targeted advice that is actually going to be good for you because I know that. But they don't know. They're not in that game in life. And so they're going to throw a lot of knives, and a lot of them are going to miss where they feel, yeah, that's really off base. I don't know what you're talking about here. You have no idea what you're talking about on ADHD or delusional. But there are going to be things where he says them, and they are just going to be true. And it's going to be hard for you to be able to pinpoint, okay, that's a true thing, because we're not logical. When somebody tells us something it hurts, it's really easy to go, okay, well, what they're saying is, that's bullshit, fuck them, they don't even really understand. Yeah, because I do that a lot too, where, you don't fucking understand me, fuck you. And then I go later on. Maybe it's years later where I go, oh, they were saying some very, very apt things. Those were very correct. And once you get out of your heart and time heals the heart, maybe you need to go and review that, 2 weeks, a month later, where it's like, what were they saying? What were they truly saying? Are there some things that they are saying that were true? Oh, wait, they actually were. What the fuck? I was coping. Because it's easier to, once a month has gone by, it's very easy, and 3 profile pictures have gone by, 7 nicknames. It's very easy for you to go, oh, that's a different person. It's very easy to critique that person in the past. So when you resent yourself in the past, it's very easy because you're quite disconnected in time from that person. It's sort of, you sort of extract yourself out of that person and then treat them as if they're, essentially a different person. It's so easy now to critique that person. Yeah, I had all these thoughts and all that. Yeah, it's so easy to do that autopsy because you've extracted yourself from that situation. And that's the same thing, right? He told you these things, you're gonna feel bad about these things, and I think that this is a very normal reaction, especially in somebody in your position, right, where you're just not in a good place. So it's easy. Just think about what your ex did. It's very easy for her to fall into the behavior where they go, yeah, what they're saying is bullshit, fuck them, and then start insulting, who their character is. You're not doing that. You're not going to that extent because you're just acting as a better person. You've been taught better. You are better. So, there are going to be things that he says that are going to be true. His wife saying that she has a 5-year-old, it's funny that she can't actually understand that, yeah, that 5-year-old has no prior experience in the world. So when you teach him structure, he's going to abide by the structure, whereas EXE, you want that structure. And so her not being able to recognize that is really fucking stupid. Yeah, okay, this person doesn't have a structure. Okay, maybe they do need to, maybe I shouldn't be comparing him to a 5-year-old when this guy has no structure, has no parents in the household. Now, no parents, when I say parents, I mean that I'm narrowing the categories in parents that are actually parenting, not parents that are, you know, you're not even eating 3 meals a day. My mom would never let me go past without eating 3 meals a day. That's never gonna happen. That doesn't exist. Make sure I'm well fed and everything like that. And I'm fortunate to have the mom that I do have. I'm very appreciative of her. You just don't have that. You don't have the same parents that know the things that I know about you. So I have to sort of, you know, play that parent role. You know, I have to go, okay, well, this person's in a bad state. I can't go, haha, EXE can't do these things. He's 19 years old. No, I have to go, yeah, man, you had it tough. That's not good. All right, let me tell you some stuff. But also, just because you've gone through these things, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't also be exhibiting these a good streak of independence where you are actually able to do theory in your drivers, because it's easy. It truly is. I'm talking about easy, not in terms of you being able to do that, because it's obviously relative. If an alien came over here that, you know, weighed 500 kilograms and could bench, you know, 10 million billion kilograms, oh, okay. Of course, right? But you can't compare that to us because we don't have that same body type. Of course, that's ridiculous, right? But when I say it's easy mechanically, in terms of what they require out of a theory test, truly is Mickey Mouse. It truly is very easy in comparison to the other tests that I've taken. In terms of what you need to study for, these are truly very easy. Very easy. Very easy. Do this. I truly believe that it's within your capacity to do this as long as you put your mind to it and truly think and truly treat it as if it's a problem, where it's a Urian mirror match or a mirror match, or not a mirror match, sorry, but a matchup that you're not comfortable in. If it's an Alex on the side of the screen, okay, how do I deal with this? How do I truly overcome this? What do I need to do to overcome this problem? When you start treating something as if it isn't some burden for you to go, oh, okay, well, I have to do this because, you know, I want to get paid more. You know, my family, my friends have told me that I should do this. So, you know, let me do this, right? That's not, you're not taking the problem seriously. What it needs to be is, that's an unfavorable matchup for me. How the fuck do I, and there's a prize pot at the end of this matchup that if I win, I'm going to get bare P. So how the fuck do I achieve the bare P? Well, I need to study the matchup. Okay, you know, let me get a coach. Let me get them to tell me, okay, what's happening with this. Let me look up some YouTube guides. Let me read Dr. Stillhammer's Google Doc, where he starts to tell me about what the matchup is. That's when you're actually striving for excellency. That's when you're putting your mind into it. Hey, I'm serious about this. That's what you should be treating this theory. Because this is just a short-term thing in terms of, this is a thing that you can kill within a week. That's it. Let me just spend 2 hours a day studying theory. Okay, what do I need to do? Go watch YouTube videos. Let me create flashcards. And then, hey, I probably have friends that can go, okay, I'm gonna give you some flashcards. Can you just go and quiz me on these things? Because I've had friends do that to me, where it's, hey, I need you to test me on this because I'm struggling. I need help. I just need your help for trying to remember these things, and I think it'll be easier if you do this with me. Okay, I'll go, okay then. But you've already shown prior effort in order to... I'm very happy to help somebody that has shown prior effort into, okay, you've clearly put a lot of thought and effort into this. Let me come and help you, right? So when you say to your brother's wife, hey, come and help me, you know, that's all cool. I think asking for help is something that is good. It's a very good trait to have, but you need to have done prior work. When you ask for help, go, okay, I've studied this. Can you come and help me and test me out on this? You can just hold some flashcards and then you can tell me this. And if I'm not studying properly, maybe you can do an autopsy and see, you know, what's going wrong. That, to me, everyone is happy to help that. If people deny you, then that's something wrong with them, because most people, when you show up, you're proactive about something, that you've studied something, but you're still, you know, you still need help. that's something that people are happy to help because it shows that you're being serious about this. It's not something that, oh, they're not taking it seriously. So when it's with you, where it's you haven't put enough prior effort into something, and then they go, oh, but you know, if you help me, you know, I'll be able to pass this. What the fuck? You didn't even show any prior effort. For me, it's just you're not serious about this. So why am I going to be serious about this too? You're not serious about this. It's not serious. Why the fuck am I going to help you? I'm not going to help somebody that's not serious about something. Why the fuck am I going to do that? I would really never do that, especially if I didn't know them that well. Where, oh, okay, well, I know you a lot, so it's very easy for me to go and, you know, do stuff for you. But even now, I'm not going to help you out with your theory. I'm just saying I'm not going to do any research for you unless you come to me and you've done prior research and go, okay, look, I've done all this. I've got a Word document on, you know, the things that I think are going to be in the test because I looked it up and, you know, this website's telling me these are the sort of questions that come up in my theory. Bam, I would have helped you immediately. I would have gone, let's go. Okay, you got all this. All right, let me show you what you've got. Let me see. Yeah, let me try and recall what I had in my theory. 100% anyone would help you. If you showed that to your brother's girlfriend and go, okay, yeah, this is what I've written down so far in terms of what's going to go on, and you've got, you know, 1-2 pages filled with information in terms of, you know, possible questions and how to answer them properly, and links to, you know, like a, you know, maybe a reference link to, you know, prior test papers, you know, so you can, you know, reference that. You can just, you know, control click that so you can look up the answers. Man, I'm sure she would be happy to help. Like, oh fuck, you know, Benjamin is doing all these things. Like, oh, this guy's actually being proactive. This guy actually cares. So I care to give my input because this guy actually cares. This guy's trying to achieve excellency. Let me go and help this guy. So put some work in. Just put that effort in. Just a little bit of effort in. And then go, hey, look what I've done so far, but I'm not sure because I've never taken the theory. I know you've taken the theory before. Do you mind if you help me and, you know, check to see what I've done so far? If you do that and go to her, I think that I think she might even apologize for that conversation. Fuck, I didn't know you moved like that, Benjamin. What the fuck? Oh, my bad. I didn't know you were putting this effort in. Oh, hold on. Let me take a step back and I didn't know you were putting this effort in. Hold on. You know, you weren't putting that effort in before, but, you know, let's pretend that you are. You know, you can pretend like, yeah, man, I was putting this effort in. I don't know, you were just assuming all this shit. You can really, you know, start trolling the fuck out of somebody, right? But if you put that effort in, trust me, people will respect that. And it'll be easier to respect yourself because you're getting the affirmation from other people, but also like, fuck, I'm gonna be making I'm gonna be making more bags right now. Yeah, I'm gonna have more pounds in my bank account. I'm gonna be able to go on multiple trips a year if I want to America or to Japan or wherever the fuck I want to go to. Oh, I'm actually able to achieve all these things. You're gonna be better for yourself. It's always gonna feel better at the end of the day when you push yourself. But the initial step, it's gonna be uncomfortable. You know, once we end the school, maybe you have time to go and start looking up on, you know, just look up a YouTube video. Okay, theory test, British driving test, you know, tips or whatever, and you start looking it up and you open that Word document or that Notepad++ and you start fucking writing shit and you go, okay, this is what I've done, and you got some full page, bam, people are gonna help you. Oh, let's go, let me go. All right, nah, this is a little bit wrong. I think this guy's talking shit here. Oh, this is really good. No, I fully believe, you know, oh, that's a really good tip. That is what's going to make people to help you. So you need to put the effort in, prior effort in, before you ask people for help, and then you'll get the help that you need because people know that you're being serious about it, and so they know it's worth the investment. I'm not going to invest in someone that's not being serious. What the fuck? You're not being serious? Yeah. It's like school where people have the gifted and talented, where they put extra effort in to help these people because they're already showing prior effort. Oh, they're putting all this effort in. Oh, wow, I want to invest in this person because this person is going to achieve excellent things. So that's some food for thought. Take, you know, I separated the bullshit. You know, there are some bullshit criticisms they don't know about you. Them saying that my 5-year-old can do better. It's funny because it is true that you're not able to do what a 5-year-old can do, but why is that? Of course, because you're in a situation where you have this structured, where you didn't have the structured put on you. Yeah, of course, this is how people get into situations where they're not able to do well outside of school because they didn't have that sort of structure imbued upon them. They didn't have the importance of school told to them. And so they're now, well, what the fuck? I don't know what to do with my life. Now I'm really confused because they weren't taught that, of course. And they had their head in different places. But also, you're an adult, so you know all these things. You know all your deficits. and therefore you have the ability to change them, right? The awareness of the world allows you to be able to change all these things. So you now know what you could do in order to, you know, impress your family. Hey, no, I'm being productive at this. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You know, we'll put the middle finger up to them. Achieve excellency. That's just putting that bare minimum effort in. Just that little bit of effort in looking up a YouTube video, having a notepad onto your side monitor. I don't know if you have two monitors or if you have one. Just drag it to the other screen. Just go, all right, let me just blast some music and go, okay, what is this fucking cunt saying? Now, let me just write this down. Maybe spend an hour on that and then just stop. Just stop. That's it. That's just an hour. Just stop and go, okay.
Well, I was thinking, like, I could even play Third Strike and just have a video playing in the background.
No, that's not serious. You could,
well,
but that's not serious.
Well, I'm saying if I'm in a situation where I try to sit down and watch the video and take notes and I can't, then that's something that I could try.
But you can do that. Physically, that is a possible ability. You don't have any physical disabilities. Just put the video on. It's not going to be fun. Seriously, it's not going to be fun. I know that because I've gone through periods where this is going to be really boring and this is going to be really fun, and I procrastinate something in a few days because I know it's not going to be fun. But it's the initial discomfort where I go, okay, I've gone past the initial discomfort. Let me just open it. Let me just put it on my screen and let me just do it. And there's the initial discomfort where it's like, fuck, this is so boring. And then I just go, and I'm just getting to it now. And I finally passed that initial discomfort. Now I'm just able to write the things that I need to down. And then I get the payoff where it's, oh, okay, I can now actually apply the things that I learned from this into other things. Okay, now I can, you know, write this piece of code better. Now I can actually read this piece of grammar, and then I get that dopamine hit. Oh shit, this is actually useful. I'm glad I sat down there. That was actually really enjoyable. I didn't know that. So it's the case that you need to have this is what I call the long-term mechanic, and this is what I call, this is children's thinking. When you're constantly, I use this with fights. If you want to constantly start squaring out to people in real life just because you perceive that they disrespected you, that's clown. That's clown, because if you get into a fight with somebody, that's going to be a short-term thing that's going to make you feel good, but then at the end of the day, okay, you got in trouble with the police. Well, okay, that's not good. That's a long-term thing that's going to affect you, especially if you get a criminal record.
Wait. Niraj was saying to me that he was going to sit down with, like, he was going to study the theory test for me and help me with it, right? So he was saying the other day, or well, this was like last night, he's like, yeah, like, we'll just wait for you to have your appointment, because I'm pretty convinced that you have ADHD, and then after that we can get started on doing this stuff. But he said, let me check the message, because I'm pretty sure he said that he's already been looking into it. Maybe wait, I've got to find the message. Didn't forget about it. I'm just waiting for the ADHD stuff sorted in your end, then we lock in. So I could ask him if, I mean, well, no, I mean, I'll just leave it. But that's something else that'd be really helpful as well, as having him there, because I think I'd actually enjoy doing that because I'm doing it with him. Like, I think I'd actually just enjoy that experience. Yeah. Even if it's something that I'm not interested in, like driving, because I don't care about driving. Doing it with him would probably make it really fun.
Right. And that's the thing, right? You have somebody to do something for you, and that's helping you out. This is really good, but don't rely on that. Don't go, this is a really good thing. No, go, man, I should really be doing this myself. I really should be doing it, because truly you should be. And this could be your ADHD inhibiting you to do something, because it's truly something that is, I've seen the transformations before with other people. It truly is something hard to overcome. And people that are able to do it without medication, I implore them, of course. It's a very hard thing to do. So if you're able to get your medication and you're able to focus on things, don't let other people mug you off, for not being able to do something to an extent where you go, oh, okay, I am useless. At some point it's going to be mental illness is something that you can overcome, of course, even without medication. But it's difficult. It's harder for you to overcome that. Of course, it's going to be much harder for you to overcome something. if you have a mental illness, but it's still able to overcome. So I go, don't put too much stock into you having ADHD, because what can you do about that now? Don't do shit about that now. What you can do right now is open a document and go, okay, let me just do 20 minutes. At least 20 minutes, do a burst of 20 minutes, and then do, if I feel better, just 20 minutes. That's it. Just do 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up tomorrow and go, just make just that little bit of progress, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe something can be achieved there. And here's the thing, right? Niraj is going to help you with this. Here's the thing. You're not going to have, there could be something in 10 years that you have to do, that you have to focus on, and that you can't, and so you're pushing it away. Is Niraj going to be there for you? Or am I going to be there for you? Am I going to be in that party? Am I going to be there for you? I might be doing other things where I'm too busy to help you out. You might not have people as attentive to you. Also, understand that you do need to do these things yourself. And that's just the truth. So, accept the help, 100%. Go and show what you've done to, show that you are working on this. Don't let your brother and his wife think that you're a bum. Oh, I didn't work on this or whatever. Go, hey, look, this is the research that me and my friend did, so I can go and pass this. I am actually serious about this, and I am trying to get better. It's slower for me because I really do think I have ADHD, and it is a real thing, and you just need to accept that. But I am trying to strive for excellency. Let them know that, because you don't.
Well, no, I agree with you, but to be honest, like, I don't want to talk to him. Like, I really don't. I'm really angry at him. I don't want to speak to him for a while. But I will. I will
do his wife.
Fuck no, I don't want to talk to her either.
Really? She mugged you off that bad?
Well, she was just doing she just said the same things he did.
What, the ADHD isn't real?
She didn't go super in depth with it like he did, but she definitely wasn't very affirming of the idea that ADHD could be impacting me in the way I think it is. And I'm kind of just I'm a bit upset about that.
Right, yeah. It sucks because when you have mental illness, you need to confront mental illness. You can't just go, oh, you don't have that. And you are confronting that. And the fact that they're not giving you credit for that, that is really bullshit. That strictly is bullshit, because that's the one thing you think that's going to really help you, and they go, oh, what are you doing, Ben? No, clearly you are trying to strive for excellency. You clearly are. The fact that they're not respecting that, I think that's disrespectful.
I mean, I'm obviously still trying, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I may have not achieved anything, but I went out of my way to put myself into counseling, to go to a doctor's appointment, to get myself appointed to get tested, and now I have a test in like 2 weeks. At least I've went out of my way to put myself in that situation. Because nobody else did it for me. I mean, the way that I got into counseling was just, I was talking to my mom about thinking about it, and then she mentioned it to a nurse that came over. Then I spoke to the nurse myself, and she recommended me. But I mean, yeah, like, I spoke to that doctor myself. I told him how I felt about it. I took those questionnaires myself, and I remember though, because I sat down for like an hour filling it out and going into as much detail as I could, and I didn't take any breaks or anything, which I've never been able to do before. But like I've said it before, like, I am just someone that needs to be reassured of things, and like, well, like, reaffirmed. Like, I am someone that needs that what's the word? Reassurance. Like, I need that attention. I need that positive affirmation of when I do things, and I need people to congratulate me on them and recognize them, because I just need that attention. But I don't get that attention. Nobody gives me that attention. Like, I don't get that. So it's like, it's hard, but it makes me like spite these people that they don't even want to take a step back and be like, well, at least he's trying. Like, at least he's not just trying to kill himself every day and even if he's doing those things, at least he's actually doing something that he thinks will help him, regardless of if they think it's going to help me or not. At least I still took the step forward to try and do those things, and I have done them.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And you don't, there are critiques that they can levy to you that I think are absolutely apt, but it's the fact that
Yeah.
they're not recognizing your triumphs. It's not good. It's not a good feeling. I can recognize your faults and your triumphs, and I
Yeah.
can, because I'm understanding of that. And you need that. You need that understanding of, like, I will tell you, you still need to try. And no matter what you have, for me, it's I can. For me, my full process is different. No matter what sort of mental illness that I could possibly have, no matter what sort of life I've led, I need to strive for excellency, and I need to do it. There is, now that I'm an adult, now that I'm aware of these things, I can actually do everything in my power to combat these things, so I can achieve everything that I want to achieve. Because I've seen other people do it. The fact that I know other people have done it is inspiring me to go out there and go, okay, well, if other people have done it, what's stopping me from doing it? Truly, nothing is stopping me from doing it apart from myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I will never, I don't say, I never use my situation to hold myself back. I never say that, oh, I had this. I don't, that's not anything that's going to come out of my mouth. But also, you can't have that, taking that mentality to the max is also really bad, right? Because your brother might want you to do that, where it's, oh, you don't worry about your ADHD, you just need to go and do these things. No, you seriously, you need to, mental illnesses. So the world is created in a way where it's not made with you in mind, right? The world is really just not made ever, really. There are things that we make in society, but those are made out of compromises and all this other nonsense that go into it, and some things just sort of show up for one thing, but then now they're used for other things, right? And so the way the world exists and what it expects of you is not going to be for everyone. And we see that some people get really depressed working a 9 to 5. It's just not really for them. Whereas other people can thrive in that scenario where it's, yeah, I can do that 9 to 5, and also do the things that I really want to do. People are different, right?
Yeah.
And you need to have, you need to sort of weigh these two scales. The world is difficult and it's not made for me. But also, I've seen other people overcome this. These are obviously overcomable things, and I need to manage those out. And if I recognize both, I can use that to achieve what I need. If I recognize my mental illness, that the world is not made for me, it's how you use these things. Are you using it as sort of an excuse? Oh, I'm not able to do that because of this. Or are you saying, oh, I've got this, so I'm trying to do things in order to alleviate this thing that I have. You're trying to alleviate that thing, right? You're going out there getting diagnosed or trying to get diagnosed, and that's something that you've been proactively trying to do. You should be recognized for that. 100% you should be recognized for that. And the fact that they're dismissing you, I totally understand why you want to talk to them. We want to seek their approval. And the thing is, just focus on yourself, really, because really, once you get, it's what you do after the diagnosis. Just wait for the diagnosis and you get medication. Once you've got the medication, there is no excuses anymore. That's it. You've now gotten to the point where you're alleviating your mental illness as much as you can, or mental illness, I don't even know what you would call it, some whatever you call it, some mental condition. Now you're at the point where you can alleviate that. After that, it's time for you to now get on with the things that you need to do to achieve what you want to achieve. Do you want to get the driver's license? Yeah, you probably need to, if you want to do anything in the UK, because it's not as car based as America, but it's fairly car based.
Yeah.
So if you want to get a job outside of where you are, you want to have a driver's license. You can't get jobs from if you want to do things on the other side of the city, just within your city, get a driver's license, or you could use your bike. These are things that you can. I would say for modern society, you need your driver's license. So that's the thing you should get. And then now you've got so many more jobs open to you. Okay, now let's see what you can do, and then just focus on your own life. And so when you start achieving things, and your brother your brother sees that, that is a validation of what you said, that you do have these problems, and now that you are medicated for these problems, now you're doing excellent. That is validating your life and your experiences with your life, and it vindicates everything that you tried to achieve. Hey, the things that you were telling me not to achieve, these really helped me out. I'm really now able to become the person that I
Well,
want
that's the
to
thing.
be.
That's the thing, right? Is I was like, okay, well, what if I was like, okay, well, what if I do test positive and I start taking medication and it really helps me and I really improve, and then it's like, well, then it's bullshit because that medication's a placebo, it doesn't actually do anything, and then it's like, then you're just hooked on it for life. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
But like, obviously, it's truthfully, factually, it's not a placebo. It's just not. It's not a placebo. Obviously, I mean, maybe there might be a bit of a placebo effect for certain people, but it does genuinely have effects on your brain. It does, and um, I just don't like the way that he said that to me.
Yeah. The fact that he's calling it a placebo when he's done none of the research, and he's
Yeah, he
saying it
hasn't
with
done
confidence.
research,
What are we
and
talking
he's
about?
never taken it. He's never taken. He just hasn't. There's no way he's ever taken Adderall or Vyvanse or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. What are you getting? Do you know what you would be not diagnosed with? What medication you would
Um,
get?
I've done a bit of research, and Vyvanse is typically the most common one to get prescribed
Prescribed from what?
for ADHD
Yeah, but where?
in the UK. Vyvanse,
Right. Okay. Vyvanse. Okay. Because
but I haven't done a
you get different drugs depending on where you are. 'Cause you might get
yeah
Ritalin. I know Ritalin's one.
yeah really yeah.
Um, I don't know if Adderall is allowed in the UK, so.
No, it is, but I think it's a lot less common than in America.
Mm-hmm. So get some drugs. Get some drugs in you if you truly have these things. You can start seeing where you get from there. I truly hope it helps you out because you've put a lot of stock into this.
Yeah.
Be unfortunate uh, if it wasn't a if it wasn't true, because you would have to. I'll probably take you some time to adjust. Oh fuck. Okay,
Yeah.
I have to
Well, I
adjust to a
accept
new
that.
reality.
I accept the idea that I just couldn't have it. Like, I'm not saying I don't think I have it for 100%. Like, I accept the idea of me going there, testing negative, and having to work through on my own. I accept that.
Mm-hmm. Still, it's gonna be hard for you. It's gonna be hard
Yeah,
for me
no,
if
for
I
sure.
invested into something that. Oh, okay. I don't have this. Where do I go? Truly, where do I go from here? Truly, it's gonna be. Um, I think for me, if I put stock into something, it's gonna be hard for me to go. Yeah, I don't have this. I don't have this thing that I put a lot of stock into bettering my life. And now, truly, where do you go from that point on?
Hmm.
You would have to rethink everything. You'd have to build yourself back up to the point where, okay, maybe I am just a lazy fuck, or maybe I have something else that's affecting me. The fuck knows? It's tough. And it sucks that you have such a shit IRL environment that isn't people in your people in your life are not understanding of you. They don't even really try to understand you. They sort of see. It's one of those things where you see what you want to see,
Hmm.
and when you look at when two people look at an environment, they see completely different things because their knowledge of an environment is going to be completely different. Me and Trickies were watching Dr. K play Disco Elysium, And in comparison to watching the SB play through it, it was just a completely different experience because he has medical knowledge and the game is very mental. It is a very mental health game, and he is a mental health practitioner, and so he's able to give really cool insight on different things to do with the mental, what is the limbic system? I didn't even know. That's just a voice. That's one of the primary voices that you hear at the beginning of the game. I don't know what the limbic system is. I'm pretty sure that's the emotional brain. There was the reptilian brain. I don't even think the reptilian brain is real, just from what I was looking up. But he was saying what people think the reptilian brain is. Just all sorts of different things. How he was able to infer that the character had a drinking problem outside of just him having bottles in his room because his face was red, and the sort of redness of the cheeks that he had is indicative of late stage liver failure, which you would get from heavy drinking. So he's able to infer these different things that when I saw he had a red face, I didn't know what the fuck that means. To me, it's like, oh, he just has a red face because that's just him. That's just his distinguishing feature. I never knew it came from how you can derive what habits he indulges in. I never even thought that. And that's what I'm saying. So different people are going to infer different things. And it's just the case that when they look at you, they're putting their life experience onto you. And they're not giving you the benefit of the doubt. They're probably not in a mental health friendly place where they truly know the effects of these things. They probably have some distrust for medical institutions, which is, there's a lot of, especially post-COVID, there's a lot of vaccine skepticism that happens. And I think it's low IQ behavior. But truly, these things are really pervasive in the in the YouTube space when it comes to podcasting. When you go on Joe Rogan, it's a massive dismissal of medical institutions, and that's gonna flow into your life and affect your life because a lot of these people are probably listening to, or their friends are listening to these podcasters, so they're adjacent to these information bubbles and they're going to dismiss these things because the ADHD dismissal, a lot of that comes from those spaces where they go, oh, it's a made-up thing. I think that directly might be a Joe Rogan thing, where a guest came on and was saying, oh, I wrote one of the papers. Basically, they were presenting themselves as more sort of an authority on the topic because they authored a paper to do with ADHD. And apparently he was just one of the people that authored a paper, one of the many people that I don't remember quite what it was, so I don't want to speak from, this is a years ago thing. But basically he was, TLDR, he was over representing his credibility on the topic, or his involvement on the topic. And that means that people are not looking into the background of these people that they have on. Truly, people are not that proactive and that inquisitive to know, oh, is that what I'm hearing real? A lot of the time people want to affirm their own viewpoints, and so when they hear something like ADHD is not a real thing or is not serious, it affirms the worldview that, oh, you should just be, it's all from within, you can overcome everything. This sort of, we're all born as blank slates, at least a lot of that. We're born as blank slates and we can achieve anything that we possibly put our mind to, and all this ADHD stuff that's a hoax. That's, putting us we're lying to ourselves about the deficits that we have. Instead of overcoming these deficits, we're ascribing it to some mental illness. And it's one of those things where it's a very empowering thing to think that, oh, I can just overcome everything. Truly, some people have an insurmountable task to overcome with the afflictions that they have. Truly, it is really difficult. If I put on fat more and food for me is something harder to resist, that could just be something in my brain that I'm born with, and that my what you call it, my the way my dopamine receptors work, the way my hormones work makes me more attracted to that. Same with sex. Some people are just going to be more horny. You're going to have more libido. Some people are going to have way more testosterone. It's just going to be a thing. We're not made the same way. And so it's going to be way harder for us to overcome these different things. And once you start realizing that we're all made different, we've all come out different, and that we've had different experiences that shape us to the point that we're at now, it's an uncomfortable thing to realize, because you actually have to give people that you've judged very harshly, you have to give them some leeway. People, people that judge you or me, they might have to give us leeway based on the different things that we have. The way they judge your girlfriend, you see your girlfriend, you have the experience with her to know that she's mentally ill. So she's just trying to make herself feel better, and that her attacks on you are hollow. That's something that you understand, right? And you do understand that that's a very hard thing to do. What you do there, where you're understanding that this person is not in a good place, and so you're able to understand that and go, okay, well, they're still being a bad person, but it comes from a certain place that I understand. I understand that you would lash out, especially if you're not doing in a good place, because it's easier to talk shit on somebody else than confront your problems, of course, and you understand that, and I think that's a very noble characteristic. But other people can't. Some people, when somebody starts talking shit behind their back, if they're in your position, they'll go, "Oh, they're such a fucking piece of shit. What the fuck? Fucking cunt, I hate them. Like, what the fuck? How could they talk shit on me?" They would not be understanding that, oh, this person has mental illnesses, and so they go, so I have to understand that it makes sense for them to be acting like this. Of course, it's harder for them to be this noble person that doesn't talk shit on them if they have these prior mental illnesses. And it all comes back to the ADHD thing, where it's harder for them to really help you and to go, oh, Ben is just different from us. He is different. He has things that will hold him back, and he hasn't had the structure in his life for him to achieve excellency. That's harder for them to do that, because therefore they would have to reanalyze the way they view the world. They can't judge people as harshly. Oh, somebody's, when people do road rage, and they go, "Oh, what the fuck, this guy cut me off." Yeah, maybe this person is taking their kid to hospital. Maybe this person is late for work, and so they're doing crazy things. Otherwise, they're going to get fired, and therefore it's going to be harder for them to provide for their family. Now that they're fired from their job, maybe they're on their last warning. There are all these sort of factors that you could understand, right? And when you understand these factors, it's so much harder to get angry at somebody. But if you're in that person that's just doing and getting angry at people, right? For you to step back away from that, that's a difficult thing to do. And that's what they're doing to you, I think. I think that they would have to rewrite the way they view the world in terms of judging people, and they'll judge you harshly, because it's easier for them to judge you harshly than rewrite their worldview and actually understand, okay, this actually kind of makes sense that a 5-year-old, my 5-year-old can do that, because they live in a structured environment, versus Ben, who's, has severe depression, hasn't really had any sort of help for that, hasn't had, he has a mom that isn't super involved in, his mental health struggles. It makes sense. It totally makes sense. But it's really unfortunate that you're at the brunt of that.
Yeah. This is a bit off topic, but you remember a while ago when I was telling you about that situation where my brother's friend, cut him off to go work for some other guy?
Uh-huh.
When I was with him yesterday, there was times where he'd just get really heated and just start talking, and he'd talk over me and wouldn't let me talk.
Uh-huh.
So it makes so much sense that would be a situation where they wouldn't want to bring that up to him, but out of fear of him doing the exact thing he was doing to me. Especially if it was like IRL, because then he could get physical as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he is definitely like a physical person. Like he definitely knows how to fight. He can handle himself, and there's been situations where he's had to do that. Where I think when he was a lot younger, my auntie's boyfriend or something was I don't know what it was. I think that guy, he's seen my brother and he was talking shit to my brother. So then, or he was like talking shit behind his back. So my brother was like, trying to like square up to him, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So he is definitely a physical person. Like he doesn't mind taking things physically, and he will get heated and do that and not think about what he's doing and be impulsive and get physical.
Mm-hmm. This is why I say, yeah, you understanding the interpersonal dynamics of people is really important, because a lot of people are not confrontational. They'll deal with people's flaws, um, because they don't want to confront that, because they value the comfortability of, being friends with someone, than the possibility that if they bring this up, that person is not going to be friends with them anymore. And that is just like a reality that you need to live in, that your friends are not going to tell you everything, that they're going to say some things behind your back, because it's harder to tell people to their face, and that's just the reality. And that's the thing, that you need to present a environment where people go, okay, I have this gripe with you, can you handle that? Because if you don't create that environment, people are going to go behind your back and go, okay, man, I just have a problem with this guy, and that will vent to their friends rather than tell you to your face, because you're not creating that environment. And that's why I see this all the time, where people will tell me things, people have told me things, and it's just, why don't you tell that to the person? I understand that, especially in a real life scenario, when that person, I know that. Okay, if I was in their position, would I say that to their face? Oh, I don't know. Actually, I don't know, because I don't want to. I don't want to fight somebody. I don't value getting physical. I think that's really cringe. So when somebody starts getting physical with me because I told them something, ugh, I don't want to deal with that. And I understand why the other person wouldn't want to deal with that. So understanding the personal dynamics is really important. When somebody betrays you, immediately need to go, that's a really extreme thing. If you've been friends with somebody for a while and they do something that you perceive to be a betrayal, how would they possibly do? What is going on in their brain? And you have to be really empathetic. You have to really step out of your shoes and go, okay, let's not think about my heart and my feelings. Let me step away from that and go, what is this person feeling? Oh, okay, that makes sense. And sometimes you need somebody else to analyze traits about yourself that you may not necessarily realize. Like, oh fuck, that is a problem. Oh, I didn't consider that, because when you're in your own ego, you view the world your own way, and you think you're being a good person. Everyone thinks they're being a good person for some reason, and then you go, oh fuck, wait, I've been really shitty in this sort of way. I've made it hard for somebody to come and confront me about something. Yeah, okay. And so it was very easy for me to analyze that situation and go and apply empathy and go, okay, why would this person do this? This is an extreme action, and extreme actions need to instigate thoughts of, why would somebody do this? This is a very extreme action. And then it starts to sort of make sense. And I'm not saying sometimes it will just be that they're being a shitty person. This obviously happens where people being shitty people. But the thing is, when I was saying about your relationship, there are no good guys, bad guys. Directly, it's rarely black and white of, okay, this is solely a good person, this is solely a bad person. Sometimes there are just environments where a particular person will instigate a particular feeling out of somebody else, and these will sort of spiral out into making a negative miasma out of that relationship. It's the same thing with your brother and this person. When you're describing to me that, your brother knows how to fight and that he gets viciously angry, to me, that already is, oh, okay, that's kind of right with just my hypothesis that this person might have been afraid of any sort of violent confrontation, physical confrontation, because this person might get angry. It's sort of, so it's funny that you said that. Is there anything else?
Pretty sure that's it. I
Right.
guess there was something I did where basically, like, right after I seen those messages that person sent in that server, I obviously just got really upset. I think I felt a bit jealous as well. So I was obviously a bit, I was a bit angry too. So I I think I'm gonna like just do something regarding this relationship I'm in, because I feel like it's a lot harder for me to be in it than not being in it right now. Because I still haven't. There's no updates that they haven't reached. They haven't said any. I have They haven't reached out to me. They haven't said anything to me or whatever
Mm-hmm.
since whenever I was talking about them not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Um yeah, I mean it's been what, 4 days now since I've heard a thing. Well, no, it's been five actually. It's been like 5 days since I've heard anything from them. So I don't know. I don't really know what to do. Um, but I think I'm probably just gonna cut contact, or, but we're not cut contact. But I'm probably gonna say something um, regarding like the situation. I want to hear them out. I don't want to do what they did to me, or what's been done to me so many times. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, hi, like, what's going on? Like, what's the situation? Like, did you quit your job? When are they, when do you finish this? When does the semester end? Is anything going to change? Do you even want to be in this relationship? There's so many things that I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but they're obviously hard to bring up. Um, but like,
Have you
I
been?
guess
So you haven't been messaging her for 5 days at all?
I just, yeah, like I just gave up because they just never responded to my messages. I even sent them a picture of the appointment the other day, and they didn't
Mm-hmm.
say anything, and they still haven't. So that kind of upset me because
Of
that's like
course.
a very, I want them to know about that. Like, that's something I want them to know about, and they clearly
Yeah,
don't care enough to say anything.
I think at this point, if nobody's communicating with you, no, I don't know the full ins and outs of what's being said to you in the relationship, so I possibly couldn't know. But if you're presenting the way things have been presented to me by you, I think this seems this seems like very uninvolved behavior that you wouldn't want in a relationship. Somebody's distancing themselves from you, that you're sending them stuff and they're not really replying. Even if you're really busy for somebody, if you're very in the relationship, you will make time. No matter what, I think you will make time for someone. It's if you're very involved in a relationship, and when it's really early on in a relationship, I think that should be something that's given and expected, that oh, you are going to just be very dovey with each other because it's early on in a relationship. Feelings are going to be high. If feelings have already dampened down to this point already, I think that should be a massive red flag for you, and I think you should message them and go, hey, now I really don't know relationship etiquette, and this is going to depend on what sort of relationship that you're in and have created for yourselves. But yeah, so I would ask for other people's advice too. But I think at this point, the fact that they're not messaging you at all, um, especially when you've presented, I'm sure they know about your ADHD and your quest to get diagnosed for ADHD. So the fact that they didn't even reply to you, that to me is really strange. That's really strange to me because I know how much that means to you. I know that's a very exciting thing to you. And so your partner not saying that's crazy to me. That's insane. I think you should message them. Hey, we need to talk. I think you're. I have a feeling, an inkling that you're distancing yourself from me in this relationship, and it. And I think things are not going to work out if this continues. Just something short, snappy.
Yeah,
Don't ramble on because you would wanna talk it out in VC. I presume you want to just want to break
yeah,
up
for sure.
over
Ideally,
text
yes.
chat. So try and get them into a VC that you have problems with this relationship and how this and that with how this and there being, and because if being in this relationship, the fact that they're distancing themselves from you is hurting you more than not being in the relationship. It's stopping you from you've only got so much capacity to with your feelings, and when your feelings are sort of locked up in a person that's not giving anything back, that hurts, and so you're carrying this pain, this burden that I don't think you should be carrying. So I think definitely get to them, right? Just a nice short message that you want to VC, that you have problems with how the relationship is going through a lack of communication. Don't start listing out your problems. Like, this is why I have this problem, and this is why. You probably want to talk that in VC. Just say enough that's gonna get you in VC. That's how I would do it. Now, I don't know. I don't do relationships like this, so I have no idea what the etiquette is. Ask Niraj, ask Galactic, see what they say about it, and how to approach the situation. And then pull the trigger and go, okay, what I need to do.
Yeah. I think like what I'll do is the thing is like I genuinely want it to work out. Like I do want it to work out, but I'm prepared to abandon it if it's not going to, and I know it's not going to. And the fact that I haven't heard from them in that long, when this is a committed thing. Like we're in a committed relationship where we've talked about me going to see her, and she has no gripes with that. And her mum knows about the relationship, or at least she claims that that is something that's happened. So this is like a serious thing, and they're realistically just doing what has already been done to me the last time. There's really not that much, there's not a bunch of differences, because at the end of the day, they told me they were going through a depressive episode. They told me that they've felt suicidal in the past, and I can only assume that they're probably feeling like that maybe right now because they're very overwhelmed by all of the stuff going on in their life with work and school. So it is a similar situation. Just like before, I'm worried about this person, but I also want to talk to them, and I want to update them on how my life's going. I want to know how their life's going. And the thing is, like, it's not fair because I've spoken about going to see them in September, but I don't know. Let's say that if I went and booked those flights 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, well, then I'm going to be worrying now because I've just spent a couple £100 on flights, but this person isn't even talking to me. So how do I know that they're going to be talking to me in September if they're not even talking to me now? So, I think what I'm going to do is I'm probably just going to message them, and I'm going to just try and be like, I'll just lay it out simply. I'll just be like, I haven't been hearing from you, and I am a bit worried about you, but I just want to know what's going on, because they've barely said anything. They told me that they were busy with school and work and that they were going to quit their job, but like they've given me no updates. Like, are they really going to quit their job? Are they still at their job? I don't know I don't know what's going on because I don't get updated, but I'm supposed to be like that person that should be getting updated on these things, like I'm their partner. Like I should be getting these updates, and I'm not. They're not even talking to me. Like they're ghosting me. They've ghosted me. So yeah, like I don't know. I'm just worried. Like I'm just trying to not do what I did last time and make the same mistakes, which I've definitely done better with, because I've recognized the signs. They didn't respond to my DMs about me showing them that I have an appointment for getting tested for ADHD, and me talking about the first thing I said was I was talking about how my bathroom was getting renovated, so I had no shower, and then they didn't respond all day, and that was when I woke up at 5 a.m. to go to work. So then I DM'd them at 8 p.m. before I went to bed, and they didn't respond to either of those messages. So I just don't know, like, because realistically, you can make time. Like, it's not impossible. Like, at least within, if we're talking about time, it's not like it's not impossible for them to respond to me. It's just about if they want to, if they have the energy in them to come up with a response, or if they just don't feel like responding. And I understand that being in a relationship, sometimes you're just not going to want to talk to them. But again, the same as last time, sometimes you just need to make at least the simple sacrifice of telling me that. That's the bare minimum, because they haven't even said that. They haven't said anything about why they're not responding. I asked them if they were doing well like a week ago, because they were obviously being distant, and they just said that they were fine. You know what I mean? So clearly they're not fine. You don't ghost your partner for days at a time if you're fine. And even if you are fine, there's clearly a reason you're doing it. You just don't do that. So there's a lack of communication. And yeah, but again, I rambled a bit. But what I was trying to say was, I'm just trying to not make some mistakes. So I'm not spamming them. I'm not doing that, and I'm not spamming. I'm not DMing their friends. I just DM'd their best friend when it first started happening to see if they were doing all right, and that's all I did. I didn't message them after that. But what I did do earlier, after I seen all that stuff in that server, obviously they get a bit upset, and I left this group. But to be honest, I started to feel a bit comfortable being in there because she isn't talking to me. She has used that group. Like sometimes she'll message in that group, or I've seen her in the call. So it's like I feel really uncomfortable because I feel like if I'm going in there, then it stops her from feeling comfortable because maybe she doesn't want to talk to me right now. So if I'm there, then she feels like she doesn't want to be there. And I don't know, I just feel like I don't feel very welcome. I feel like, that they are welcoming and they're friendly, but I just feel really out of place. So I just left. But that's it. I haven't taken any other action other than leaving that group. I haven't DM'd or I haven't reached out to anyone else. So yeah, I think I'm going to just kind of lay out the groundwork, because at the end of the day, as much as I want it to work, it's like, it's really not the end of the world for me if it doesn't. So that's a positive, I guess.
Setting yourself up for disappointment.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm just preparing. I'm just preparing myself for it, because in my head, maybe it's a bit pessimistic, but it's just in my head. I don't even really see this working out. But that's probably just because of my experiences with this individual in the past and my track record for relationships.
That's really tough.
I've been going to the worst places with this. Like I've been coming up with the worst assumptions. Like maybe they just found someone else. Maybe they just did meet somebody IRL, and they're just not into me or something. There's so many scenarios here. There's so many different possibilities. So I'm trying to make sure that I'm not throwing assumptions at them, because I feel like that's something I wouldn't do. I don't see myself ever doing that. I'm not gonna sit there and throw assumptions. It's one thing I could be doing, but they are in my head.
Of course, I think that's a very normal thing for people to think.
Yeah, well, totally. I mean, it is just very abnormal that they do this. But the thing is even if, obviously, I mean, I don't want to say even if, because I think chances are this is genuinely happening. I'm being applied. Let's say that this is genuinely just going on. They're just working a stupid amount, 7 days a week, as a manager position, and they're fed up with their job and their manager, because their manager's an asshole from what they told me. And the school is stressful and busy, and they're just sleeping off. Then I can understand why they wouldn't want to talk to me. But as I said before, you still need to make a bit of a sacrifice. They made the sacrifice of actually having a conversation with me on more than one account, which is fair. That's fair, but still, I haven't heard from you in 4 days, and I don't know what's going on. I just want an update. I just want an update. If she wants to ghost me, she just wants to spend a couple of weeks away from me entirely, that's fine. I'll give her that space. I don't mind. Because the position I'm in is, I don't... Huh?
I think that's crazy to me early on in a relationship, someone just disconnecting.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm thinking it's like, if you were going to do this, how could you just put yourself in this situation? How could you put yourself in this relationship if you were just going to do this so early? It hadn't even been a month. It may have been a month. It might have, at the most. It's definitely a red... I do think it is a bit of a red flag, but...
flag, it's completely a red flag. It's early on in the relationship.
Yeah.
And disconnecting this heavily, and I don't even believe in red flags. I don't. It's a really stupid thing, but I know what it means. I know it's whoa. This is something that is a cause for concern that in a relationship that you're already in a relationship, you're disconnecting, because a relationship is for support and for communication. I think that's what makes a good relationship. The fact that it's not that you're not. I get it if somebody disconnects from you because the relationship is sort of, it's going to shit, and you may be involved in the distress that your partner has. And so I understand that disconnection, but truly you are not involved in the disconnection. The distress. And so, at least from what I understand, it's not. It's a young relationship. So for this disconnect to happen, this is something that I don't think can have space. I think it's, hey, we need to talk about it. You give them a few days or a week. If they don't respond, if they're being avoidant, I think you cut that off immediately. You need to be strong and go, okay, this is enough. This is such a bad behavior. And if somebody is exhibiting bad behavior, use that as a gift and a learning process for you to know, okay, this person is immediately showing that they're doing this again, they're disconnecting again, and this is not what I want in a relationship. And truly, you shouldn't have this in a relationship. I think this is truly really bad behavior for a healthy relationship. You go, hey, blah 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 blah, and once if they're being avoidant, they're refusing to get into a call. Hey, I just send them a message. Hey, sorry, this is not going to work out. And send your piece. Don't be rambling. Don't start listing all their critiques or whatever. Just make them know that it's about the lack of communication, and that you don't want that in their relationship. Short, snappy. Make sure it's amicable. Don't make them feel bad they're gonna obviously feel bad, but don't make them. Don't put down the ban hammer on them like fuck.
Yeah, of course.
Fucking, be amicable, respectful. At least that's how I would do it from what's happening now. But again, Art Mirage, Ask Galactic, they will be more experienced than me, so have better advice for you, I presume, on how to deal with the situation that you're in.
Yeah, I got you. I think what I will do is I seem to be a lot more understanding of you. No, I wouldn't say understand, not of you, by the way. I meant to say than you, but no, I don't think understanding is the right word here. I think I'm maybe a bit more lenient. Because for me, it's like, this definitely strikes me as like bad, really, really unhealthy behavior for the relationship and for me to deal with. And if this person's doing this again after that amount of time, they're doing it again, and they're doing it now of all times, then that's a really bad sign for me. But I mean, I can still I'm still willing to work through it with them. Like, this is not like this is just too much. Like, you're just done now. It's over. You ruined it. But for me, what I'm probably going to do is I'll just lay out how it is, because right now it's just like, I want her to at least just give me an update and make me understand why, because I don't know why she's being distant. I don't know if she just can't find the time, or maybe it actually does just hurt her to speak to me right now, because she just got so much more on her mind. I just want to know why. I just want to know what's going on, right? And the thing is, if I get some bullshit answer like I'm just busy, I don't want to hear that. I want you to elaborate. Okay, well, what does the fact that you're busy have to do with the fact that you're not DMing me? Is that because you being busy is kind of overwhelming and it makes you feel kind of bad, and because of that, trying to talk to me makes it harder on you? Like, I want an elaboration. I'm done dealing with this bullshit where I get half-assed answers and no explanation. It's just really annoying. And it's upsetting for me, because I have to sit there, and because I'm someone that overthinks a lot, if you give me a half-assed answer and you don't elaborate on it, then I will just sit there and I will just overthink it, and I'll just be coming to these ridiculous conclusions and assumptions that aren't probably existing. So I'm basically just gonna say that I just feel like, hey, could really do, like what's going on? Like, did you quit your job? Like, do you have any updates for me? I'm just wondering, because you're being a bit distant, and would really like to know what's going on. Something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will say that this will be the last relationship I'm in for a long time. I'm talking up to like minimum 6 months, at least in terms of me going out of my way and seeking something, because I can't. I'm definitely way too I'm way too emotional to be able to sit there and say, yeah, I know for a fact I won't be in another relationship, because I just don't know. If something approaches, I can't hold myself to a standard where I won't put myself into it. But regardless of if it works out or not, it will be my first one for a long time, just because I can't. I'm just not in the position. I just shouldn't be in them. I just shouldn't be in a relationship. That's just plain and simple. I'm just not someone that should be in a relationship right now. The only reason that I'm not as upset as I usually would be is just because, I guess, under the circumstances, like, I'm still trying to deal with this other thing, and to be honest, because my memory is that shit, I'm like really losing. I'm like forgetting a lot about this person, like insane amounts about this person.
Oh.
Yeah, oh yeah, I barely remember. I wouldn't say I barely remember anything, but I definitely have lost a lot of. I don't even remember a lot about them. I mean, I
Do you
remember a lot
remember
about
what
them,
they
but I
look
don't
like?
remember what they look like.
Yeah. Do you remember
Yeah,
that?
yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
I remember what they sound like, what they look like. I know what the things they like, but
Persona.
well, yeah, I mean, they're like persona. They like, I mean, even like random things, like they like sweet things, like foods. They like sweet foods and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, like, I guess just a lot of the time. I hardly remember any of the time I've spent with them, at least.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just how my memory works. It's fucking horrible.
That's interesting.
So, yeah, really, really gotta address this. I should. No, I would say I was gonna say I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, because I haven't really approached them with this that much, like barely at all. But I don't think it changes anything. I just don't. You just don't do this. You just don't do this to someone in a relationship, especially this early. You just don't do it. It's just not what you do. There is no just. I mean, yeah,
There
there is
is, but
no.
here's the thing: it's
No,
not
no
about.
justification, but I mean, there is no like sugarcoating it. It's like you just don't do it. And at least, no, but
It's not like that.
in this way, in this context, you don't do it like that. You don't just go someone and not give any
Right.
explanation, or at least hardly any, because they've gave me some. But
For me, it's
yeah,
not
I don't.
about what you shouldn't do. It's what you should deal with. Is what I'm more interested in. Should you deal with what's
Yeah,
happening with the relationship? I don't think so. I don't think you should be dealing with any of this. I think it's highly inappropriate. Even though that could
yeah,
be a justification for why they're doing the things that they're doing, because usually there is a reason why people are doing, and you can feel empathetic. But here's the thing, right? It's the same thing with that depressed girl, where it's just the case that yeah, just because they're depressed and they need help doesn't mean you should be the person that should be in a relationship with them. You don't deserve that.
yeah.
Same thing with this. Yeah, that overburdened by what's happening. Okay, why would you have to be in a? Why do you have to be the one that's in a relationship with them dealing with that? I don't think you should.
Mhm.
I don't think you need to. I don't think you have to deal with that. I think that should be a good faith.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
somebody's
Because
trying to deal with it in good faith, where or trying to deal with it with you, where you're included within that process, which it seems like you're not. You're disconnected from that. They're not messaging you. Okay, well, it's a relationship. I want I want everything. I want you to give me everything. I don't want it to be on the outside. So yeah, no, I don't think you should be dealing with this.
well, yeah, I think I'm just trying to be selfish for once, instead of being. I mean, I'm being a bit I'm trying to be a little bit more selfish and selfless, because before I would have just. I would have just crossed it off as, oh no, they're doing really bad. You know, I hope they're okay. I'll deal with this alone for until they're ready. It's not like that. I mean, it's like if they want some time, I'll give them some time, but I'm gonna think about myself too, because this really does bother me. I'm just not someone that can go this period of time without talking to someone. In this context, you know, a partner. So if I think that this isn't going to change, then I will just withdraw myself from it because I need to think about myself. I mean, I've had, I've in the last month, I've had, oh well, like in the last 2 months, I've had 2 suicide attempts. I've never attempted suicide once in my life. I'm not in the type of place where I can deal with this, and I need to think about myself for a bit. So, you know, if I don't think that this is something I can deal with, then I need to think, well, why should I have to deal with this? You know, if I need to withdraw myself, I should just do it. So I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. It is it. My memories, like this would have bothered me a lot more. Obviously, my memory wasn't so shit. So in a way, I guess it's a good thing, sort of. It's not entirely a good thing, but at least it isn't going to harm me. Because I haven't felt like I've been in a relationship for 2 weeks now. Just because it doesn't feel like a relationship. It just feels like I'm like friends with someone, but we're not very good friends and we barely talk. That's how it feels. It's like it's like being friends with Nair. I mean, sure, me and Nair are like, I guess, friends, but we don't talk to each other. It's just out of convenience, you know. So it's like it doesn't bother me if I haven't spoken to Nair in 2 months because that's normal for our relationship. That's just how it is right now. Well, at least how it obviously feels. So, yeah. In fact, I'll do this right now. I'm just gonna message them. I'm gonna write this out and then I'll send it to you. I want to make sure that this is a good. I want you to review this. All right, yeah, I'll show you this message.
Okay.
I just wanted to at least say something like this before I go balls deep into hey, if you don't start talking to me, I'm gonna fucking leave you. You know, I don't want to go. I don't want to go like that yet. I want to at least.
HDXC?
Yeah, no, we're not being bears today.
Oh no, base DXC. Hold on, I'll look at it in a second. I'm gonna go downstairs, take a piss, and then bring up my lunch. I just need
I will say
to.
quickly, like I feel like I didn't word it very well. Well, not word it, but I feel like my use of punctuation was quite weak. I didn't really know how to do it. So maybe you can help me structure the sentence better.
Okay.
Yo.
Hello.
Yo.
Hey, hope you're doing well. Did you quit your job, or are you reconsidering? Also, how's school going? When's the end of semester? I'll probably propose that way more casually. You present it as if it's a fucking essay. Hey, hope you're doing
Okay.
well.
Yeah,
Hey,
like dear
you
X.
might as well put Dear Willow.
Sincerely, Benjamin.
Mm. So
Yeah, let me think. Uh,
talk in the way that you would talk to her on the phone.
hmm, let me think. But I'm kind of struggling not to sound so. I'll just say sophisticated, but I don't think that's really like the right word to word it, but not casual. Well, not. I'm doing a bad job at sounding casual.
Yeah, that sound more casual.
Mm. I mean, I just feel like it would be important to address things like straightforward, like in terms of actually bringing up the topics themselves, than just asking how things are going generally, because maybe they won't touch on those things if I don't ask them to. Because even if it does make them uncomfortable, like these are things that I kind of need to be knowing. Mm. Okay, how's this? How's that? That's way more casual, right? I feel like
Yeah,
that's
that's
a lot.
way back then.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, I'll send that. I think that's good. And I mean, okay, this is what's gonna happen. If I get a response, then I'll go from there with whatever response is given to me. But if I don't get a response, then I'll probably give it a couple days, and then I'll just be really straightforward and be like, really need to be I really need to be. I just be very straightforward. I'll just be very straightforward about how I'm feeling, basically. Let me see. Oh wait, they said in this message. See, it's really hard to decipher it because of how it's worded. But it looks like they were saying that they had their final today, on that day. So I think they might be talking about. I think they're talking about school, but it looks like it says but it's like, hey, hi, today was my final, no work. So because there's no comma there, I can't decipher whether
Yeah,
that's
that's what
like.
she's saying. It's my final, and then new sentence. No work, just work every other day. And anyway, my manager pissed me off, so I'll be quitting soon.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay, I see then.
Yeah, when was that?
That was on the 6th of May,
Oh, that was
5 days
5 days
ago.
ago.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a no bueno.
Not really sure what's going on.
You
Kind
finished
of in
our
the dark here.
finals? What's happening now? Yeah. I think she's doing an EXE detox.
Yeah, no EXE.
Apparently.
Damn.
Gave her a lot of time.
I am proud of myself though for giving her that much time, and not like being super pushy. That seems like the worst thing I could have done. So I'm happy I didn't do that.
I should have just left.
No, I don't think that's the best thing I could have done though. I feel like this was a better approach.
Yeah, after you being ghosted for, what is this, 2 weeks now? Barely any responses in a new relationship, then she's ghosted you before, no, you should have just gone.
All
Fuck
right,
that.
let me make sure that there's like nothing in here that I wouldn't want to show, and I can show you because it's kind of hard to say. Like it's kind of hard to put into words how this is. It's hard to it's really hard to describe. Let me see. The thing is like every time that it looks like every time I try to say something that was like, it's so funny because it seems like every time I try to like say anything regarding sorry, I was just reading. I feel like every time I try to say anything regarding like, I guess being, what's the word? Affectionate or anything regarding that, they just ran away from it or just swap topic, right? So here, I can show you these. You see, this is around the time we first started. So if I go up,
Can we? Hold on, let me
wait,
see if
I
this
just want to see dates.
this shit.
Oh, I have music on. Okay, so like around here is when we were. This was like just around the time that we were still talking a bit, and then yeah, the 25th of April, a little bit after my birthday, a couple of days after my birthday when it started. So if I start scrolling down, I'd say around here.
Where should we start? What do you think is a
I,
good place to start?
I think over here's a good time. So look, I was talking about
This is
my
April.
mom because she wasn't very well. She had a chest infection, but we didn't know that at the time, so she was just really sick, and I didn't know what's going on. So I was saying about I was worried and I was concerned, and it just seemed like this was because of me showing like a lot of concern. It seems like she didn't show the same level of concern. I was like, I'm just overthinking it because of how my dad was. It's really scary. She's like,
Let me read your initial message. Scroll up a little bit. There we go. Well, much work. I'm very sleepy.
why are you reading it like that?
My name is Benjamin, and I finish in an hour or so. Sleepy time when I get home. But I don't know if she can go like. Go like? She can go like? She's
No,
very
it's like
sick.
go, comma, like she's really sick.
Go like? Which I don't know what that means. But she's really sick, and I'm worried. Oh, really? Okay.
Sorry, let me do this. There you go. My bad. There you go.
I'm just. I might just be overthinking. I might be overthinking it because my dad, but it's kind of scary. Hope she's able to go. I can tell that would be very scary. She'll probably be alright since she has bad asthma. She got sent home from work. She said, not sure though. That's pretty bad. I didn't know she was doing that badly. But she got sent home from work.
She's better now. She's recovered, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Everything okay? Yesy. Hey. Oh, okay. I'm guessing that's in. Is that not a new day? Oh no, that's just 4
Well,
hours
a couple
later.
hours. Cause
Couple? That's 4, my brother.
yeah. That was yeah. I think I seen this and I was like, well, the fact that she just said yes. I mean, she probably meant to put yes. I was just like a little bit annoyed because I was just like, there's clearly not like there's clearly like something going on. Because of the way she responded and the way that she's been recently, and I was like, it's a bit annoying because you're clearly like not. You're clearly keeping things from me, but you're trying to hide it too. You're not even like you're trying to hide the fact that you're hiding things from me, which was like a little bit annoying. So I didn't respond for a little bit. But yeah, then she responds super late to my message, so I missed it. So then you can see here, like she didn't respond to this, and then she responded like, "What is this? Like what?
Hi, I need these
12,
fuckers to
13
reply
hours
so I can
later?"
get tested. Hi, are you ADHD yet? That's funny. Still waiting. Okay. Oh, that's the next. Oh.
This is like
Oh wow.
30th
Okay.
and then the second. Yeah.
Okay. So that's 2 days, 3 days later. Hi. Wow. Hi. How are things going?
I said here because I was like, I thought this was just a random message. Like
Yeah,
I thought
yeah,
that this was
yeah,
unrelated.
yeah. I got that. Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
Busy. I finished training for my management, so they've had me working every day, and finals are coming up. How are things with you? Damn, that's rough. I hope you're okay. I'm probably the worst I've ever been. Things are not. I love that. Oh, no, I understand that though. Yeah,
yeah, right.
yeah, you're doing rough. You want to get some comfort weather. What's wrong? I'm just really depressed. I thought maybe getting high would help, but it made me so much worse. Scroll. Hold on. Where is it? I'm just really depressed. Sorry, I shouldn't be bothering you with this right now. I'll be okay. I'd imagine. I'm sorry to hear. I'm not bored, sorry. I was just doing schoolwork. Bothered. Yeah, I'm not bothered. Bored. I'm not bored, lol. That's a funny but typo. Yeah, you're good. Oh, really? She's good? I've been walking a lot, and I told my manager I would, and more. I want more hours since I felt like it would help, and I've been hanging out with friends. All right, that's cool. Just don't overwork yourself. I just don't really feel like being at home anymore. That's fair. Regardless, I'll be here if you want to talk about anything at all. Hug, Weather's Day, or Weather Day.
Yeah.
It is very emotional. A very emotional sounding song. Yeah, it's really emotional. Do you think we can talk tomorrow? Later tomorrow? Ooh. Okay, I'll wait. No, sorry. I thought that was a massive skip, but no. Estimated delivery. Oh, is that what you're getting, or were you getting her?
That was a vinyl I bought for myself.
Okay. Yeah, I have work and I'm going to a concert tomorrow. Bye. Oh, really? That sounds fun, huh? May 7th.
Wait. Why did I say? Oh no, my seventh vinyl. My seventh vinyl. This is my seventh vinyl.
I hope it is. I'm not really interested in the singer. My mom likes him. Oh. What is that? The Blanca sound effect? Oh. What's happening there?
Wait, we need to get that. We need that in Zoo.
We need that in Zoo. I need to listen to that. Blanca. Rog.
Is that just what it's? Is it just Blanca Rog sound effect?
Blanca sound effect. That's it. It's Blanca sound effect.
By Tekken 8.
Right. No, someone. Oh.
Oh shit.
Right, no, spawn back into the Oh, I see, haha. Something I really wanted to mention was how Galactic and our friends are meeting up in Virginia around a month before your birthday. I'd rather see you for sure, but I'm making sure that's something that you want in case you change your. Ooh, ignored.
Ignored.
You got ignored. You fucking bum. You get ignored. I miss you a lot. I miss you so much. You should go meet up with your friends. That sounds uber fun. True. But come on, how are we not gonna address that? You would rather. Anyway,
That's what I mean.
that's hardly
She
money
she
to pay for a
she
fight and
she she
$8
she runs
cruise.
$8 cruise. She runs away from so many of these things. It's like I told her I missed her, and then she just ignored the message and just went on to a different topic. Or like there'll be more messages coming up where I'll be like, I'll say, blah 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 blah, like I love you, and then she'll just ignore that part and move on. She won't say anything about it. She won't say it back or anything. But she's not like that. Like she likes that affection. She likes saying that. She likes saying it back, but she just hasn't been like that with me. So it kind of leads me to believe that she might just be she might just not even like want this, and she might, because that's what she did last time. She did this same she did this last time. So it makes me believe that maybe she just doesn't like want this or something. Yeah, I can scroll down.
Okay, $8 cruise. I don't have that money. $800 cruise. I think it would be possible. Bro, I work all week. Yeah, that sucks. Why are you so overworked right now? I'd have legit no savings work. Anything could happen in that time. I'm officially a manager. I could lose my house. Let's go. It's funny. I could lose my house. Let's go. I speak as I was sent at the same time. Oh, okay. That's huge. It's definitely something. Thumbs down. It's good, right? Addicted. Arriving. Oh, that's what you've got as your profile picture. Almost time. Huh? Your package may be lost. I don't like working all the time. I don't blame you. I don't blame you, me neither. Huh? I don't blame you, me neither. Strange. What the freak? That's the worst. Try contacting them and getting a refund. I'm after. I was wondering where it was. Went for a walk, apparently. Or a swim. Maybe it's gone to you. I don't want it returned. She said, nah.
But she said, stand face.
She said, parry. That's what she said.
She parried.
My word. Tell it to come here. Come to Papa. It's not here, so I can't tell it. Okay, but when it comes, tell Skittle, because you might be at work.
That's right, okay.
Okay, it's not coming, so you're just talking and, yeah. Scroll down a little bit to the next day.
This is another thing to say here. I said, "Stay strong, I love you." She didn't say anything about that.
Mm-hmm. Hi, today was my finals. Oh, that's the one you sent. Wait, really? You're gonna quit? Yes, sir. Okay, well, big decision to make, but I support you. It is, and it's the decision I'm making. Okay, if you need anything like money, then I can. This guy said, "Do you need money?" Is she a fucking manager? But I guess why you're saying that is because she's quitting, so she might.
Right, that's what I meant. Like, yeah, that's basically it. That's everything.
I'm going to work legit no shower because our restroom is being renovated. And then you got your name. How are things going? Work and school okay? And wow, okay.
That's it.
Your manager sounds like a bitch, huh? Wow.
Yeah.
So
I can show you the message that if this is the IRL like best friend.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
I was busy today. Morgan is okay. Just Morgan. So her name's not Willow.
No, I already told you this before.
Oh, really?
She doesn't like her name, so I just call her Willow instead.
Oh, okay. It's funny because me and Trickies were talking about something like this where it's a bit weird that we just get.
Is it the birthdays?
Nah, it's that our parents choose our names.
Oh yeah, no, I know because I don't like my name.
And we have to just walk around with what our parents chose, and we have to go through hurdles to change it. I think we should have multiple names. I think we should. When we're 18, they go, okay, this is gonna be your
Iori? Yeah. Yo, Iori?
Iori? Yeah, I'm Iori. Like, oh, Iori? Yagami? That guy.
Oh shit. Yo, Kasia? Yo, what's up, man? Devil Jin? Orochi Chris?
It's pronounced Kazuya.
Oh, my bad. Ryu?
Ryu.
Oh shit, Ryu? Yeah, Ryu.
Anyway, hey, is everything okay? Morgan, I've known him for 2 days. So I guess I'm just a bit worried. Haha. Wow, you text like a woman.
Like a woman?
Yeah,
I said haha because I wanted to make it come across as a bit less serious.
I know, yeah. I know, that's why I said that. I'm just so different the way I text, where I'm...
Yeah, you're very fucking serious. You always sound really, like, your tone is serious, at least. Oh, you sound like a headmaster at school. Like, just everything's so serious, just never smiles, just really boring.
Yeah. I'm a fairly serious person, so I guess that's reflected in the way I speak.
Oh,
I don't...
Sure.
And I'm not a DM person, so I don't show my personality in that way in my DMs. It's definitely a VC thing. If you look for our DMs, we don't really speak that much. And I speak to you the most in DMs just because you're... what'd you call it? I guess we just have more of a DM relationship than I do with other people, but
Right.
yeah, no worries. Spoke to her and everything. She kind of hates this person. Oh wait, I was gonna say this person has better grammar, but that's you speaking. I completely missed what Umi sent you. Sorry, I was busy today. Morgan's okay, sleepy and stressed out with school. Yeah, no worries. I spoke to her and everything. She's kind of all I have right now, so I'm a bit scared. I'm glad y'all spoke. Hey, you busy? Doing homework right now? What's up?
This was unrelated, but
Okay.
yeah.
You spoke to our friend. What is this doll stuff next to her?
Oh, yeah, they're like tags that you get, like, somebody else. I want, like... You can see the...
Umo.
Tag.
Sincerely,
Yeah,
Benjamin. So is that another person from the Discord? Jikuro?
No, it's someone I've known for, like, a couple years, yeah. Pretty cool.
Okay. Very
I
interesting.
have seen other ones, I think. I don't really know how. You like you join Discord servers and you get them or something. Oh, they don't show his. They only show the. I think somebody had one. Does this person have one? Sexy.
Sexy.
But I don't know how it works. I don't think that you can name it yourself, or I don't think that's how it works. I think it might. I'm guessing it's a 4-letter thing, or some. I don't really know. I wonder how that works. I don't know what that is. But yeah, I've seen those around. Guess I just kind of gotta wait, but the time difference is they're 6 hours behind, I believe. I think it's 6 hours.
6
so...
hours behind, yeah. So
yeah,
Central Time, CST.
Central, yeah, CST. So yeah, whenever they wake up. And if they're sleeping a lot, then it might be a while. Probably by the time I'm doing my night shift. I have a night shift tonight.
That's tough. That's tough also with the time zone stuff. Didn't even consider that for a second.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel so bad for your relationship. I think you should just go.
Should do what?
Well, I said you should just, if you don't get a response from what she's saying or it's really slow, I think you should address that. Hey, I really don't like the lack of communication we're going through right now, and that's not really what I want out of a relationship. Can we talk about this in a VC when you have time?
Yeah.
Well, and talk to Naraj Galactic, see what they say, because if you're really doing bad in a relationship, I think you don't have to stay in that. I don't think you should, especially because I don't think this. If they finish their finals, what's holding them up so much now? What's happening? I don't understand. What the fuck is going on now?
Yeah.
What's Kanagi Usagi? Bomb game.
Oh, that's that fake Sekiro anime. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, fake Sekiro. Sekiro.
Yume, Nikki,
Mick Osu.
Kamui, Osu. Oh, Minecraft Osu was awesome.
Yeah, Minecraft Osu.
Controllers are not supported, I agree with that.
Supports VR though. Play
Yeah.
Osu VR.
Good, yeah. I think it should be
It's
like
that'd
that.
be sick. Street
Puppy
Fighter 6.
Playtime.
Puppy Playtime.
Mooring. MK11. You have MK11?
No, that's a different one. Oh, 11?
Oh.
Yeah, Ender. I think I played it with Ender.
Oh,
When I was getting into fighting games. But obviously, I guess I replayed it later on or something. I actually also own this game. I own this Street Fighter 6 too.
Yeah, not installed though.
Nah.
Elena. Eleanor.
You know, that's my brother's wife's name, Eleanor.
Yeah?
Hmm.
Brother's wife, that's really funny.
Yeah, I don't know how else to fucking.
There are just no good names for relatives, I noticed that.
Yeah.
We just don't have those. I like that. I think there should be names for that. I can just say one word and you know exactly what I'm talking about. I like my brother's wife, but I wouldn't call them a sister-in-law. What the fuck?
Yeah,
sister,
I also don't want to call her
that's-
my sister.
That's nasty work. I'd
Yeah,
never,
my in-law. My father-in-law.
I'd never ever call anyone my sister-in-law.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just gotta ask my friend, my blood friend.
Yeah, my blood friend. We had a pact.
I never lost this bad in my life. Bullshit. I saw the Electric Underground restreaming the Third Strike co-op cup.
Oh,
I
those
need to
co-op?
watch that. Yeah, Evo. Co-op cup was Evo this year.
Really? I didn't know that. That's so cool. Yeah,
I'm
Evo
paying
Japan, right? I
attention.
heard about that. "52 minutes ago."
That's Best of Evo, by the way. I'm not watching Best of Evo. I want
What's
to
the
watch the
what?
whole. I'm watching the whole thing. I'm not watching any of this. I need to click off.
Well, I wasn't looking. I just wanted to see like Third Strike highlights.
Yeah, I'm not watching any highlights. I'm watching the whole thing.
Yeah. I watched this match with a guy called Brown Man, and he's some coach. Like he's not like an actual player. And he beat what's that guy's name? He plays Horang, but his name is like, I think it's a Japanese player, and his name is like similar to Horang. It's like, wait, well, actually, I like watching Bro Pro. I like his videos. I was watching. He was watching it. Oh, Yeon. Oh, I don't know. How do you pronounce that? Oh, he's Korean. Yeon. I don't know.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at the stream. I didn't want to see any
Yuan.
Third Strike. You on the ring? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeon.
Not really a Korean name.
Yeah.
Maybe Yon is, but and the ring, I don't know. Or maybe it is. Honestly, I don't fucking know. But and Naraj messaged me earlier. I was talking to Endo. I said I wasn't gonna ditch him because I really wanted to talk to Endo. I am suspicious of him, so I wanted to know who is this
Oh
guy.
yeah. Oh, what were you saying?
He was telling me his life experiences, what he was before. He was sort of ashamed of who he was, and he had some goals he wanted to achieve, and his girlfriend really helped him to achieve the goals that he wanted to achieve. So before he was sort of, you know, kind of, you know, how, you know, where I'm in life, where, you know, there are things that I need to do that I'm sort of putting off. where he's like, I think he was working some dead end job, and he wasn't really pursuing the things that he wanted to and needed to, and so um, his girlfriend pushed him to. I think he joined the military. He ended up doing some firefighter
Yeah.
work experience to become an EMT, which is this paramedic delight, let's just say. And he now has his own place where he's self-reliant. He doesn't have family nearby, so he's able to sustain himself. And he's in a place in his life where he feels satisfied. At least from what he told me, he feels very satisfied. I'm self-reliant, and he draws a lot of the way he was saying it to me, the way it was presented to me, that he draws a lot of satisfaction from the fact that he's now able to be self-reliant. It's very empowering to him, and he views it as a juxtaposition to who he was before, which he viewed as very disempowering, sort of a loser bum. I wonder if that's also connected to anime, where the rejection of anime comes from embracing his new life, where it doesn't have a place in his new life, and so he sees it as a weaker version of himself. But I haven't talked to him enough to make any strong judgments of what's going on so far. I'm sort of taking everything at face value. I really enjoyed talking to him. I think it was really fun. I definitely want to talk to him again. He definitely he was intrigued to learn about me. So I definitely want to have more conversation, just one on one with him, or maybe someone else in the call. But I don't want to distract from what you guys do with him. I definitely just want unless you guys don't mind. I definitely, just want to talk about stuff with him, because I think.
Wait, don't mind about what?
Don't mind about me and him just talking about stuff, because I don't know what you guys talk about, but
well, just don't say you guys, because I don't speak to him.
Right. Okay.
I don't know what they talk about. They just seem to play Roblox, and that's it. But I don't know. Maybe they.
Do you mind if Naraj comes and talks to us about the thing?
Right now, I'd love to speak to Naraj.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, hold on. How do I add friends to DMs?
Got it?
Yeah, I don't know which one to add, so I'm gonna add both. Right there. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, go on. Hold on, I'm gonna go and get a drink before we start talking, so I don't have to take incessant breaks.
That's fine.
Hello.
What's up, EXE? How's it going?
What's up, dude? Did you see what I just sent? What I sent you a bit ago?
I just got on the PC right now. So let me see. Okay, boom. Nice record. Fire. Hey, what's up? Okay. I was sleeping for the last like 4 hours.
Oh, don't worry. You sound
just
really.
Woke up, and then I saw Fleur and Ender had this conversation, dude. Holy shit! Like crazy.
Oh, he was telling me about it.
Oh my god, fucking crazy! There's so many things to it.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll say the thing that I sent you. That's like the appointment. Like it's verified. Like it's gonna happen. Just because.
That's so far.
I needed confirmation from the doctor, but it is happening on the 19th.
That was the first message you sent previously. Was we're waiting, like the email thing.
Yeah, for confirmation. But yeah, it's actually happening.
That's fine. Wait, what? Wait, let me see the day.
19th of May.
19th of May. Let's go. That's like a week away. That's fire. Okay, nice. Good shit, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, it's dope. I will say, because I was telling Flo about this. So I was checking my emails earlier today when I woke up, and I seen I had an email on one of my accounts that was linked to like an old Discord account that I don't really use. But around the time that stuff was first happening with the ex-girlfriend, I joined the server on an alt account just to monitor it to see if she was using it or not.
Spy
And
mode.
she was, right? So
Secret spider mode.
yeah,
Spy.
I was in spy mode, but
Yeah. Spy mode.
the account was still in there. I just forgot the account existed.
No, of
So
course. Yeah. I have stuff like that too.
and because I got an email and it was like, oh, this person mentioned you in this Discord. I was like, wait, what the fuck? I forgot about this account being in there. So I joined it to see why that account being mentioned because I never said that was an old account. I never used it. I never typed in there. But it was just like an at everyone thing. So I
Oh,
was like,
gotcha.
I'm curious, and I shouldn't have done this because it was bad for me, and I knew it would be. But I typed my name just to see if I was like a topic of conversation, and she was
Were you?
shit talking me like a week
What
ago.
was she saying?
She was saying that I was ugly and talking about some boyfriend that she has.
Dude, she sounds like she's an actual like child. Honestly, that's so immature.
Yeah. Well, something else. You'll probably find this immature too, because I've been listening to like a lot of like Glaive and other artists that she showed me, and I've been really into them artists recently. She was pointing that out, going through my Spotify, looking at my Spotify playlist, going on my Last FM, posting my Last FM plays.
So she was stalking you
Yeah,
musically.
and
You
because
kind of
like
knew
a
that.
month ago, a
You
month
kind of knew
ago,
that, right?
I do that.
No, but you knew that. You probably assumed she was doing that to you too, right? Kind of.
I don't know.
Or did you not think so? Did you not think that she like gave you that time? 'Cause
I didn't
honestly,
think that she would be, but I knew it would be a possibility.
but
She
it's
was still
funny 'cause
following me.
it's like sounds like she's trying to be like, oh my god, no, he's like try to have all these reasons why you're not worth dating, but
But it's like
also
it is
she's like
That's
cope.
what I
obsessed
was
with
telling
every
him.
song. It's such cope. It's such cope on her part. It's so immature.
Yeah,
It's such cope.
yeah.
I
Like,
told him
But I'll
exactly
say,
that.
yeah,
no.
something else like she did. Like I DM'd her. I sent a message on there like a month ago. I just said, "Hope you're okay," and then she posted it in there. She was like,
So
"God, like
desperate.
why is he
a
doing
bitch,
that?"
dude.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it is complete cold. I told him this. Just think about this. If she's calling you ugly, if she's using pictures of you to call you ugly, she's the one that dated you. Isn't that an insult on her part?
Big time.
Which is really funny.
Yeah, right,
Uh,
right.
And I was saying, yeah, that's just one of those things where to separate yourself from what happened, that's what you do. You sort of create an image of the other person that was really bad. They were really bad to you, so it makes you feel better because breakups are painful, and so
Dude, that's how guys do it. They're like, dude, she was fucking crazy, bro. You have no
Yeah.
idea. You didn't see it, but dude, she was fucking. It's like you were with her for 4 years. You're fucking
put up
crazy.
with that. Yeah.
You're probably crazy, right? I mean, unless or you're either crazy or a liar, because who else puts up with that? Somebody's crazy.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So I told him, yeah, it's a complete cope. And I told him this before, where I was saying I held EXE accountable. I was saying, be careful with the whole, calling your girlfriend, a name, right? Because I do think the relationship, she, did some wrong, but it stops and it makes you feel better, but it's one of those short-term things where it's going to make you feel better, but you're going to run into problems in the long term where if you're sort of seeing your or at least know what you're doing when you're doing it. So okay, I'm making myself feel in the short term, but don't make that into a thing where you're actually relying on that to make yourself feel better, because then it stops analysis. You need to analyze, okay, where did this go wrong? What happened here? Why did my relationship stop? I think you definitely need to ruminate on your relationship. And also, especially when you have friends that are that you're mutually involved with. So if
yeah, that's tough.
It's gonna be weird if you're now talking shit on your partner and going like, yeah, fuck this person, and it's they're also friends with this person, and it creates a miasma within that group where I think it's just really toxic for the group. So I think it's just behavior that you should definitely not use and be a little bit more. I guess it's really hard to, but I think that's something. It's an ideal rather than something that this is always what you should do. It's more of an ideal that you should strive towards. At least look at something where it's not black and white as the person is a bad person. It's rarely like that in a usual relationship.
Exactly. And if they were all bad, you wouldn't have been with them in the first place. You saw something in them, obviously.
Yeah.
They're different people, different times. But also, what if you found that they hadn't talked about you? Would that have made you sad too? Like if you were just not even mentioned and she didn't mention you.
Well, probably because that's the type of thing that she did before. Like, but in terms of,
So you can't.
she had.
question then, right? When you're looking up your name, like you can't win.
No, no, no. I mean, it would
Like
have
there's
made me a
no
lot. I wouldn't
good
have been
answer.
as upset, but
Sure.
it, it
Yeah, there's obviously
it made
skill.
me upset when I seen that like they were talking like nothing was wrong when they were
Mm.
clearly struggling back, months ago.
Oh, that's so fucked.
Right. I mean, yeah, like they just because like to an outsider that doesn't know what's going well, not just to anyone that doesn't that didn't know what was going on with her at the time,
Right.
would not have guessed that she had an attempt and she was depressed because she wasn't giving off that vibe. She was just talking like normal
Right.
at the time.
Masking.
Right.
Masking, I like that. I haven't
Dude,
heard that specifically for.
Blur, dude.
Oh, yeah.
That was so fucking crazy, dude. That was
Mhm.
so insane. You handled it so well, so diplomatically. You parried,
Was
you
this on a stream or
dodged.
something?
Oh, it
Yeah.
was so good. It was 30
Oh,
minutes.
right.
It was so good. I woke
Mm.
up at like 4 in the morning. I got like 3 hours of sleep. Woke up 4 in the morning. I was like, oh, Fleur streaming. Checked it out, and it was everything I wanted it to be. It was so good. But it also has to be episode one of multiple ones
Of course.
because I
That's
gotta
season
say
one,
at the
yeah.
end, the moment that just to kind of start out with like where I'm at with it, he ends it with this story about how he's the kind of guy that's learned how to fucking stand strong. There's this saying in the Marines, and I'm not a Marine, I'm in the army, but
Mhm.
what that tells, you don't back down, you don't take shit from either flank or whatever. And what
Mhm.
that says is, hey, I don't care what, how big you are, what rank you are, I'm not gonna take shit from, I'm not gonna back down. And use example of like, let's say I like chocolate ice cream, and you say I'm gonna head stomp someone who likes chocolate ice cream. Well, I'm gonna
Mhm.
keep liking chocolate ice cream. And he's saying this in the context of an entire conversation where he fundamentally reversed his position on anime, in fact, backed down. And in fact, he backed down on every point he made,
Mhm.
insisting he was misunderstood because he misexplained. Like, at what point, when you're explaining things and then being told what you've explained, and you're like, oh, I don't think I said that, are you saying things that are bad? Like, that you're saying things that are kind of weird and don't make sense. And like, even you, when you hear them, are like, yeah, that sounds weird to say I like suppressed parts of my brain intentionally to get through like traumatic experiences of training. Like,
Mhm.
that's not something he wants to think about, but it's like, man, like I don't know. And I think at the end I have a couple theories. I'm thinking like, is he just back to like flex on his friends and like ego trip? But the thing that I actually think happened was I think his therapist told him to reach out to his friends. I think the reason this all happened, and I'm like, when I went to therapy, this was something they said, like, oh, I'm like, yeah, like, because we were talking about things, and it's like, hey, like, you don't have any friends. Like, did you have friends in the past? Like, and they're like, yeah, and you talk about these friends in the past. I'm like, you should reach out to them. It couldn't hurt to reach out to them. Like, I'm sure they miss you too. And it goes back and forth. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll reach out to him, right? And so I think even that is something that is kind of something he's doing as a part of like self healing. He's trying to like make himself less guilty for abandoning his friends and
Mhm.
do so by like denying that anyone had any problems. Like the part where he was like, oh, I don't really think somebody's like, oh, I didn't really see anyone as having a problem with me. There was one singular person who had a problem with me that I'm aware of. Tricky's told us when he was in the call with him, he couldn't stop apologizing. He was apologizing every other sentence. Remember that, Fleur? He was saying, when Tricky was in a one-on-one call
Oh,
with
he did that
Ender,
with me.
and he said that with you, right? He was apologizing constantly. But Fleur, when
Mm.
he was talking to you, he was like, there was only one person that I was aware of that felt bad that I left.
Mhm.
He was denying that anyone felt bad. You saw it. Did you catch that?
No, actually, I didn't. I didn't catch that.
Isn't that so crazy to think about?
Right.
Right,
Like he's
right.
building a narrative about how like, oh, no one was even affected. So he's coming
Right.
back, doing some tourism, being like,
Mhm.
oh, I mean, really, nothing was wrong. And it's just I'm glad to see where we're at in our lives, and I'm gonna go do something else. Or he's treating this as an interactive podcast while he games because he doesn't know anyone IRL. That's the other option, right? It's like this is uh and like that's fine. We all have our various reasons, but I think that nothing in that conversation, Fleur, made me think that you were anything but right with your original
Mhm.
position. I was kind of given the devil's advocate. I was like, I
Mhm.
don't know, it takes guts to come out here. And let me tell you, you know me, this is how I operate. I was so wrong. You were 100% right. This is so fucking sketchy what this guy's talking about. It
Oh,
makes no
wow.
sense. The fact that he was like, oh, I was overseas. I was deployed as a police officer. I was deployed at this. Like 3 years. You did basic training, served a tour overseas, did police work here, and also did a defense contracting job. Like 3 years. That's kind of insane pace. And
Mhm.
it's also crazy that your girlfriend was such an influence and so shaping of your behavior when you
Mm-hmm.
were in the military most of the time during the relationship. Like
Mm-hmm.
nothing he's saying is like really adding up, but it's all adding up to this like deniable good guy facade. And he's like, I'm a nice guy. I'm a good guy. I do good things. Like he just said that about himself randomly. And you had to be like,
Mm-hmm.
hey, I see how you're really proud of the things that you did. And it's
Mm-hmm.
okay to be, you know, it's good to
Mm-hmm.
be that. But then you had to like redirect because it had nothing to do with what you were talking about. But he said it so much you had to respond to it. Anyway, it was so much. Anyway, all of that. Like I want to know what your thoughts are on all of that.
Didn't even
Any
re-
of that.
when I came away from that, I definitely. Here's the thing, right? You know way more about me when it comes to. So you had a lot more suspicions in terms of what he was doing with his job. I couldn't even really pinpoint what he was doing. If this is a Tony UK situation, because I just don't know. I don't know what it's like to serve in the military, specifically what he's doing, what's feasible in certain times. So I couldn't decipher that. When it came to me, what I focused on too was I definitely need more conversations to flesh this out, but
The anime
it
is so
was
key. I want to know this.
when it came to, so it was a shame of his previous self. He sort
Yes.
of disconnect. He sort of that was a key point in the conversation where I was this person that was a bum and everything, and I'm not the person who I was, and he's sort of reinforcing that, but he's reinforcing it in a way I don't care. Where I don't really care what you. I was saying this in the conversation where
About the
he sort of.
process. It's not about the fact that it changed. Like, but this like it's a like what the fuck was that? Like it changed completely. It's the fact that it happened, right? It's not like
Wait, what?
it's like the way that it happened. It's a complete reversal and a denial of things that he knows to be true about his past. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's not just that he's like, oh, like I've changed, I've grown, my tastes have kind of become different. It's like, no, I actually believe things that I know aren't true about anime. I express them. And I
Yeah,
belittle things.
that's
And at the same
really.
time, it's like all contradictory. It's strange. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense to me. And when he was talking about who he's become, it was a rejection of who he was. At least that's what it seemed to me that he's
100%.
rejecting. And I was saying that it doesn't make sense how you're taking this position on anime when you know it to not be true. I was saying that to him.
Yes.
That
Oh,
you
I
know
heard that. I agree completely.
yeah, you know it not to be true, and yet you deny this. And I was saying, I was talking about the passive versus the proactive
Yeah.
dismissal of anime, and I was saying to him, when it comes to anime, it seems that you're doing a proactive dismissal of anime, where you're not saying, oh, I won't watch anime because it's too much investment. I From what I've heard about anime, it's too much of an investment. Or I wouldn't want to risk investing my time into anime, but based off of what I've seen, it's been really cringy. But the thing is, you did watch anime. You know that
Yes.
anime was
More
not
than you
like
did.
this.
Weird.
And you're even talking about kaiji, and I'm thinking, um, that's really strange. And he even said to me, "Oh, it's not like this, right?" And it couldn't possibly be like that because you've already invested time, so it couldn't even be true. And he's saying
Right.
it's not that. He was saying it was not. It's not a time investment thing. I forgot what he said, but to me, I felt very unsatisfied with the whole anime thing and why he doesn't like
Yes.
anime because it's a
Okay.
proactive dismissal.
Well, just to zero in on it, I mean, we know for a fact based on what Tricky said, if you remember in the conversation, Tricky said that his girlfriend told him, stop hanging out with your anime friends. They're losers. That's what he said. His girlfriend told him, right? And he didn't, he was really hesitant to say why he left in the first place, where that
Mm-hmm.
really came from. He attributed to a bunch of vague things. But we know from Tricky's, and like he's probably
Yes.
being the most real with Tricky's. We know that to be a fact as what he believes. So I thought the dynamic of him dancing around that was so fascinating to see because
Mm-hmm.
it was on some level the case that he was leaving his friends for pussy. And it's the most classic guy move of all time. I mean, it's not like a rare thing that guys do. The guys are very willing to like ditch anything. Like they're willing to like basically mutilate themselves mentally for pussy. Like it's crazy.
Uh-huh.
But I mean,
Observation of a gay man. I think you are
yeah.
absolutely correct.
Yeah, I mean, right? Trans, right? Kind of a pretty funny way to kind of look at that, mutilate themselves. But anyway, yeah, the with like him, like he is not really wanting to take accountability for that,
Mm-hmm.
and he's kind of trying to pass it on to all these vague things. And you mentioned this too. It's like he's acting like he's a passive subject when he's actually the active person doing these things and like making these choices, and just being left, just leaving his friends with the consequences, and then coming back and pretending like nothing happened. Like actively.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not passive, it's active.
Mm-hmm.
Extremely. Um, and another thing, there's so many things, but um, the fundamental contradiction is okay. Well, you can still have this change of opinion in anime, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can be like, well, this is how anime is viewed in the popular culture. I also feel like I've got all that I can out of it. I'm gonna go look at other things, engage in other things. Like people
Mm-hmm.
grow. It's like whatever, right? But
Mm-hmm.
it's like the way he's also choosing to go back and hang out with his anime friends. Like Tricky's watched an insane amount of anime. I looked at my anime list, like
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
250 series or something, like 200. Like he's like engaged with so much of it. It's like, why would you go back and hang out with these guys where they're going to be making anime references? Of course, that's what
Mm-hmm.
they know. They've
Yeah.
engaged with, right? What is this thing that draws you back if you're
Uh-huh.
denouncing it? And I don't know. The only
I
way I can explain it is by he's paying homage. He's doing a pilgrimage to pay homage to his dead self and like mourn it temporarily and then move on so he can feel guilt free. I think that's what he's doing. I think he's visiting
so
almost
interesting.
like what do you think about that? What do you think about that?
For me, I thought it was. I don't know. I haven't really dealt with a situation where somebody comes back into my life. So what I think it's you need friends, and
Yeah.
I didn't see, but I can see how you make that connection where it's him wanting to pay homage to his past self, where there's this guilt
Also
that
move
he
on kind
has
of
for
thing.
abandoning his friends that he talked to a lot, and so
Yes.
he's coming back to go, oh yeah, I'm really really sorry, because he obviously acknowledges that he's done something wrong,
Yes.
as to why he's incessantly
Vaguely. But he's never
vaguely.
really clear about what he did wrong. Like it's very vague. He's like, yeah, I definitely shouldn't have done that. It's like what?
Hmm.
Sorry, you go.
And I could totally see that, and I'm just struggling to read him because this situation hasn't really happened before. So this is going to be something that's going to happen over multiple conversations. I've not really had a strategy when it comes to. I've not had things written out. Okay, this is what I want to discuss. I want to keep this on topic because I really didn't. I just let the conversation flow. I didn't try and hold him onto a specific topic or anything.
Mhm.
Just to divulge information because I am just curious about all these things. That's why I just
I know
let
you
him
are, yeah.
go. And I don't think being crazy. That's why I said at the beginning, you don't need to talk about your girlfriend stuff because we don't know each
I'm
other.
not
We
trying
don't
to
know
really
each other like
pry
that.
in and like, yeah, break you open and like peer into the soul. I'm not trying to.
Exactly
You
right.
just don't know.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm trying to understand. So I'm being a lot more passive. Whereas if I was talking to somebody like that I know a lot more, then I'm going to be a lot more confrontational. So definitely more passive with him.
Oh, that's another thing I need. So, dude, he just kept describing himself as always being a certain way. What was crazy
Mhm.
to me is you had told me, you're like, dude, Ender is like one of the most passive people I ever met. I feel like whatever he was around, he was just gonna be like absorbed into. And then he was like describing his past self as like vaguely mean and like he
Uh-huh.
would fight. And you're like, you think you fought back then? You think you
Yeah,
were
he
like a
did
fighter
not.
back then?
He did
Yeah.
not. I spoke to that guy almost every day for like
No,
9
he was like
months.
apologizing. He was like, yeah, I just thought I was hot shit. I don't know where that came from. That's what he said, right,
He
Fleur?
did. He wasn't like
Yeah,
that.
he
He,
did
he
say
was
that.
very. He was very neutral. He was kind of like back then. It seemed like he was like the older brother figure of the group. He wasn't confrontation. I mean, it's not like he wasn't like a firm. Like he was confrontational in a way, but he just wasn't someone to start conflict. He wasn't what's the word, a starts with an I. What am I looking for? He wasn't an instigator. He
Instigator.
wasn't.
Oh yeah,
He just
yeah, yeah.
wasn't that type of person he's describing. I just don't see him as that type of person.
No, not only is he willing to instigate if he needs to speak his mind from his perspective, he's willing to stand his ground and fight to a bloody pulp. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I heard. I heard a man who's
What?
willing to fucking die over a traffic issue, And
Yeah.
it's like, then he transitions from that, describing essentially a superhero Hollywood badass like Chuck Norris
Hmm.
figure as him in real life, and being like, yeah, some people aren't super honest about how they are in real life versus how they are online. Did you see that? What are you
Wait,
talking about?
that's so
It was
funny. He said that.
crazy. So crazy, dude. Yo, this was
Right.
blowing my mind. I like was trying to
Bro.
go back to bed, dude. I was like, this is crazy what I'm hearing. What's going on?
Hmm. This
It's good.
this is why I need to do it over several conversations because I'm not gonna immediately dismiss what he told me, but it just seems so. No, I don't know Ender that well, so I definitely have it in the back of my mind. Yeah, maybe he was confrontational because I don't know him. Like I truly don't. So
No, but
that's
he's
why
framing
I'm.
himself as that, and it's clashing with what EXE remembers of him. And
Yeah,
you don't remember
exactly.
him that
Which
way
is making me
either.
even more suspicious. I don't remember him like that, and I've been in VCs with him, watching. I
You
think we
like
watched
them.
2 anime together, and that's probably the most we've been in VC. I've seen him interact with Yeti, and he was very meek. So him describing
How could you treat
himself.
Yezi? That's another thing. How could he have been best friends with Yezi and fucking always have hated anime and always have had these opinions about how anime is over sexualized? Like, it is so, it's like, it's not dissociative identity disorder, but
Mm,
he is fully changing his history, like, in front of us, in people who know what the history was on some level. Like, it's
mm-hmm,
wild.
mm-hmm. Now that you've said that, I want to talk to Trickies and see what Trickies and maybe even Frenzy say about his history, because I need to know more, because I'm way more in the dark than these guys are. These guys know way more. That's why I'm having these conversations. I'm not friends with you, and my friends felt a certain way, and now they're sort of just, oh yeah, let's play Roblox together. To me, that's crazy. I don't know how Tricky's doing that. I don't know how Knives are out. I'm not inviting you to my group, and so that's why I'm really trying to get to understand it. I find it really the repression that's just what's getting me. The repression of
The
who
repression, the
he
denial of the repression.
and yeah, the denial for sure. The fact that he's saying yeah, it's over. He's taking positions that don't make any sense with his understanding of anime, and I don't know if that memory lapse thing is something that's actually happening to him, or if it's
I think it did.
or if it's some sort of defense mechanism. Oh, I'm thinking about this. I need to stop thinking about this because I'm associating it with who I was before.
I
That's
think they're the same thing. I think the second thing is what creates the first thing. I think
uh
the process of needing to forget and needing to change yourself to fit into new environments and adopt a new personality, I think that creates a situation where you need to, quote, evacuate things from your mind. That person that I was in the past, you need to get that. You need to evacuate them from your mind. A lot of the things I remember, I don't even remember most things we talked about in the server. I evacuated that from my mind. Like, that's a pretty intense term he's using. Evacuated. Like, you think of like an
mm,
entire thing clearing, like all of it to like dry. Like, he's kind of intense. And yeah, he's describing a person purposely forgetting things so he can adapt 100%, I think. And it's
that's
reasonable. Yeah. Like,
that's my interpretation that he is purposely trying to stop himself from thinking about his past because he doesn't want to associate with his past, probably painful to some extent
but
because
the therapy is the process by which he is re-investigating this and re-engaging with this. And what
mhm,
he's doing is he's taking a therapist's advice and turning the fact that he left and hurt people and he feels guilty about that into his need to cleanse himself of that and move on
mhm,
and still leave, but just not feel bad about it anymore. He's turning the
mhm,
fact that he did something bad to his friends into something that he needs to overcome feeling guilty about because his therapist is telling him to do that. That's what I literally believe. If I'm being
mhm,
100, it's 5 a.m. for me. I'm stoned. I should have been sleeping, but that
mhm.
genuinely, I would stand by this if you were to ask me again, and I think I could explain it better.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So something to keep in mind, genuinely. Um,
Mhm,
but one thing, what you thought about how he keeps describing things as between winners and losers? Like, he doesn't describe what a winner is, but he's very clear
mhm.
about what a loser is. He has all these
Yes.
things about like, and the thing that was wild to me is you were like, I didn't really see you as a loser, and then he goes, he does this like snort thing. He's like,
Right.
really? He's like, you didn't
Yeah.
really? He's like
Yeah.
shocked. It's like,
Bro,
and I think this is another reason why he's so open about things, thinking this thing is losers. I think he thought everyone else moved on too, just like him, and I think he's
Mhm,
surprised to come back to see how similar things are, genuinely.
mhm.
And he's like caught off
Interesting.
guard by it because if
So would
things
you?
happen to you, wouldn't you assume they happen to other people? Like, it's kind of reasonable from his perspective
Mhm,
that like, yeah, people grow out of this. I grew out of this. Other people do. He didn't grow out of it. He was socially pressured into rejecting a part of himself and repressing his memories. But I mean, if you do that, you're like, hey, I grew up. Like, that's how people think of it.
mhm, mhm. I need to have more conversations with him. Do you have anything
Definitely
that do you have
things to ask him.
anything that you would want to ask him or want me to ask him? Because I
Yes.
yeah, okay, go on.
Okay. So, what did you miss about the server and the friend group? So, I want to hear the positives that brought you back. Like, what did you miss that made you want to be friends and part of the group again? Because I think it'll be revealing to say, like, see the difference between wanting to come back and check in and catch up with his friends and, all right, I got to get out of here versus like, no, I want to fundamentally be a part of this and I want to
Mm-hmm.
keep engaged. Um, so I'll send that. Just what do you miss about the server and the friend group? Um, next thing I would say is, let's see, what is it? I took some notes, which was very agile. Let's fucking go, right? Let's fucking
I
go.
can't
This is
believe you
so
took
fun.
that. That's so funny.
Yeah. Okay. I wrote things that I described as nukes, like things if you want, but there's also ones that. But okay, so here's another thing. He said to you, he was like, okay, I wanted people to see who I was. So he kind of described wanting people to see himself,
Mhm.
who he was online. He's like, I'm a really good guy, and you wouldn't
Mhm.
really see that by online because I don't
Yeah,
really.
sir. Yeah, sir.
And you're talking about
Mhm.
that, right? So it was in the context of him wanting to show a part of himself, very positive, right? So that's why part
Mhm.
with the thing of him ego flexing on his friends. I think that's part of it. But
Mhm.
he also described how he's like, well, it's tough to really get to know someone online, but at the same time, he describes like online friendships as like getting to know a person and understanding them and like real and like things that are valid. But
Mhm.
he also describes this inability to ever know anybody online at all. Like he kind of flip flops between them. He's like, yeah, like your online self is obviously different, but obviously it's a part of you. Like
Mhm.
he's not clear about what the difference between the online and the offline is for him. Like,
Mhm.
because I think what he's doing is trying to construct a world in which he can deny that he did offline harm to people that are just online. Like the people need to stay as just
Mm.
online, so he can avoid being like, oh, I probably hurt them and it probably affected their offline world too. Like if they're
Mhm.
humans, they aren't just like, online friends. They're human beings that
Mhm.
were affected by your absence and loss. And again, Tricky's when we were betting on New Year's outcomes this
Mhm.
year, of like what would be likely to happen this year, over under
Mhm.
likelihood. We Tricky's had the idea for Ender coming back as one of them, but we decided it was so unlikely. The chances were so low that was happening. We're not even going to put it in the joke bet server. It was so impossible to do. It's been gone for so long.
Wow.
The idea of him coming back is so crazy. And you can go in the bet server and you can see that I had a conversation with Tricky's about this, and he's like, he's confirming this, right? So this is like when you think about just how dramatic it was for them, for him to come back and have these perspectives on it, very self-serving. And again, it's very important to ask, like, what's the difference between online and offline friends? And does that change how much responsibility
Mhm.
you feel to them? You know,
Um,
like, are they friends in the same way, or are they just kind of podcast like chill buddy hangout voices
mhm.
that you can abandon and leave and pick up whenever you want, just kind of like like appendages to your chill time, you know?
Right.
And you could even just say it this way, like if you want to be really aggressive. And I loved when you said it originally, which was how many people did he go to before us, kind of thing. Like how many other attempts did he make before he finally went to us?
Mhm.
I think it's such an interesting way to think of it.
Yeah.
Especially when he so fundamentally rejects openly, like a fundamental tying thing of the game of the server.
Mhm.
By the way, was he a zombies player?
No, but
Mm,
he did play it, but he wasn't
He played
a
five.
yeah.
player. It's more of his friends played it, so he maybe hopped on a co-op. That's my
Yeah, I
understanding of
think
how
he
he
played
played
five.
zombies.
I think he played five with Yezzy or something, or I saw him playing five at one point.
There
I
was a
think.
there was a Darius 4P
Yeah,
with
Darius Wolf.
Jumpy, Yezi, and
Jordan.
Ninjas.
I think Jordan. No, Jordan may have been
Chumpy!
in a
He starts
ball.
with Chumpy, and he thinks weebs are like gross and like that's
Yeah,
crazy. Like
yeah,
he
it's
really is
insane.
changing up his opinions in kind of crazy ways to think about. It's like, um, yeah. Another thing is like, what do winners do? Like,
Mhm.
ask him like what do winners do? What makes a loser versus a winner? Because he's just saying these words like they mean something. He's like, dude, I was such a loser back then. Which means what? Like, and you're a winner now? He's like, bro, I have like a lot of things that are all myself. Now, again, that's fine to be. It's self-reliance is super important, and you acknowledge this. Like, it's such an important skill, and it's very valuable to have. It's very cool, important. But also, and this was unacknowledged. Like, people develop that skill by the need to be self-reliant because like people fuck over them over, and that's like difficult and traumatic. And he kind of was explaining how it's cool he owns stuff,
Mhm.
and it's all his, but then also slipping in like, yeah, I don't live with anybody and my family isn't nearby and I'm like alone in this house. And so
Mhm.
it's like, is he just it's like, oh, during this therapy time, I need to reconnect with my friends, and then I'm gonna build myself up, and then I'm gonna get back out in the real world, and I'm just gonna leave this all goodbye. I'm gonna leave this by, and I'm gonna feel like less guilty. I feel like that's what he's gearing up for, 100%. I think that he's doing a therapy process by which he recovers after losing his girlfriend, which is very traumatic, and he's redeciding what he wants to do with his life. He's very alone right now, and to pass the time, his therapist recommended to reconnect with his online friends. I think when he regains the strength mentally and spiritually, he will leave, go back out in the real world, and try to be normal.
Mhm. I definitely I definitely think that You've definitely come to a lot harsher of a conclusion. I say harsher, not really harsher in terms of just more of a pinpoint. You're assuming a lot more.
Mhm.
I never, because I know
It's
we
not
talk about
groundless.
therapy. It definitely isn't groundless. I know we talk about therapy, but I didn't know how proactive he was involved in therapy. I don't know if that was something that he was
No,
going
he
to do.
described himself as actively being in conversation with a therapist. He was like, "Oh, there's therapy
Oh,
things, and
okay.
yes, I'm working with a therapist. And I'm trying to make myself, get myself better." And again, you make sense to get a therapist after a girlfriend. Like that's what
Mm-hmm.
you would tell a person who went through that, who's an adult and stuff. Like you'd be like, "Okay, make sure you talk to a therapist. That'll be helpful." And yeah, and it makes sense if you have lost your girlfriend. She was your world. She shaped you into all the best parts of who you are, which is like, whoa, what is that? Like he was like described his girlfriend as like making all of the best things of him was like guided by his girlfriend. I was like, dang, like that's like he really feels like a debt of soul to her. Like he was really connected with her. Losing that pretty significant. And like, yeah, I would get a therapist too. And then you're feeling really lonely. A therapist is thinking easy steps. An easy step, low friction, and this explains why he's reaching out now, is to reach out to online friends who are in the same place
Mm-hmm.
and want to play games with you while you're at home recovering from losing your girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Like it clicks for me. It like this lines up
Mm-hmm.
to me.
You have
And I'm not
way
saying
more,
this is
you have way more experience. I've never been to therapy, so I have no idea how those conversations go. I didn't even know this was a thing that people would do, or it's something that a therapist would recommend to you. Where you're oh yeah, go and talk to your past friends. Yeah, no, those are
it's,
things
it's
that.
it's exposure therapy. It's like, oh, I don't know how I'm gonna be able to form a relationship again. Well, take it small. What about those online friends you talked to me about? See what they're up to and play some games with them because that's low stakes. You're not really invested or that connected. There's not a lot of risk. It's easy to kind of get back out there, start socializing again. Therapists think in terms of small steps, exposure, gradual improvement, overall strong growth. That's what they're thinking, and it's a very easy small step to reach out to your online friends. And then eventually, again, it's like, and this would make sense, recovering from a relationship, trying to get back out there, gain some self confidence. Well, why don't you reconnect your past self? You like those guys, and they're probably different too. I mean, I'm sure you're worried you've changed a lot and they're not going to accept you, but they've grown up too. I mean, the same amount of time's passed for them, right? He comes back, he's like, yeah, we were real losers back then, and everyone's like, what? Like, yeah, and you can see why he'd come in with such confidence because his therapist was saying this is like probably it's gonna be fine, just gonna. And so I think there's again a lot of questions, but I want to throw out some like, again, I'm not saying I know, I can't read minds, no way, I'm guessing a lot, but there's some nuggets here. There's some questions. So again, it's so contradictory. You have this opinion of yourself that's so negative in the past, and yet you're doing the things that would bring you closer to that past self. Why?
Mhm. Oh, that's such a good question. Holy shit. Um,
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
Why? Something like that. But like that's like the fun. It's like there's so many questions like this. It's like what is going on here? And again, I I would say the most charitable interpretation, and this is what I think would be is like, I also felt like a lot of the way I was living my life was too stressful. A lot of what I was getting wasn't authentic, and I needed to reconnect with who I was before a lot of this stuff. And if he's genuinely, and maybe it's therapy inspired too, but if he's on like a trying to reconnect and regain parts of him that he feel like may have lost, there's value in that. And that's not like, but if again, the nefarious answer would be that he's trying to absolve himself by guilt by forming a temporary connection while he's down. And when life starts up again, he's going to get busy, going to slowly disappear. And he's not going to have guilt because he absolved it last time. And they're happy for him now. And he can tell himself that they're happy for him for like getting back out there after his girlfriend. Um, that
mhm.
would be the most nefarious answer. But it doesn't have to be that necessarily. But just like it's like we should know. We want to know like what's going on with this, right? What were the intentions?
Yeah, I don't at all trust his intentions, especially when you lay it
Cookies deserve
out.
not to be red gold.
Oh, it looks like he's gonna get Trump coined right now.
Yeah, I feel a little bit right. Like it's gonna get Trump pulled hard and get major Trump coin.
Yeah.
Basically, there's
Uh,
just an open money laundering racket with the president. Anyway, sorry. But if I was talking to him, I was thinking about doing some stuff, being like, yeah, I'm not a big politics guy. Like, just doing some things that, because he doesn't know me, just to really like signal to other people who may be listening that I'm not being, I'm more kind of, I'm not being 100% truthful. I'm kind of trying to get at stuff with him. Because one thing that's fun too is that, how'd you take it when he was like, hey, like, I'm a fighter. I don't back down. I tend to be confrontational. You kind of carry yourself the same way. I'm like this outside of online. Are you a fighter offline? Like, was he challenging you to a fight? Like, was he like? I don't think he was. But,
Wait,
like,
he said that?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
No fucking
that's kind of
way.
weird, right? Like, it was at the end, like towards the end, after you've been talking for a while, he was like, and you were like, "Hey, man, I'm not a fighter. You described being beaten to a pulp. I don't know why that happened. I would have tried to not have that happen." Like, that's so true. That's what you said, right? It was so crazy.
Yeah, that was insane to me. Yeah, I couldn't believe he said that.
What are you talking about? You're bragging about being beaten to a pulp. What are you talking about? Like,
there's confrontational, and then there's
suicidal.
Yeah, just getting into physical confrontations. Yeah, that's something. Yeah, I definitely didn't do that. I thought that was insane. I was actually so confused at that point. I didn't know what the fuck was. I didn't even know what the fuck was going on when he told me that. I was really. I was what the fuck is this whole. I was so off. I was really off put by that. By that comment.
That was strange to me too. Very strange.
Yeah, I didn't even know how to respond. That you were fighter too? No,
You're like,
because
no.
I don't see it connect. When I'm confrontational, it's I'll talk to people, but I'm diplomatic. I'm not. I'd definitely be a lot more confrontational in the past in terms of we're throwing ad hominems. We're just talking shit. We're not even really trying to get to the root of the problem. That's me in the past for sure. Incredibly confrontational, in the wrong sort of way. But I'm confrontational now. But I'm definitely very diplomatic, for sure. Very diplomatic. So when he says, "Oh, are you confrontational?" Do I hear that about you? I don't know if fighting is what I would call confrontational, because.
But he also implied that he's like, hey, and I'm consistent. And it was crazy because what you were saying is like, I think that if you're away online, that's who you are in the online context. Just like if you're mean to your sister or mean to someone, like you're mean in that context. That's who you are in that context, 100%. Like,
Yes.
And so him asking, are you the same online and offline? It's like, no, because of different contexts. But also, like, if you are, that would not be also weird for you. Like, I don't know what even he's trying to ask of you. I think he's trying to make you think about the idea of fighting offline in some way. It just seemed strange. And again, maybe misinterpreting, might be worth listening back, but it just came out of nowhere. And I will say, a part of why you were probably confused, dude, he danced around all of what you said and went on these long, windy explanations where he tells stories like, yeah, sometimes therapy is tough. Sometimes you're like, therapy is tough for Marines because they have a hard time, connecting with a therapist. Like one time, they have all this trauma from war and stuff. And so one time this therapist yawned. And the guy started screaming, he's like, "You will not yawn at me. You will not." And she's like, "I wasn't yawning. I was like genuinely interested. I was just tired. I'll try not to yawn." And it was like, what does it have to do with anything with what you said? It had nothing. The only way it was related was he went to therapy and he was also in the military. He was filibuster because he did not like the type of questions you were asking, quite frankly. Like they were windy answers. And I was
they were really windy answers, but I was not prepared for the conversation at all. So it was more of, I'm interested in what I was more interested in, it's like for me, that was relevant information. It was not, usually if I'm talking to somebody that I know and I have a problem with, there is no, you're not winding. I know what I'm trying to get out because I already know you. So that is all of the stuff that you're saying. I did it with EXE in the call now, where he's saying, when he was searching his name up in the Discord, I'm saying he's explaining to me why he did it. I just stopped and was like, I don't care what you're doing. You shouldn't be doing this ever. There is no context because I could, and I gave the hypotheticals. If somebody's cheating, right? Couldn't they just say the same thing to you? Oh yeah, I got really, really drunk, and then this co-worker, we've hooked up before. I said the same thing to him because
you fell down because their belt was stolen by this homeless guy, and then
right,
like my ass. It was crazy. It just slipped,
Yeah, and the thing is, those are how these situations happen. It is a very spontaneous thing. Nothing in life is, oh yeah, it's just really deliberate. Yeah, it's not a test. It's a bunch of spontaneous different solutions, and you need to hold strong through all of these different interactions. And that's I immediately, I can pick what relevant information is when I know who I'm talking to. I know the information, but for him, I was definitely very caught off guard.
He exploited it 100%. He exploited it. He stalled. He was stalling like in his answers so often, and then again, you would respond, I thought, relevantly and intelligently to what he said, and he would then be like, I think with what you said to me, I misstated with what I'm saying. It's like he said that like 6 times in a row after he responded, and most of what you were saying was you trying to piece together what he said out of what he said. So you were mostly just saying back to him what he said, and he's like, that seems wrong because that makes me sound like a bad person. It's like I must have not said that right because I came across like a bad person. Like that's crazy.
I remember him doing that with the online versus offline self. That's definitely something that I'm so interested in inquiring, especially when and then relaying it to the friend group thing where how do you view us in terms of I say us, I should say, how do you view Trickies and
Zoo.
Yeah, and Zoo in general, in terms of friends, because you only have an online interaction. How do you view this? Because you say, from the way you presented it before, and I remember him changing his answer after he presented what he was saying. He was basically saying the offline versus online self, how you act on. He was sort of discrediting how you act online, and he walked back from it when he.
Yes.
When I presented how. My opinion on it, where isn't that just who you are? Even if you're acting like a clown within a different friend group, that is still who you are. That's how I associate you. And same thing with the with all these factors when he talked about his life. I don't know how relevant that is to your disposition and how you treat other people, because I quite frankly couldn't care if he's self-reliant. I was trying to say, I was trying to big him up, oh yeah, you should be proud of this.
Said how fucking proud he was. Like, my teacher said I wasn't gonna become in the military. No one said I was gonna be able to succeed. By the way, side note, I'm gonna hit him a little bit with this. So I'm just gonna speak with this in. He has major insecurities about not making special ops in some way because he was very like, we're basically special ops. He was like, I'm the military unit I was in. It was like basically special ops. It's like almost special ops. It's like, dude, okay, I know how the military works. There's a major caste system, and the difference between special ops and not special ops, it's an entirely different. Like, it's an entirely different military reality. And if you're saying you're basically that, you're coping. That's just definition.
That's so interesting. I wouldn't even be able to pick that up because I know nothing about the structure of military.
No, I know, but this is something I would be like, dude, I would be like, bro, you're in the military? Dude, I know someone who is in like special forces. Like, that's so cool. And I'm gonna immediately say I know people who are higher ranked.
No, I think somebody in Zoo, I think one of Frenzy's friends was part of special ops.
That's pretty.
That's perfect. Bringing up Frenzy. That's a trifecta right there.
Okay, well, I was thinking, but he is like, he is stalling to get out of dealing with the fact that like he did things online that had offline repercussions, and now he's trying to go online to deal with his offline loneliness. And he's like not coming back to the same world. He's like, bye, bitches. I got a girl now, and I don't need none of you fucking losers. And he's like coming back being like, hey, what's up, guys? We've changed a lot in the last 3 years, haven't we? It's like, well, I don't know. I haven't talked to you in 3 years, So I don't know. Again, I'm being kind of catty about it, but I was so annoyed that he didn't answer your questions because you were asking me such interesting questions, and he just, again, the self-reliance stuff has just not had anything to do with you at all. Like, but it's tough for you to pin that down because, yeah, you don't know him. He could be getting to something relevant, but
he could be getting into something relevant. I'm just. That's, to me, it's the first conversation. It's very relevant information for me to at least know other aspects of his life. So I already forgot. To me, it was not an interrogation. It was a conversation where he was just flowing, and it was just flowing to different things. And I was completely unaware of what I even asked. So you were way more attentive to what I was asking. I was like, what was I asking? I don't even know. Why? Now that you
remember what
I'm
saying, I'm not like making it up. Like I'm like on it, right? Like because I was like, this is crazy.
Right. I was totally off the ball. I was totally off my game because, quite frankly, the the abundance of new information that was getting introduced, I was very intrigued because I knew this person, so him doing all these things is very intriguing to me.
the continuity versus discontinuity thing is so key with him. Like with you, it's like, yeah, like you were confrontational in the past in a way where you were mocking and trolling and kind of more like about like kind of, you know, fucking with people's social status and trolling people and stuff. But now you are still direct and boisterous, but in a way that's more like a call to like learning and knowing and like, you know, talking and debating and like it's a more like cooperative sense of like trying. So that's continuity to me. Like there's parts of you that logically would lead into other things based on you experiencing events, and there's just he went in a room, came out with different bones. You know what I'm saying? Like he like his skeleton was swapped, and every now and again you hear a clink, and you're like, "What the fuck is that?" About? He's like, "Oh, I just have a completely different skeleton." Like, what happened? He's like, "Just some, you know, I just big time. I grew up." It's like, no, what? We also we did have our skeletons. It's complete inverse of all of his opinions, of all of his beliefs, and he doesn't even remember it, or claims not to. I think that I think the claim is questionable, frankly. Especially when he was saying he was coming back to me, the Kaijin references. It's like, man, I bet they were making a lot of references. It's kind of weird that they just started coming back to you, you know, as a random example. Like he's probably playing with this kind of question of how much he wants to remember, I think, and I think the more he remembers, the more it's going to hurt him to know that he left it, if that makes sense. I think the less he remembers of what happened in the friendship that took place, the less he has to feel guilty about what he abandoned, and the less he has to think about the impact it had for others. Because it's just like an online friendship, and he doesn't remember how much everyone involved cared for him and how much it hurt when he left, then he doesn't have to take responsibility for it, right?
For sure. I brought that I brought up the whole why I was being confrontational towards him, why I was suspicious of him, because from my perspective it's all these people were, there was definitely some resentment, and I had to, that's why I was being confrontational. But the way you put it all together for me, I didn't even really put it together to that extent, because the way I was thinking about it was, this is a curiosity thing. My friends they felt a particular way about you, and that to me already signals, okay, you're someone to be suspicious of, because I didn't know you that well, and the fact that you betrayed all of this, of course I'm going to be suspicious.
Yeah.
So when you come back, I'm suspicious, and this is the reason why I have a right to be suspicious, because all my friends were resentful. You went one step further and went, oh, you've caused a lot of harm in this Discord, and he's sort of running away from that. I never even really thought about that. Yeah, he kind of is. You did cause some sort of chaos, because now that you bring up Tricky's behavior when you're talking about does Ender have any chance of coming back? The fact that Ender is still on his mind, when I would have been done. I would have been completely done with Ender. I can't believe he's been, before even having a chat with him, getting to know his intentions, because that's the first thing I want to do. I immediately want to know your intentions on why you're talking to us. The fact that he's just been playing Roblox with him as if it's just the good old days again, even though, okay, why is he playing with you? Why is he laughing with you? Why is he getting joy with you? Does he see you as the same person as you saw him, where you're making bets, he's still on your mind? Yeah, I didn't even view it like that. Now,
the end result of the thought is there's no way he comes back. That guy is so far long gone. Like, it's not even worth writing down as a joke. Like, that's crazy. It wasn't just that, oh yeah, he was on his mind. It's like, oh, he was on his mind, and then we thought about it, and then he was like, because I don't know Ender, I don't know how likely it was to hear him to come back. That was like all trickies for him to go through, to come up with that, and then be like, it's there's no way it's gonna happen, you know? And like, there's almost this like despair in it, where it's like Tricky's feels like he can't contact Ender, but Ender probably had the sense he could contact Tricky's at any given time, and he was like, probably had an awareness of that, and knew he could do that. And again, whether that came from him or someone else giving that advice, like that, however that happened, came from a thought, which is, I bet they would like to hang out with me again, and it'd be cool to catch up. And again, I think he thought everyone else grew up. I don't think he realized that the type of growth he had is so rapid and so instant. You know, for him to have done all the things he described. How old is he? Like 22, 23?
You said he was 22.
Like, that's a crazy amount of stuff. He's like, yeah, things are so different when I was 19. 1922, that's not that long of a difference normally. Like, normally that's like college, like freshman or sophomore to like junior or senior. Like it's not that crazy of a jump, and like he's completely different in a complete 180 degree, discontinuous. You're continuous. EXC's continuous. Tricky's is continuous. I feel like I'm continuous. I feel like Wonder's continuous. I feel like a lot of people in there are continuous. He seems discontinuous, and I think you gotta get some continuity. I think you gotta know like what's this about, because I think if he was to come back and then leave again, like it's one thing to feel rejected in the past and be like, well, I've grown up since then and they're doing other things. But for them to come back and then leave you again as your new self, not only are you re-drinking up, but you're like, man, I didn't grow at all in that time. I'm still a worthless person that deserves to be left. Like, that's damaging. That's fucked. And I think it would hurt people. And so just, at least making him know that, like, not letting him escape without knowing that if he was to leave again, it would do harm. It would do damage. It did last time. Let's not pretend it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And if he was to do it again, he has to know what would happen. He doesn't get to pretend otherwise.
In some of the stone, especially the "if you leave again" part. That's gonna cause damage to the people that are in here that had suspicions of you and were able to quell them just to have a nice time with you. So if you were to leave again, you would be causing damage. I actually would want him to consider that.
And yeah, be accountable to that in some way. Like, it will know he is, because even if, and also consider how open he is to hang it, because it's like, if you're not going to be hanging around people very long, it's fine to be like, hey, you like anime? I don't like it very much. We're just not going to talk about it, because I'm only going to talk to you for like a month probably. But if you're, going to be around a person for a group a while, that's a main topic of conversation. I mean, like, it's like being on DXC all the time, feeling like, dude, music, I just don't like music at all. Music is just something I'm not interested in. And it's like, and you're hanging out with DXC, and it's like, I think the subtext is like probably not for very long. If you're willing to, if that's such a central thing for you, and it's such a conflict, and you're just gonna leave it unaddressed, well, you're probably doing so because you feel like it doesn't need to, because the timeline's short. I'm just saying,
Yeah, that's immediately why I got the lack of his
commitment.
The lack of his commitment to even consider an anime. It's the proactive dismissal of anime rather than the passive dismissal. Makes me think.
But then the
that
deflecting inability to engage with it as an actual opinion or conflict. Like, it's an opinion he throws out there, and he gets any pushback, and he's like, well, obviously it's more than just that. It's complicated, but yeah, anyway, fuck anime. Let's move on. It's like, wait a minute. Like, nothing's being resolved. We fundamentally disagree. And I feel like you're going to be weird every time I bring up this thing I bring up all the time. That's like not functional. And like, how could you not know that's not functional? Well, maybe you know, and you just think it's going to end soon enough, and so it doesn't matter, And I don't know, again, so I kind of flipped again. I was much more on the, you remember this, I was much more on the, like, I give benefit of the doubt. But dude, there was so much, and like, it was so evasive.
But I need to be cognizant of that way more now, instead of just, oh wow, this is new information, I'm just interested, so I'm going to let him ramble on and then completely forget what, I honestly don't even remember the specific questions I asked him, because he rambled on to completely different points. I only just realized that now. That, why the fuck was he bringing up about his, why was he going into such detail on, what he's doing right now in real life? It is really... But I think I'm glad. I think I should have just been a little bit more cognizant of what I asked, because that's really good information just on itself, that he's being really evasive.
So interesting. Oh yeah, that's such good information. As I was saying earlier, like, I don't think you did anything, especially for first encounter, first conversation. I thought you were actually very diplomatic. And again, I thought you were gonna go in way hotter. Like, you actually started out by being like, yo, like, again, I don't want to pry into your girlfriend too much. Like, you showed him grace on that. But I thought it was so funny, because what you're asking is like, hey, like, why did you leave? And you're immediately like, oh, I don't want to get your girlfriend. And then you're like, so what about anime? And I was like, you sly dog, you know what you're doing. I was like, you know exactly what you're doing. The tricky fox. That's not exactly what you're doing. I loved it. Then you just started stalling and filibustering, and it's like, again, it's something that is tough to maintain on topic. So it's such new information, but I was able to crank up the speed when he was talking about his job as making night vision goggles. He just randomly talking about, I got a car, I own everything I own, I make like night vision goggles. Like, you're just talking about like very different things. Like he's I don't know who he's talking to, frankly. With some of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think he's not talking to you in those moments, you know.
I'm glad that we had this conversation, because there's definitely there are things that I just wouldn't be able to understand with my understanding of everything that I know in my life. I don't even understand in terms of the time span of what he's accomplished. I didn't know that was even a cause for suspicion, because I don't know what he's doing. I have no idea. To me, he's just saying words on, oh, he's basically being an independent person. To me, that's what he's saying to me. For you, it's completely different. You actually have some knowledge of what he's saying. So the fact that he could potentially be fibbing, but also this whole redemption story where he's going back and recontacting his friends to sort of this is something that he might have regret for, and so if he comes back and says, oh, I'm sorry, it's sort of I guess regret off of his back. Oh yeah, wow, I didn't even know that was a thing that
that's a big thing in therapy. Make amends. Look up make amends. That it's literally the definition of the term make amends. Okay, it's all about going back, talking, conversation. There's no expectation that you're actually going to be in their life going forward. A lot of it is just, hey man, we were younger back then, stuff happened back then, it was different back then. Like, we both changed, we're both doing our own thing. All right, talk to you later. Like, that's a lot of what it is. And I think that's so interesting. But also the military, I was not saying that he was lying about what he did, but it's more like a resume, where your resume, you're like, okay, so what you did is you made a lemonade stand when you were 5, and it's like, I managed import and processing facilities and distribution facilities of a produce, which netted a 10,000% increase in sales in the first quarter. It's like, okay, you sold lemonade. No, but like that technically is selling lemonade.
Right.
You're taking lemons, you're processing it, you're making juice, you're selling it. But I just described it in an insane, complex way that sounds like you did more than you did. It was like, I was a terrorist detention security officer, and then I came back to overseas, and then I came back and I did police work in America, and then I wanted to become a firefighter, but that didn't work out, and then I wanted to become a EMT, but I'm kind of in mid-training with that. That didn't really work out, and I decided, what, I'm going to do a defense contractor. And it's like, that's a lot, and you start wondering, like, how much of each of those things was being done. Like, did you do like a month as a security guard? Like, because you're doing training for like a year and a half, 2 years. Like when you're in the army, a lot of times, you're not being deployed like in 6 months. He's been there for 3 years. So it, like, when you think about the time that each of those things would take for them to be meaningful, I think he's inflating what it is, and I think he just did a typical security guard duty that was like continuous in America and overseas. It wasn't that different. He just kind of stood around by a building, probably. And but he has to say it in a way that like kind of implies military valor, because he's very proud of himself. And he has every reason to be. I mean, he seems like he was injured, went deaf, like kind of lost his hearing, in some way. And and it seems like he has a need to be like, what I did was worth it and good and very important. Kept our country safe. It was like that guy like was saying, you should have heard me, and he was like, I fought for my nation for you. He's very, that's a big thing for him. So I think but he's inflating probably what was just like standing by buildings in the desert. Like, it was probably pretty hot. Might have got some sunburns. Probably do a lot of paperwork stuff, but yeah, like I don't think So I think, but he's trying to make himself seem accomplished, and I think it implies the ego thing. It implies the aggrandizement, the self, the big upping of the self.
That's so funny. If I knew a lot of this stuff, I wish I knew more about this stuff, because I am completely unequipped to even pick apart what he's telling me. If he's picking himself up, because this is a big ego thing, and that is definitely very relevant to the rejection of his past self and the sort of inflation of who he is now, because he has to big up who he is now in order to separate who he was before. I was a loser back then. There isn't, and that's so much easier to reject anime when, oh, I'm a loser, and associating being a loser with like an anime, it's so much easier to reject that, because society, or at least the society that he exists in, probably that there is a benefit to rejecting something like anime, at least to the extent that he liked it, where he was buying figures. There is a value to reject that, and so there are mechanisms he employs to reject these things by bigging up the new self while diminishing the old self, and that just
Erasing
goes.
the old self to some extent. Like,
Would
I
you
think
say?
it's extreme. Erasing the old self to some extent.
Yeah.
It's extreme
Well,
misremembering the old self
complete.
according to
Yeah.
everyone else. Yeah,
Not even
it's extreme.
misremembering. It's just not remembering the past
Yeah,
self.
not remembering. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like,
That's.
that is so fascinating. That's part of what's so fascinating about this. Again, I'm more curious than anything. I don't have a dog in the fight. Again, the thing that worries me is that he's going to leave again. It's going to be even more traumatic for people who thought he was back, who was excited to show them their new self, and now they feel like their new self has been rejected. That sucks. Like, it's like I wasn't good enough before, and I'm not good enough now. Like, that would be bad. So I just got worried about that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I didn't know how much it would have affected Tricky. Is the way he's responding to this is so telling. And just a little tidbits you told me about Ender, that I didn't notice it before, um, to the same extent, but now this is all revealing a lot to me that Tricky's does give a fuck about Ender, and the fact that
like,
when I'm telling him that I'm completely suspicious of this person, he's not really acting upon any of it, and he's saying that, yeah, I'm not as confrontational as you, and it's just he wants to maintain the status quo, and by maintaining the status quo, with not in what do you call it, not confronting, why did you leave, why are you back, not being curious about any of these things, he gets to live, in the old days where he's friends with Endo, but in turn you have no idea if he's going to be somebody that stays, and so he's
it's
setting him
tough
up.
to believe he is. It's tough to believe he is, frankly, at
Yeah.
this point. Unless he answers convincingly why he's back, what he's looking to get out of being back. Again, it's totally possible he's trying to reconnect with the self that he feels like he cut off too soon. He is conflicted with how he views his past self. But what he said to you made me think that he hated his past self, that he loves who he is, that he's a fucking
I think he
winner of like
outright
a bunch
I think he
of
outright
losers.
said he disliked himself before.
Oh yeah, you thought I was a fucking. You didn't think I was a loser back then. Like I
Mm,
hated my past self. I was a fucking loser. I didn't do
mm,
anything. And also, yeah, lying. Like you weren't aggressive. You were passive. You were the most passive. Like everything you
mm,
said to me, I hadn't listened to him talk to anybody before,
Oh fuck.
and or heard from him before. But everything
mm,
I'd heard leading up to this moment, because Tricky's had 2 or 3 different conversations where Ender is central. Because a lot of what he will do is he'll tell me the history of Zoo or like the history of stuff
mm,
going on in Zoo. It is interesting. I like knowing about it. And
mm.
he will then a lot of it is about Ender. A lot of it is the period before Ender left, and then the period after Ender left. Like in his mind, I
Oh,
see it as
it's
he
too.
divides.
Yeah, I hear that a
It's
lot.
before. Isn't that so exactly what it is? So like you see that you're like, yo, like this guy is so devastated, so impacted. It's almost like again like BC versus CE in
Yeah,
his
yeah.
mind for his kingdom. Like for his kingdom, it's like this was the before the Ender era, and this is the
Yeah,
after Ender era, and the
yeah.
new dawn is born of the new Ender era, and it's like the cold has returned of the god Ender era. Like
Yeah.
the black is taken back. So I. Sorry,
It's not
day
even. It's not even trickies because this is the way EXE describes it too. Though with
Yeah, you talked
EXE,
about how much it fucked with you too, EXE. You told me that. Like,
I didn't know that. I've not asked this. Wait, let me go for a piss, and then no, I'm so curious. I didn't even know the extent of this. Hold on, baby.
well, because EXE and I'm always very confidential with things that we talk about, of
Yeah,
course.
I know. Yeah.
But like abandonment generally, it's not crazy to imagine that you would connect that to this. And I think you did. I think you told me that. I think you said that was tough for you to have the friend group kind of fall apart a little bit in the way it
Hmm.
did with
Yeah,
Ender.
yeah.
It just seemed that's what I heard. I remember you saying.
I mean, yeah, like back then. I mean, okay, I have like the worst memory ever, so I don't even remember much about him to begin with. But I will say that him leaving, like him just abandoning us. That's how I seen it. He just abandoned
Yeah.
us. He had better things to go for. You had someone that he would rather be around than us, so that's what he did. And
He had pussy to get. That's what it was. He was literally just trying to get pussy. And like, I don't know. Doesn't it just seem like there's like, I guess it's like, well, listen, if I need to bring, I need to, you know, he was horny. I think he doesn't want to admit it.
yeah,
But it fucked with you guys. It's like he made a selfish choice. People make that choice. But hey, man, like coming back and not acknowledging it and not kind of dealing with it, like kind of selfish. I feel like, you know, but I feel like Tricky's is scared to lose him. It's like, don't talk about it and maybe he'll stay.
Is that what he said, or is that just
No,
like?
no, 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 no. That's kind of a vibe. That's not a quote whatsoever in any way. It was more just the actions that are being taken by the lack of discussion, the focus on just enjoying playing games together. That kind of narrow-minded focus implies a kind of fear of bringing it up, because why not bring it up if you're excited to and interested in it and have questions? If you're not bringing it up, it's often because you're afraid of the consequences of bringing it up, I think. And I think he doesn't want to risk losing him again. I don't think he wants to risk losing Andrew again. Um, but yeah, no, yeah, it did affect. Yeah, as you said, you guys were abandoned by him. I think that's what.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sorry, I'm playing Tekken, so I'm a
No
little
worries.
bit disconnected. But yeah, yeah. I mean, it was definitely hard to deal with. You know, for a long time, I would like hope about it. I mean, obviously, the way that I've I guess, the way that I like completely swapped from my original position. I mean, it obviously just really hurt me.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, the thing is it obviously really bothered me. And whenever like Fleur mentioned it to me about how he feels about the situation, I looked at it in retrospect, because I've noticed I am just that type of person where I need people to kind of put things into perspective and stuff like that. And then I kind of just realize stuff, or if I'm not sure how I feel about something, I'd have to go to someone to like hear what they think, and that kind of helps me harbor my
Get
own
going.
opinion on it, you know?
Yeah, like you start to get the idea of the ball rolling. You're like, okay, and yeah, I kind of see that, and you start building off and thinking about it. Like it's a, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, like that's so. Whenever I heard him talk about it, I kind of had like the same opinion, and I guess I kind of just added onto it. But the way that I see it is like he just. There's obviously a lot of possibilities of why he's even here, but I think that's the main reason is why are you here? Like, what are you actually doing here? You know, like you just because at the time I didn't even say anything, but to be honest, when I think about it, there is definitely a lot of like I don't want to say hatred, but there's definitely a lot of negative emotions with him.
Bitterness, for sure. Bitterness. There has to be. You're like,
bitterness,
that
yes.
was not the way to do it. That was
because it really, it definitely hurt me. You know, it definitely did hurt to have to just deal with that, just losing someone like that. So for me to think now, it's like this guy went for that long, and then he just kind of comes back, and he wants to just be a part of this now. It's just like, why the fuck are you here? I can't really think, but
because it's a part of his healing process, and his therapist says you just need to like move past these things so you can kind of grow and develop into a more holistic and self-confident person. You know, relationships are tough, and you know, maybe you can start slow and you know, connect with those old online friends you just play games with.
But yeah, no, I don't know. It's just for me, I'm very annoyed because right, he's came back, and it's like, what do you even add to this? Like, what do you add to this friend group at this point? Because I don't think you add a single thing.
Right.
Well, maybe not a single thing, but to me, I just feel like he doesn't seem like very interesting to me. Just if you're completely different and you look down upon anime and we don't really share any similar interests, I might want to like I might want to go to you and ask about your experiences, because I'm interested in your experiences because you were in the army and you know you're all of these different things, but there's just nothing about him that screams to me this is someone interesting that I want to be friends with. And it's hard for me to trust someone that's done that to me.
Right.
And my friends, especially my friends, because I've always like kind of seen myself as someone that will put my friends in like ahead of me, or I mean, at least Galactic, you know. I remember back when Tricky's did this thing to Galactic, and I can't even remember exactly what it was. But he called him something. Maybe it was like a racist, not racist slur, a homophobic slur, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Something like that. And it was really like, I was pissed at Galactic because Galactic was just going back to speaking to him again after some situation.
Right.
And I was like, yeah, and I was really pissed at Tricky's because it's like, that's Galactic. Like, you don't do that to him. Like, this is my best friend. I'm not going to sit down and you do that. I don't agree with it. That's not fair. Like, that's my friend. You don't do that to him. So when I see that all of my friends were affected by Ender leaving like that, and then learning about the fact that Frenzy said that he abandoned a friend group to join Frenzy's friend group, and then abandoned Frenzy's friend group to join our friend group, and then abandoned our friend group to go with his girlfriend, and then abandoned his girlfriend to come back to us.
Oh, that is so.
Right? That's such a Snake move. You don't like. That's insane.
Clip that. That was so well said. That's exactly the problem. That I didn't even know that. That's a crazy pattern.
I didn't even know about this. No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You could. Frenzy will know more, and Frenzy can probably elaborate a lot better than I can. But from my knowledge,
crazy.
He went to Frenzy. I don't know. Okay, he might not have had like a friend group before Frenzy, but he was in Frenzy's friend group. He abandoned Frenzy's friend group. Frenzy said to us, "Hey, this guy abandoned us." And he's done it before to other people. So be wary, because I can tell you now he'll probably do the same thing to you. Frenzy was right. He did the exact same thing to us, and then did it again to the person that he abandoned us for, to abandon them and come back to us. So it's just so hard for me to really trust this guy when I liked him so much and I looked up to him so much, and then he just abandoned us, and then he tries to come back. Now that
I've never been more convinced of what I've been saying this whole time. That is so.
Yeah.
That is the strongest pattern I ever heard. I was just assuming he did this once. I assumed this, like, he.
Oh no.
But that is a generalized pattern, and he's going between groups. It's not even like he's really getting offline. He's just deciding not to be around groups because he's bored of them or something. Like,
right? Because you know what that screams to me? That screams like he's manipulative, and he likes to just jump from friend group to friend group when he gets bored, and he doesn't really give a fuck about how he affects people with his actions. That's what it looks like to me. Now.
I mean, it seems like he denies that he has any impact on them or his actions by saying, "I don't think anyone."
That's a really important thing. That's a really
if
the fact that he doesn't think that he has an impact on other people as he does something like that screams to me that he probably is being just a manipulative person, and he might not even realize it.
Word for word, he said, like, "I only think there's one person I know of who is pissed at me for leaving." That's what he said. And he said this like this random guy that wasn't Tricky's or Affirmed or you or anyone else. It was like I forget the guy's name, but he's like, yeah, but that guy was like shit talking. He was being instigated like crazy. I forget the guy's name, but he was like saying that literally that he. But it's like just extrapolate the fact that your friends would miss you. You know, it's not something that you have to be told.
It's incredibly hard for me to believe that like. It's just I don't know how we could say that. It's like obviously you're gonna harm. You know,
he's telling Tricky's in a call how sorry he is. He's telling you in a call how sorry he is. When Fleur's asking, he's like, "Dude, I don't even know if anyone felt bad." It's like, well, why are you apologizing so much then?
Honestly, if my memory is better, I could probably tell you that he said the opposite to me, but I can't remember. I feel like he sounded extremely sincere. He apologized multiple times. I talk about an event that had been going on in my life at the time, and then a little bit after he's like, yeah. And by the way, I'm just so sorry for like doing that, like leaving like that. Like that. I'm really sorry. And I'm like, it's fine. Like it's, you know, you did it. Like you're here now, whatever. And
so
God, I wish I was not being such a pussy. I think it just caught me off guard. Maybe I don't even know. Because I just woke up and Tricky's is like, "Hey, join this call," and like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not really feeling it right now. So I joined, and it was there, and I'm just like, right, okay, that's crazy, and it blew me.
Did he address anything?
Huh?
Did he address anything in the past? Because when you said he sounded sincere, I remember when we initially had the talk, I didn't quite understand what was going on. I just heard that he incessantly said sorry. And I was already immediately telling you that I don't trust anyone that's saying sorry just off the get-go.
Sorry for what? Sorry for what, right?
I don't know if he exactly went into it there, but he did talk about. He was talking about his experiences and what his life's like been over the last like 5 years. So I think he did bring up the stuff with his girlfriend. He may have said something about his girlfriend. To me, it seemed like the situation seemed like his girlfriend completely changed him as a person.
Yeah, fundamentally molded him.
But yeah, and he broke up with her because he didn't like the person that she was, but he was happy with the person that she changed him into.
Bizarre. Very tough to understand what he's talking about with that. It's so strange. It makes no fucking sense. And he also isn't fully consistent with saying he broke up with her. Like, he talks about the relationship.
Yeah, he told me he broke up with her.
And there was a conversation with Tricky's where he's like, yeah, like, you know, and Tricky said he wasn't sure that he wouldn't get back together with her. I guess he was kind of shaky on how much it was ended. That's another thing Tricky said. So
yeah, I remember him saying that.
Really, because he sounded like he was quite content with the relationship being ended like that.
That might be cope. I think a lot of this is cope. I think a lot of this is narcissistic therapy gone amok, and where he's being convinced that he's main character, and the most important thing is he doesn't feel guilty.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And these are signs. These are signs like, oh, I don't, about him not really seeming like it would. like the only person that would really be angry at him or give a fuck that he left was one person that's not even in Zoo. Oh, but I'm
And not
guessing
even
they're not in
so
Zoo.
insane. I don't,
Well,
that was actually
we were his main friend group. Like he was there every day in Zoo. He was in Zoo every day. We played, you know, AMQ, watched anime, just played Roblox, just fucked around for so long, every single
I don't
day.
think he actually
So
likes anime. I actually don't think he likes anime very much.
it,
I think you're talking
yeah,
about a different Ender because I don't think he likes anime from what I
yeah,
know.
no, like this is not the same person that I knew 4 years ago, and I
Fundamentally
will
different.
never see him the same way. It's just not the same person.
No, it's not.
It's some crazy phenomenon that is, you know, going on. Like I just don't. He's been cursed by the devil or something. I don't know what
It's
happened.
like, honestly,
Really, I completely have a yeah, I have a completely opposite interpretation. I think he is the same person. I think after what
well,
I've heard too, when what
with
you've
the
been
pattern,
saying,
Yeah,
pattern, yeah.
he
yeah,
seemed like
there are just many
similar.
patterns. He did seem meek. Just being in the call with him because sometimes he will join. He was definitely more meek. I was definitely the person that was the most aggressive. And when I would say, sometimes I would actually just because I'm just annoyed with this person. Why are you here? Sometimes I would just say stuff.
Yeah,
Where I would instigate a little bit, just a bit, just being passive aggressive, just to see what he said, and he seemed really passive. I think at one point he was saying, that was random. I said something about I don't know what we were doing, but I said, yeah, those Koreans need to have sex more because they're not fucking.
yeah,
And he said, well, that was random, and I said, that was that random. It was completely relevant. And then
yeah.
he didn't really latch onto that. He just he was being diplomatic and just said, yeah, random. Already. Really?
Oh, so we wouldn't even try and he wouldn't
No,
try
true.
like make any argument or anything like that. It was just, well, that was random, and just moved on.
Yeah, that was no. He didn't latch onto that,
Right.
which
I
was
mean,
really
no,
interesting
like
when he said he
that.
was someone
It
that
did sound
was
like.
would instigate stuff
Never back down
because
from
Oh yeah,
anything,
you're
even if
right.
it got
yeah,
him
That's
removed.
insane. That's insane. He'd
Yeah.
say that because that's not. That doesn't sound like the type of person you'd expect to do that. To be fair, that does seem like he used to be. Because it's funny that because unless I was getting it wrong, you were saying that he said that he used to be a very, you know, like an instigator and very aggressive, right?
yeah. That's what he
Well,
said he used to do.
that's just not true. It is just not true. And also, what you're telling me now, it sounds like he's the same as he was back then. This person you're describing now is who Ender was when I used to know Ender.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
That
he
makes
to
perfect sense.
me he seems not really changed at all. Where and that's the thing, right? The way I judge a person is very interesting because it seems as though he was judging. He was saying you don't know who a person really is, and it's really funny because I was saying that yeah, I just don't judge people that way. They're just
Yes,
more.
exactly. Fundamentally different view of how people are as, not total entities, but definitely like all the same person.
And when it comes to him, yeah, he could have different circumstances going on in his life and pursue different things. That would be a change from apparently who he was before. I don't really know. I would really have to talk to Frenzy to know and cross reference what he told me. But in terms of his disposition and how he acts online, he seems very much meek. From what I've heard other people say now, I've confirmed that. And when he was talking to me, he was definitely somebody that was not the he was not the main he was not the life of the party. He was definitely somebody that was more of in the distance, meek. He wouldn't try and start fights. He's not the one who's arguing with people. He's not that main. You're not the main character. Sorry, boss, you are not the main
He
character.
was literally said, he's like, you're like, you were a fighter back then? It's like, yeah, I thought I was hot shit. Sorry about that. That's what he said to
Really.
you. Yeah, it's so crazy. Like
The fact he
the way I
apologized as well, as if that's actually like a genuine fucking thing and like a
not genuine if you
concern.
deny doing it and pretend no one was affected by your actions. Like that's how you know it wasn't genuine, right? Because if it was genuine, he would admit and acknowledge that what he did harmed people. Because if you're apologizing, what are you apologizing for if not the harm you committed to someone? That's like the basic part. It's like, oh, I had a lawsuit
Hmm.
against someone. They didn't do anything to me. It's like, wait, but a lawsuit implies damage. Like it's like oh, an apology implies that you harmed someone. He's like, nah, I don't think anyone really was affected by me leaving. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy, so disingenuous. You know it's fake. I at least I am. And again, I really hope you remember how I was really trying to be the benefit out guy Fleur. I was like, listen, give him
You
credit.
are, yeah.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if
Hmm.
I could have the nuts to go and like try to be, with my friend group and be like, hey, I'm sorry for not being around and cop to it. But was not doing that. That was not what he was doing.
Mm-hmm.
But again, time will tell though. This is definitely an interesting thing. This is it's worth engaging with seriously. I'm not treating it as content, but at the same time, it's very interesting as a case study in like how people understand themselves and how they grow. It's like so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, this is I've never seen this situation. That's incredibly interesting. The main thing that's interesting to me is the way that he doesn't believe he does these things really does, and that screams to me that he's like some, because I just don't know the terms, but it's like he's some form of like a masochist or something along those lines, right? Like,
yeah, he's like subjecting himself to something really intense for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and but again, I think it makes sense. It's like a healing process. It makes sense. It's just like you're making amends. You're like trying to heal, come back together and, kind of regain normalcy. And I think, again, the risk is that he doesn't see the people as being worthy of being committed to, and he hurts,
Yeah.
I think, your friends. And I think your protective instincts on that were right, Fleur. I think you're right to notice how suspicious it was that everybody was trying to act like nothing happened. I think they were doing that because that's what he's trying to act like, because he's trying to avoid being guilty, because he should feel guilty. And I think he's trying to avoid being guilty because he's going to leave again and he doesn't want to feel guilty. So we got to make him know that he'd be guilty and he doesn't get to leave just for no guilt,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. EXE, I definitely do want you to be in the next conversation.
I don't want to be. I just want to listen.
Right. I didn't
But I
ask
can be
you
accountable.
anyway.
I can message you. I know you did. I wasn't. I didn't want to be invited anyways. Okay, you didn't have to
Right,
invite me.
okay.
I wasn't gonna be. No. But no. I think it's worth just writing down what he's saying, like
Mhm.
writing down your question, and then just
Mhm.
watching him respond and looking at your question, what you said originally.
Mm-hmm. Definitely going to be more cognizant of that now. But specifically, I want EXE. I want you to be there for the emotional way. I really do want you to.
Yeah.
I think it's harder for somebody to back down from someone actually feeling a certain way
Yes.
and exposing you really did hurt me, and I just want to know, will you leave us again? Because I'm not sure if you're anchored into the server, because you just don't. You say you don't like anime, but then you're coming back to an anime Discord, or at least a Discord that's heavily associated with anime. What's happening here? I would be very interested in how he responds to you, because I don't have any. It's hard for me to really show indignation towards this guy because we're not friends, so I can't do that. When you do that and he has to confront that, it's going to be a lot harder for him.
What EXD was saying earlier was righteous, dude. It was like actually righteous. You could feel the emotion 100%, and it's valid and it deserves to be heard. And yeah, like I think again, it's like about him not getting to warp the truth to make himself feel better. I think about what happened in the past. I think that's really key. And if he's not doing that, and if he shows like a genuine openness and willingness and kind of makes a commitment to be around, yeah, like I don't know, but at least like we'll see if that happens. But we'll at least have clarity on that is what he's committed to. And if he doesn't honor those commitments, it's a lot easier to be like, what a bum. Once again, fucking dipped after saying he was going to be around. And it's not about them being rejected. It's more about him not living up to a promise that he promised. He failed to live up to his promise, you know? And then so that's an easier thing to deal with if he leaves again, I think.
Oh yeah, I want him to know what that there are the people on the line that are affected by his decision to leave.
And build a narrative where if he does leave, those people don't blame themselves. It's like, dude, what a bum. He said he was gonna stick around, and guess he found more pussy. All of a sudden he doesn't exist, and I don't think phones are made in that country, and
yeah, can't contact us. Come on now.
I think he only does smoke signals.
That's really I think he does Eagle, Raven.
Communicate by pigeon.
Yeah, carrier pigeon. I think when it comes to I never really thought about it that guys would completely upend their lives for women. At least there are two thoughts in my head that I never really connected, which are similar to this, where I've seen people change a lot when they get into a relationship, and that's one thought I've had.
For sure.
But there's this other more developed thought that I've had, which is, and this was just in the dating conversation, where men will use women as a type of friend that is, women fulfill this role that men can't in their lives. They have men that they can't speak to in a particular way, but they have, and so it's all burdened onto the woman.
Yeah, the emotional labor.
Yes, basically dating a child where somebody just explodes onto you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mother archetype, and I never really connected the two thoughts. Why would somebody be so desperate to have a woman in their lives? I think those two thoughts, those two.
It was from his family. What he was saying about how he's not close to any of his family, doesn't like them. He's always had to rely on his own. I mean, it's a lot easier to also rely on someone else. And if there's someone who loves you and puts you at the center of their world, like, fuck all those other people who don't care about me. Like, I'm gonna go all in this basket. And also the fact that he was a weeb and an anime guy, like, it might have made him more vulnerable to being more willing to change himself for a woman. Like, he might have felt that, like, yeah, like, there's a ton of stereotypes about how that stops you from getting a girlfriend. And so, like, he might have just felt that was like a necessary thing for him to reject fully, because otherwise he wasn't going to get women. And if the first woman he's dating is telling him that, then who's he to say no? That's 100% of the women he's known that say they hate you if you like anime. You know? And so I think he was more vulnerable to that. I think he was lonelier, and I think he's now even lonelier. And I think that's why it's like rooting around in the dumpster a little bit, you know?
Okay, that question that you typed, do you miss your past self? I think that's actually a pretty good question.
Because if he doesn't, then he doesn't miss the friends that he has, because the friends weren't friends with him. Now they're friends with the past self. So unless he has a connection to the past self, he's not.
Yeah, for sure. Because like the only reason I'm really interested in speaking to him is because I remember that person. But I just like, for me, it's like, if I'm gonna be friends with him, I'm gonna be friends with him because he's interesting to talk to. Like he's someone like has experiences that I find interesting that are like quite foreign to me, that I haven't experienced or like heard of, and I'm interested in hearing about them. Or maybe we have common interests, but we don't. So I feel like there's a lack of motivation for me to really talk to this person.
Robert and so on the questions that I'd like to ask.
Yeah. Did you say anything about friend group? Do you currently enjoy the friend group? Anime being loser. So why are you bringing yourself closer to that past? You're like, dude, that guy. Thank God I'm a new guy. Let me also go be that guy in a pseudo kind of RP sense. Like, dude, one of the things that was in my mind, I thought this was a banger quote. I was like, dude, he's coming back pretending nothing's happened as his ghost has spent the last 3 years haunting this Discord. Like think about that. Like, that's it's true. It's true. He has a presence that anything that was closely connected in, it's like, oh, Ender. Like, it's like the memory vendor has arrived again. We get to pretend that he's still here by recalling memories of him. That's fucking brutal. Made people go through like 3 years of cope with that. That's tough. And he's like, yeah, I don't know if I even affected anybody. Like, they should have said something. I just wasn't really aware of it.
They should have said something.
Didn't really pay attention to it. That's what he said. What's going on? Yeah, you should have mentioned to me that you felt bad that I dipped you and didn't respond to anything you said. You should have mentioned that you felt bad about that at some point. I don't know when, but at some point you should have mentioned it. Frenzy's friends, part of a special ops. I think we're friends is part of special ops. Such a good thing. Funny. Like, dude, why didn't you do special ops? I've heard it's fucking sick, dude. Like, why did that not happen?
Yeah, Blue was
like, oh, because again, if you wanted to, like, if he's getting all ego about like how awesome he is, being like, bro, like, dude, it's like you're right there about to be special ops and you don't do it. Like, that's weird. Special ops is the pinnacle. It is the best thing you can do. It's weird that you're like accepting bronze. You're like,
yeah,
bronze.
You're so nasty.
I'm so nasty. But dude, I started developing these thoughts because I was like, he's not answering what you're saying. He's clearly evading and not wanting to talk about this. And at the same time, pretending he's this tough guy that can face anything. And the way he's proving it is by not facing the things you're confronting him with. Like, it's insane. And I just got so frustrated.
Sure, I should have said that. You say you're really confrontational, but
you want to get confronted.
You won't confront anime. I don't understand how you
Friend
confrontational at all.
Dude,
Yeah.
he didn't. You know what's crazy? Because I remember more about Monster than he does, I guess. And I was told it secondhand by Stealth, dude. Like EXE then told it to me again, and like I'm like, dude, this sounds good. This sounds interesting. This sounds engaging. And he's like, I don't really remember Monster. Dude, he's lying. That cap is on his head underneath another cap. Okay, it's just a Matryoshka doll of caps under his head. He
Mm.
totally just doesn't want to admit it because it contradicts his narrative, and it shows that he's a fake narrative that he wears as a kind of defense mechanism. He like forgot to turn off his offline mask. He like, oh shit, wrong account. You know, he's like, oh, I typed that on the wrong account. You know, or shit. Like that's how he seems to see it. He seems to see it as fundamentally different. Like this like, and you're like, it's a part of the same thing, and that's just true. You can't escape that.
Interesting. Oh, I can't wait to talk to this guy again.
Oh, I can't wait for you too either.
Yeah. Definitely gonna be a lot more now that a lot more comfortable with talking to me. Now that I've let some air out,
Definitely
gonna be a lot more.
At the end, you said at the end, you're like, you know, because when you were signing off, I want to go talk to EXE. It's really important, you know. You're like, hey, definitely gonna talk again soon. You're like, I think it's definitely important we clear the air. And I started like, let's fucking go, because you used the present, like the air is yet to be cleared. You weren't like, I'm glad we cleared the air. You were like, and it's important that we clear the air when we talk next, kind of thing. So it's so clear that at the same time as opening some, you know, some light into it, you're like, there's a lot of darkness in here we gotta go check out. Like, I think that's hype. And also, again, like, this guy doesn't get to eco trip. It doesn't get to succeed in psyoping our friends who are great people, who care about their friends and treat their friends with love and respect. And that's way cooler of a commitment and a life value than like deciding to do defense contracting stuff. Like, that's like a way, I don't know, like he's coming in bragging about who he is, and it's like, you're bragging to people who have values and activities that are better than yours, frankly, in the way that you treat others. Like,
yeah, it's really interesting how we put a lot of value into things that I just didn't care about, so I didn't even know how to respond. I just don't care, you know, what somebody's doing for work, because quite frankly, it's one of those things where we have to sustain ourselves in one way or another, and a lot of people just don't wind up being interested in whatever they're doing. It's just a sad reality. And so I never really put too much stock unless somebody's actively talking about that. It shows that they're proud of it, but I'm not really interested in extracting that, just because I never thought it was a relevant part of the people I talk to. Because how often is him being a military contractor gonna come up in a conversation with us, unless I'm knowing what you're doing outside of me? Not really at all. I don't think it's really relevant at all. So it's really what
you were asking, nothing to do with it.
Yeah, exactly. Strange.
And it would be so tough, because he would like kind of half agree, half disagree, but by the time he explained what the disagreement was, he had rambled. You try to put it together, and then he's like, no, I don't think I explained it right. Let me do some more kind of windy walks down a wavy kind of sidewalk that's twisting and turning. I grew up too fast. I grew up too slow. I had people around me. I was all alone. I didn't know what to do in this world. I had too much of a plan. It was too strict for me. It was all things that made him have to leave his friends. And really, no one's at fault, you know?
Yeah, I'm definitely resentful.
Because also, I think we need to, like, just as a social fact, make this type of ghosting like just not acceptable unless there's like an understanding on the other side of what they did and how serious it was, and that it can't happen again. If they're gonna,
yeah, because it's very context based. It's like you can do something like that and it be an understandable thing, right?
100%.
And it doesn't even then. It's just like, for example, you know, like I've had a lot of things like that where I've been very, very close to people and then I've just been abandoned.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking about that right now, that I see why that would particularly affect you. That This is a
I'm
constant
so angry
picture
at
of your life.
myself. Like the hypocrisy in me accepting him in the first place was fucking absurd.
That's
Like
what
I
I'm surprised.
really,
It hurt. It shows that it hurt. You were
yeah, I'm
shows that
really
it
angry at
actually
myself.
hit deep. So it actually twisted yourself. Like that's how deep it hit. It hit so deep that it twisted you into feeling like it was actually better to ignore yourself and to just go along with it. Like that's how deep it hit, right? So it's like okay, from outside perspective, like me, you're complaining to me about that. I'm taking it seriously. I'm seeing this guy come back, and at first I'm like, let's go, reuniting, new era, let's go. Listen to that conversation. Bad era. Bad era is coming. Very
Yeah.
suspicious. Doesn't get to do that to him again. Doesn't get to do that with anybody again.
I guess just for me, like I'm very angry at myself in the first place, but also it's like I have been abandoned a lot, and most of the time those people never came back. They never came back, right? This is one of the only times it has happened.
This is rare, yeah. This is rare.
So I am very, very interested to understand the justifications behind it and understand how I just want to know his thought process. I want to know, okay, well, when you left, did you feel bad? Was that your intention? When you started being distant from us, was that like, okay, I know what I'm going to do and I'm going to do it? Or was it like, and just something that happened, right? Because I could just never do that to someone. I just couldn't. Like, that shows weakness, that shows cowardice. You're running away from something instead of taking responsibility if you intentionally do it. But even then, it's like, Ender was gone for a long time. And regardless of if he came back to talk for a tiny bit, he was gone for 3-4 years. Like 3 years,
so
right?
long.
Ultimately. So it's just like, you were gone for that long and there was no way you could have just reinstalled Discord on your phone, explain the situation and delete it and your girlfriend would have never known? Because that's hard for me to believe. She didn't delete your Discord account. You could access that the entire time.
No life updates. Just no need to check in or.
Right.
Yeah, I think there needs to be I think like two things. There needs to be like a validation of like, yes, you are right to feel pissed if someone just dips. We have responsibility to each other to keep each other informed to some extent if we value each other's relationships. There's a sense in that, even if it's not perfect, even if it's not 100%, there's just a sense in which there should be a reliable continuity over a long period of time. And I think we'd all feel a lot better because one thing this does, if he dips again, it like raises anxieties of other people leaving. And just affirming that, like, okay, yeah, people can take time, of course, life gets in the way, right? But like just a sense of a need to communicate, generally, with various levels of comfortability, but just generally that, yeah, I think about you guys. I know you guys would miss my absence, and it would be good to let you know, like that kind of general thought process just doesn't seem to be there for him with him just dipping like this from all these different communities.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, people should feel pissed, so we need to validate that, and then also it should be clear to other people. It's like, yeah, this isn't acceptable. Like this is a mean thing to do to friends. Online friends are humans. They're people.
Man, I was fucking 14. Did he not care about the fact I was like 14, 15 when he did that shit to me? Well, I was 14. When he started doing it all, I was 14 years old.
That's crazy.
And he decided, I can't believe that wasn't a 4 either. He didn't really care about that either.
He thought about it.
That's awesome.
I just
Not totally flipped on this.
I don't know. Just yeah, I'm not. I need to definitely speak to him because I'm very upset. No, I just want to understand.
Yeah.
Because what I'm hearing is that he didn't care and he didn't think it mattered to us.
I mean, that's what he did. Like he's like, oh, it's tough to get to know someone when you just know them through the internet. Yeah, I gotta say, I didn't get to know him very well because I don't think he was here. I think when you think about it, he's like, the inability to get to know someone on the internet, it's like, dude, you weren't around for like years.
Mm-hmm.
It's especially tough in that situation. Like,
yeah, I just
what he was going on. You have to talk to him. You, Tricky, Slur, like, you guys gotta talk. Affirmed, 100% gotta talk to him. And I think also being in a group where he's not just one-on-one picking you off, making reassurances behind the scenes,
yeah,
like putting on a face in public. I think that's how he hides. The strategy to kind of all be together, kind of all reasonably, not vindictively, but reasonably, and like, but also honestly, not hold back, right? But just like expressing what it was like. And if you do it together, you guys will see that you guys share a common reality, and he doesn't get to pretend that didn't happen. Oh, I have a memory. I don't really remember back then. That was like, what? That was like almost like 16 months ago. I don't know how I could remember 16. It's like, I don't know, something ridiculous about it being 3 years.
Something funny that I should say if nobody knew. I was the only one that was angry or expressed anger. Everyone was like, Ender's gonna come back eventually. Like, he'll come back eventually, regardless how long it takes. I was like really pessimistic about it because I was kind of coping because I wanted him to come back like earlier on, like 2022. I was like, no, fuck Ender. That guy's a piece of shit. That's not my friend. I don't know who that is. Fuck Ender. And I was like, he's never coming back. He abandoned us because he doesn't need us anymore. And he's got his manipulative girlfriend that's gonna... Well, actually, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even consider it was manipulative. I was like, he can go and fucking change it, live a new life with his girlfriend. Fuck him. That's not my friend. I don't care about him anymore. But everyone else, Trickies, Affirmed, even Galactic, it seemed like they were all at least way more positive than I was. And really, from what it looked like to me from the outside, these guys were content with it. They were fine, and they were ready for him to welcome him back with open arms. That's what it looked like to me.
No matter how long it took.
And that was clearly what happened, because all three of them have him on Discord. All three of them speak to him, and at least Affirmed and Tricky speak to him basically every single day and play games with him and form these little inside joke memes with him. So, to be honest, if anything, I'm angry at them. I'm angry at them. I want to talk to Galactic, because Galactic is definitely someone that I like doing that with, because you can actually... Affirmed is way too much of a bystander to have an argument, to have an argument in. That guy's an NPC.
A person watching a crime taking place and like seeing some woman getting robbed in the train, being like, I didn't see anything. I just
he'll just stand on the other side and he's just like, oh, I'm just daydreaming. I'm not getting a part of it. I don't want to deal with the conflict.
He's not my problem.
He's not someone. He doesn't get involved with conflict, and he is very passive. So that I don't like. I wouldn't want to have like a debate or anything like that with him. Trickies gets way too heated. I don't like the way that he argues with people. I just don't. I hate the way he does it. But Galactic is way better because he's someone that he's very fair, especially with me. Yeah. When he's with Trickies, I see them both getting very heated, and they'll scream over each other, then they'll shout at the other person for screaming over them, even though they're both doing it. So it's just hypocritical because they both do it to each other. But the thing is, like, I love having anything like that with Galactic. 'Cause me and Galactic get along extremely well, right? We don't argue. Like we haven't had an argument in like fucking 3 years. Like, we don't argue like that. We don't have falling outs because we just get along super well. Because he's just so easy to bring things up with. I told him that I was in love with him, and we're still best friends, and it never got awkward, and it never mattered to him.
Okay, good.
Like, he's just the best type of person for me. So if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go to him, because I want to know his position on it, because I know nothing about how he feels about it. I don't know if he's like, if they're just friends now and he just forgot about the past or what.
Well, tell him that because I think, I have a very strong opinion of this. Ask him what he thinks about the fact that I think if you're going to abandon without reckoning what you abandoned, like, you still abandoned. You never didn't abandon. You're just going back and pretending you didn't, and that's like even worse almost. They're just staying gone and being like, damn,
I would send them the stream. I think it was like 47 minutes long.
47. It was such a dense 47 minutes in terms of how I saw it. It was like, this is so crazy to watch a person do this. And again, the reputation management thing of being like, hey, yeah, you sound like you're not agreeing with what I'm saying or seeing it as justifying what I did. I must have explained it wrong. I'm like, dude, you can't keep talking for like 5 to 7 minutes when Fleur's asking a 30-second question and it being like, I probably didn't say that right. Like, what are you, at some point?
That sounds ridiculous. Yeah, like,
it was kind of like that, right, Fleur? It was kind of like that.
If that's the way that
I remember him doing it at least once, but I've lost track of. He just winded so much that I completely lost track of.
Yeah. If that's the way that he tries to make advancements in debate or arguments or whatever it is, that just seems like someone that's just a waste of time to try and do that with. Because it seems like he's lying. Like I haven't even seen the stream, but just because of I'm imagining what he sounds like in my head and what I'm being told, sounds like he's just lying, and it's just he's just blatantly lying about what happened and how he feels about everything.
Or how he
And
knows
he's
other people
hiding
feel,
something.
and how he knows it affected
Yeah,
them.
how
Like,
can you be that fucking ignorant? Or at least unaware? It's ridiculous. I don't know how that's
He
possible.
knows Fleur doesn't know him very well, but he doesn't know how much Fleur actually knows about him. I think that's what happened. I think
I would love. Okay. This is what we should do. I should present the same things that you were presenting to him. And you know, and with him thinking that I'm unaware that you guys even had that conversation. I want to see if he acts any differently to me.
That'd be interesting.
Because it just blows my mind that he was doing that. Here, let me look through this room.
He's an interesting guy, though. Honestly, I kind of feel like I would have liked to talk to him in a different world, more so.
Oh my god, he was like the best person to be around back then.
He seems very supportive of.
And he doesn't seem much different. In fairness, he really doesn't. At least in terms of how he acts and how he speaks. But
Fleur said that. He said his affectation's like the same. His like disposition seems very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes it even funnier that he tried to claim he was so different back then when he clearly wasn't. He's the same person. Maybe he thinks about things differently or something, but the way that he speaks and the way that he carries himself, he's like the same. If this guy, right, if Ender wasn't this wildly Christian or whatever religious person that hates all of these other things that we used to all be into and that we are into, but he isn't anymore, I would feel way more intrigued to approach him and try and understand the situation. But I'm still intrigued because I used to care a lot about this person and he's abandoned me. And I'm finally it's kind of like I'm fighting back for once. Like I finally have the opportunity to confront someone that left me. And he was the first person to do that. Because like I had never really been in a relationship before this person. It was the first time that I'd ever had a really close relationship and they abandoned me. So I am really interested to try and understand it. And I know I've spoken. I mean, I'll tell you about it in a minute too, because I was telling Fleur about this with my girlfriend right now. But that person was the first person that I could that abandoned me. She was the first person after Ender that abandoned me, and then also the first person I was able to speak to again. And I am such a fool for not trying to understand more and press that person on why they did what they did. Because my life was so horrible when they did that to me. I remember Galactic was there throughout the entire thing, and he was like the only reason I probably wouldn't even be here right now if it wasn't for Galactic, because I was so suicidal at the time. He's insane. But he just kept me going the entire time. And I really should have. I think the only reason I didn't try and press her on the situation more was just because I was just really desperate to just have someone, and I didn't want to lose that, so I didn't want to. I didn't want to put it at risk. But yeah, I mean, I'm still definitely gonna approach him.
Watch saying that. Click on the link that I said. Listen to Fleur confront him with like, yeah, dude. After you left, from what I heard, like things were like people got fucked up by this. This was like it. Yeah, like you're describing it as abandoning. You're describing it as the first abandoner. Like this is obviously traumatic, right, for everybody. And he's gonna tell you, he's like, I actually don't know. Wait, no, the one I just sent the.
Is it like a clip or something?
It's like a timestamp, like a.
Oh, okay, I see.
It's because it's at the very end.
Understand that I wasn't really close to you at all, so I didn't really even know your disposition on how you acted on the internet. So this is the first time I'm hearing about you shit talking. I saw you as somebody that was someone that was someone that was sort of nerdy, wanted to share his hobbies, and was really into I think JoJo's at the time. So that's how I viewed you. I never had any sort of complex view of you. So the other people in here were definitely a lot more. You talked to them a lot more. They knew a lot more about you and how you presented yourself. So hearing from people that they sort of had a resentment to you over you leaving because you were sort of a big part of the friend group for them, and then you coming back and there's sort of no confrontation on anything about what was said to me about you was really strange. Where is this, what was this heat that was towards this guy? And so I was just suspicious of what they were saying and how they
Well, the mic.
sort of what they presented to me. So, why I'm asking you these questions is because, who are you? I actually don't know who you are. How come you left? I'm suspicious of you off the bat. I just I want to let that be known that I don't know who you are. I'm trying to find out who you are. Because I truly don't. And because there is, from what my image of you, because I didn't know anything about you prior, is resentment that was levied towards you from other people in here. So I have to let that be known. Let the plan be known, rather than go, oh yeah, it's happy, jolly. I only have positive feelings towards you, and everyone's happy. Nah, that was definitely not the case while you were gone. Before you came back.
Yeah. What do you Yeah, no, I will say one thing. I'm definitely not knowledgeable about all this. Like, I don't know anything because
I don't know anything.
No one tells me anything, I guess.
No one's
And I'm also, I guess, not seeking the knowledge. So normally, I guess online people just kind of keep things to themselves. Like maybe they had resentment and they won't say anything to me. But like people had resentment. I know Nier did.
I think just Nier.
I know one individual did. He apparently was talking. I don't know, he was like talking crap or something, but I heard he was getting like, it was like major instigation or something.
Yeah.
Like he was getting like instigated like crazily. I don't know.
I wonder if he's talking about me talking to Frenzy.
I haven't heard anyone have any resentment.
Dude,
but I guess people, honest, I don't.
He's like, well, maybe it exists. I haven't heard of it or seen it or have any evidence outside of Nier. Okay, well then why the fuck were you apologizing in calls with Trickies, with EXE, one-on-one calls though, where the knowledge of this can't spread, where the history can be rewritten?
Well, it wasn't. It was the call with me. It was me a phone Tricky's him.
Okay, yeah, but he was apologizing to all you guys.
Yeah.
But he's telling Fleur, like, I don't know anybody that really was affected by me leaving. Or
he assumed, by the way, he was saying that he's not knowledgeable of the resentment at all. Like he's so oblivious to it, but he assumed that we all resented him. He even said, I came back and I expected everyone to hate me. Those were the words he used. Everyone to hate me. And it was, you must be really angry, right? Like, you must really hate me, huh? That's what he was saying to me.
Valid.
Like, he knows.
Yeah, but then he's talking to Fleur and this is what he's saying. He's like, Fleur's like, yeah, what I heard about you, the main thing I heard about you was resentment for you leaving. He's like, huh, that's right. I'm not really knowledgeable. It's like,
yeah, like, oh
what
my gosh, like,
is that?
Really?
That's insane. Really, that's news to you, news to Fleur, news to all of us. Like,
just,
that's interesting.
yeah, like,
news to him, I think.
It's so crazy. I mean, it's as if he just wants to paint a character to Fleur, because Fleur isn't aware of a lot of things about him.
Was not an abandoner and being like, yeah, like, I don't know. It's like they welcomed you back and obviously worked it out and just staying on specific. And yeah, he was very much trying to dance around Fleur. Like, again, the windiest of windy roads. This guy, I'm a but this guy was word associating, like straight up. Like he's like, yeah, we have like a duty and obligation. That's the thing about the military. You stand strong, you just don't back down. And it's like,
oh yeah,
he's asking about the difference between the internet and reality when it comes to understanding who you are. And he's like, yeah, they said I couldn't be in the military. Like it was honestly not literally that, but it was like I'm skipping like 6 sentences, maybe. And it's like ending up there all the time. It's crazy. He was just filibustering.
I didn't know what he was saying at the end when he was talking about the ice cream. I was actually really confused. I didn't even know where that came from. I was actually very confused as to what I asked him to instigate that.
Dude, ice cream? He was trying to explain, like, I won't back down. But then literally it's in the context of him backing down over anime.
Yeah.
Literally. He's like, no, the kind of person I am, I don't back down. I stand and fucking fight. If you don't like ice cream, chocolate ice cream, and you're saying you're gonna head stomp me for it, guess what? I'm gonna eat that chocolate ice cream. It's like, okay.
Wait, he actually said that? I thought that you just made that analogy. No, that's a joke. That's so fucking
saying. I was actually really confused as to what he was saying initially. I didn't know what he was talking. I didn't know what he was trying to get across. So I was thinking, well, what the fuck is he saying? I don't know if I was just disconnected for a second, so I didn't hear the beginning part of what he was saying, but I was genuinely confused. Only at the end I understood, oh, he's saying that he wouldn't back down.
But
Yeah,
it's
that
in the
was.
context of being like, why are you back down and changing yourself completely from who you were to who you are now?
Mm.
Like he did back down. He's also backing down from answering your question.
Mhm.
Like, he's backing down constantly. And then when you tell him, hey, like this is what I'm trying to ask, he backs down. He's like, maybe you didn't understand me. Maybe I didn't express it right. Like he's just constantly backing down. He's like, you know what I am? I never back down. It's like, what is happening in this conversation? That's why I
Yeah.
remember so much of it, because the whole thing was like that for me. Like I try to follow arguments, and dude, it was like comical with some of it. It was, I don't know. I don't know if he thought he could get away with something. Maybe he was tired, but I have a completely opposite opinion. Very uncharitable now. Yeah, very much think this is a him thing and not a trying to really reconnect thing. And I think it explains a lot of things. But if that's not the case, then it's good because he can like demonstrate that by kind of addressing it. And it's because it's a valid fear. It happened before. Wants to stop it from happening again. Seems like he's kind of downplaying what happened. No, can't downplay what happened. And if it did happen again, it would be really bad. Can't pretend it'd be not that bad, and you guys would just be happy he's living a better life. No, you know.
Mhm.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I guess I really do need to speak to him. Then I really want to. I'm definitely gonna get Sargan very heated because I am definitely annoyed. Just I don't know. He was just because how he was back then. He was in my eyes, and this is coming from what I remember him being,
Mhm,
which is going to be influenced how I felt at the time.
mhm.
Was he was like just a really really well-rounded person. He wasn't he was like pretty, he was kind, like he was definitely someone that I seen as someone that I could go to. Now granted, at 13 years old, 14 years, I didn't really have a lot of problems in my life. I wasn't really really very depressed.
Right.
I didn't really worry about anything, so there wasn't really any concerns like that for me to go to him to. But he was someone that I would hold to a high regard, as someone that I could just go to if I needed advice, because he was older than everyone. He was the oldest in the group. He had a job. He'd already graduated high school, and he seemed like a wise person. So he was like quite funny. He was easy to talk to.
Wait, how old
He
was he
was
when you were 14? Was he 18?
he must have been probably 18,
Okay,
19.
that makes sense. Yeah, that fits. That makes sense.
Yeah, so he was just like, but he was such a well-rounded person, and if that's still the person he is now, and
Just trying to reconnect with that. That's fine, right?
right, but the thing is, if he's still that same person now, then it sounds like someone I'd be interested in speaking to. But if he isn't going to give me a good enough reason to why he left, and if he doesn't, then he doesn't recognize what that did,
Yes.
then I'm just not talking to him. I'm going to make sure that I avoid him, because I am not interested in because I know how I am. I get attached to people incredibly easily.
So do.
And I can't let myself get attached to him, because if I do, then it's just going to be pain again, because I'm skeptical if he's here for the long run or not. It seems like he's just here because it benefits him right now.
Yes, 100%. It's like he's taking a little pit stop, and he's like he's like, hey, looking at the old the old camera roll or the photo album, and he's like, hey, that was the time we played Among Us together. And he's like, all right, off to the next,
Yeah, I know. It's like, okay, yeah, this friend group was where I watched a lot of anime, where we all hung out every day. Okay, on to the next friend group. This friend group, this girlfriend. You know what I mean? It's just
yeah, he's like just kind of making amends, so he feels like he can go forward without feeling guilty. Or
yeah,
like,
I mean, yeah, that's probably what it is. He probably just
Yeah.
genuinely maybe begun to feel guilty, and he thinks that this is going to pay up for it. It doesn't. It makes it worse, to be honest. If he
But the other
comes
people,
here,
he's offloading it. He's outsourcing it. For him, it makes it better. And his therapist is telling him he did
Yeah.
the healthy, smart thing, and like, no, like it was just good to reconnect, and it was just good, good no matter what. Like, she's paid to justify his behavior. He pays her. Just keep that in mind. Like, that's a real, something to consider with a lot of this advice people
right.
get from therapists. Just, it's always what you're telling them. So be conscious of that. Try to give them as much information as possible. Not even flattering stuff to you. Be honest with them. It's very important. But yeah, like I think he'll be guilt free, and it's like, no, actually, I kind of see I see what you might be doing, and hey, maybe you're not doing this, but it won't matter. If he's not doing this, it won't matter because it won't even come into play. But and he'll just probably say, yeah, I'm sorry again, guys. I didn't mean to do that. I totally see how that affected you. It's not gonna happen, and then no one will even be worried about it. But if he is planning on doing this, it's gonna make him reconsider a little bit what he's doing, right? Because we're calling him out so directly. Very tough, kind of.
Yeah, well,
Very
for me, it's gonna hurt me more if he tries to stay, and I don't think, and like,
I can't trust that. Yeah.
we're just an outlet for him. That's
Yeah,
that's gonna hurt so much, especially if I get myself involved with him. But for me, because I'm assuming that he doesn't have good intentions, or really he doesn't really give a fuck about us, and that isn't involved in why he came back, then that hurts me enough. But it's gonna hurt me a lot more if I get attached to him, and then he doesn't, and that's the case now.
That's why auditing this is so key, because it's like you're just checking, you know, and it's like also I think the least you could ask of a person like this, like the fact that he's been welcomed back with such open arms, like he already, you know, he comes back, I think you guys would hate me, you know. I think he's willing to probably put up with a lot of confrontation. I think he probably expects it, and I think that's used. It's like, hey, let's take him up on that offer, you know. He's offering his sorries. Let's see if that carries into the specifics, and let's see what sorry means, right, Fleur? Let's see what he means by sorry.
I was blasting something. What did you say? My name.
I said, ask, like, confront him, figure out what he means by sorry. Like, what is he sorry for? Does he understand what that did? And, like, would he understand what it would do if it happened again? And is he aware of that? And is he approaching it with that in mind? Okay, well, that would be good to know. That's actually, you know, encouraging if that's the case. But I don't know.
No trust.
Yeah, I got the skeptical eyes for sure.
I will say though, because I was mentioning earlier, is about this situation for my girlfriend. I'm guessing I told you that she's being kind of ghosting me a bit.
Yeah.
So I guess I've just been trying to, you know, this has been going on for like 3 weeks now, 2-3 weeks. So what I wanted to do was just try and learn from my mistakes, because this is a situation I've already dealt with like 2 months ago in the same, you know, a similar scenario at least, not the same. But this one seems a lot more understandable, because they're like, the situation is they're working 7 days a week, and I'm guessing they just finished their finals, or it's the very end of the semester or something.
Yeah,
so they're very busy, and that's what they've said. So I'm trying to understand that, and I haven't been too excessive, you know. But I was saying to Fleur earlier, I was thinking about it, and I'm just like, this is not what I can't deal with this right now. I can't deal with someone that's being so avoidant. That's just not, I'm not prepared to deal with that right now. I've never been prepared to deal with it, because that literally hard counters my own personality. The way that I navigate relationships, it counters that.
Your attachment,
yeah, I'm attachment. I'm a very attached person. So basically what my thought process is, I sent them a message earlier. I just asked, you know, how they're doing, because they haven't. I DM'd them 4 days ago. They didn't respond.
Oh damn!
And it's been 4 days. So I DM'd them, and I'm like, basically just looking for updates. I'm just like, how are things going? You know, how's work, whatever. If they don't respond to that message, then I'm going to be very upset. But if they do, then I'm going to try and I'm going to start basically making them understand how I feel in this situation. Okay. Because at the end of the day, this person already abandoned me a year and a half ago. They abandoned me. There's no going around it. And then they're giving me the same signals that they did when they did it in the first place, where they're avoiding saying things like "I love you" when I'm saying it to them. They're just ignoring the message and talking about and changing the topic, which is a big sign to me that maybe they're not feeling me right now. And realistically, anything could be going on. They could have cheated on me. They could have found somebody else that's more interested. Anything could be going on right now. So I'm going to make sure that they understand how I feel and try to understand the situation better, because I feel like it's more than just, hey, I'm busy, I'm tired from work, and I'm sleeping a lot, and I'm overwhelmed. It's just like, that could be the case, but I honestly kind of doubt that that's everything. Yeah, I feel like there's maybe a bit more to it.
You'll make time. If you care about the relationship, I think you'll make time for sure. If I care about something, I'll definitely make time for something.
Also, especially if you just abandoned it last time, like, I think you have an obligation, either unsaid, but just, like, should be said, to be more
Yes.
on the ball than previously because
No, for sure. I mean, like,
it
and
is
that's so
uncomfortable to
justified
work.
of me. That's incredibly
Have you
justified of
talked
me
about
if I
that?
explain it. No, not really.
Ooh.
Yeah. I said earlier to you that I wish I did
The
press it. Like, I wish I did bring it up more. That's something I will definitely be bringing up whenever I get to speak to them.
kind of feels like it's important to bring the stuff up before the person starts distancing and replaying normal previous behaviors, right? Like, probably
Yeah.
very important to say, hey,
But I mean, honestly, if they don't respond to me and they ghost me for days, I'm gonna DM their friend. I'm gonna DM their friend. I'm gonna say it to them, because I could really do with a response right now, because I need to know if this is something that I need to stay engaged with or just move on so I can save myself the pain later of being abandoned. Because it's gonna hurt so much more if I wake up one day and they're just gone than if I leave the situation.
yeah,
To me, this
100%.
feels fugazi. I don't understand what's going on because you. I think there's a lack of trust between you and me and what you're telling me and what's going on, because you're saying, all right, if she doesn't respond to this message, you sort of sound like a gambling addict where this is not the first time you've messaged her and just got a no response. This is
And probably made this commitment too, right? Probably made the same.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you've made the same commitment. Oh, okay, it just in your head to yourself. Oh, if I don't get a response back from her, I'm really gonna start instigating stuff now.
It's be the one where I finally I kind of I bring it up, I make a thing.
I just think this is. I don't think I've been this straightforward though with it, where I'm, or at least.
What was the message you last sent?
Well, no. It wasn't straightforward, but
Okay,
at least
there we go.
it's because like that's like the setup for me to be extremely straightforward, because
But you're never
regardless
gonna get that.
but well, regardless what she responds or not, I'm gonna bring it up, and then if they're gonna ignore that one, then I'll just go to their friend. That's
Why don't you just
the only
message
thing.
her
I
first
would say
about?
the third ignore is the answer. Like, I think it's tough to see how going. Like, what are you gonna find the friend saying?
Yeah, that
unless you
friend.
I mean,
That's a
I wanna
proxy.
like that's their best friend that they spend basically every day with, because they both go to the same school, and that she gets picked up by this friend to get taken to school. So, I mean,
It's
it
not their
wouldn't surprise
relationship.
me. Yeah, like
Fine.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if my girlfriend is telling her friends things that I'm not being told. But at the end of the day,
And
well,
they're
I'm
gonna
probably not
tell
going to be
you?
told. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But I still think it's
That's what
worth
I'm saying.
it's
Why are you
worth a
talking to a
try.
friend? No, I think you're lying to yourself. I think there's a massive lie going on, and
the third response is like an answer.
yeah, she's already given you a massive answer with the way she's been. I didn't once I read through the DMs, I understand the extent of what's been going on. Because I don't assume things. Very much I need more information before I start making big plays. So after you showed me those DMs, I already told you, and this is why I said get advice from Mirage, get advice from Galactic, because I don't handle, I don't handle romantic relationships, so I don't know what the expectations are. But if I were to put my opinion on the table, it's the case that you have obligations in relationships to be responsive and communicative, and the fact that I will, for the things you love, EXE, even though you're depressed with music, you're still having a relationship with music, even with all that's going on, and it just makes me think.
Good point. Such a good point. Yeah.
When it comes,
right? Yeah,
you will always make time for the things you love.
100%.
100%. So when she's not giving you that what you call it, that the responses that I think are conducive of a healthy relationship, conducive for a healthy relationship that you want that communicative relationship. I think you need to start beating around the bush. Okay, well, I'm going to see if she responds to this message that doesn't even really get cut to the point and that you coped about. Until I called you out for that, it wasn't straight to the point. It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything as to what's on your mind. I think you need to just lay out in a very concise message. Hey, the lack of communication here is killing me. It's killing me, and I want some communication. Are you serious about this?
Bringing up the
this
past,
has happened before.
I try to be cool about this, but it reminds me of what happened last time. I need to know that's not going to happen again. Maybe give me enough, like, or don't give her way up. It's like, I need to know it's not going to happen again. And I would love to know. I'd love to get a response. Love to talk to you about this, but you know, I gotta go forward. Like, kind of
And
thing.
quite
Like,
frankly,
No,
you're
you're
being
right,
too
yeah.
meek and uncommittal because you don't want to bring any of that up because you're too scared that it might send her away. I think that's what's happening. I think that's why
No,
you're not cutting
yeah,
to
you're probably
the
right.
meat.
Yeah.
Talking to her friend instead. No, she will see the message guaranteed 100%. She's definitely on her phone. She definitely sees your messages and she's actively ignoring you. Just remember that that's actively going on. She's looking at that and she said, fuck no, that's exactly what's happening, almost guaranteed. That's my guess, especially if that's your relationship partner and you're somebody that, you know, I seen she has all these tags on Discord, so looks like a Discord no life to me, to be honest.
Discord master. You mean a Shaolin monk of Discord?
Shaolin,
Master,
no.
a femcell master.
So
Right.
Master Discord Shaolin.
It's funny how we call them femcells now. I love that.
Yeah, they
Even
are.
though
That's what they are. I mean, it's just
they're
correct.
the OG. No, they're the OG incels. We're the male cells, really.
yeah.
They're more powerful. They have Second Life. They have like 6 life simulation games going at once, entire economies.
So I think now that Niraj is definitely he definitely sees what I'm seeing. I'm just saying, when you're doing these to me in what I'm trying to simulate your mind, when you're messaging her, you're doing a bunch of these prodding messages, you know, oh, I miss you, and she's not responding to you. You're sending her stuff. You've done this multiple times where you've sent stuff and she's not responded. Why is she going to respond to the next message you send? You're just getting into that crazy thing. Are you there? Are you there? No.
It's the game. No, you said it so perfectly with the gambling. The gambling is better, I think, than the Oliver Twist kind of like the gruel thing I think you were doing just now. I think the gambling thing is better. It's like it is. It's like no. But I think if we get the sick on this, like she'll, you know, I think they'll.
Yeah, right.
Just one more hit. It's gonna happen after one more hit.
I think honestly, you know, the reason people say don't give up is because you can always hit that last pack magic, baby. That last spin magic.
And that's what it seems like you're doing. So I would recommend you just lay it out in a nice, succinct messages.
What advice I have for him is like, dude, I just don't think the attachment style he has is capable of being satisfied in an online relationship. I think fundamentally he needs to have it in his mind that like you need to be able to see the person in real life. EX is the kind of guy like he wants to be like around this girl like 16 hours a day. Like it's like that's his like ideal world, and he's having to like deal with a person on the other side of the world in a different time zone. Like that is brutal. I just don't think that's fundamentally like a recipe for success, and it's complicated. Obviously, easier said than done. Obviously, but I'm just saying, like it's like I think it's just the case. It's like we're kind of flirting around the edges here, but it's like the fact you happen to even just communicate it on Discord at all is that's the problem on some level. Like there needs to be something else plus Discord, if that makes sense. There needs to be a seeing in person, a stable sense of trust, and that way you don't have to constantly do all these things to have trust and fear of abandonment, because they can't abandon you because there's like they're more committed in a serious way, and so you can trust them, and so you don't feel that like pressure or that fear. So important, I think.
Yeah.
Wow, you just made a completely different connection, because I was saying to him that just that in-person mechanic is really important, and the fact that he does want to be around them, I think it is just more beneficial that you can go and do these things where you can check on them. You are in their, you know, personal in-group rather than across the screen, which I think fundamentally is impersonal in a way where you can actually, it's one of those things where you're not saying, it's really hard for somebody to just start screaming slurs at you in real life versus across the screen. Fundamentally, the way people act on a screen is a lot more impersonal, so I think this ignoring stuff is much easier to do on the internet, because you're never gonna have to meet them in real life and bump into them or live in the same house. So that's
it was so weird when Andrew was describing how he is in real life, and you know what happens if you know how he is in real life. He's backs his shit up. It's like, what are you talking about? Like the whole game here is that you know you're not gonna see people in real life. Like, why are you even saying this?
And with the you made a attachment styles. I don't really know much about attachment styles, and the fact that he likes to be, I've noticed this too, but I don't have the language of attachment styles. I just noticed that he loves to be, he really appreciated when his ex-girlfriend was very much she spent 36 hours straight playing Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
and he really appreciated that. To me, that's really crazy. Oh fuck, I need to get away from this person's cousin is insane. But he saw it as something that he adored that.
Dedication and love
Exactly.
and willingness to sacrifice for the other, and but also he wouldn't need such grand fucking gestures of time commitment if he could be around the person and it wasn't like so like either insane commitment, dedicated like fucking hardcore hit of that connection, and then we're gonna go months without it. Like that's fucked. How can you possibly be happy in that cycle? That's brutal. That's just punishing, I think.
So we get the max ammo, and then you have a cop, zombie blood.
You get the max ammo, and you get like fucking 6 max ammos in a row. You're like, what? No. And then it's like too much. And then you don't put any max ammos to like 80. You don't get and you're like, fuck, this sucks. I hate this game. And you're like, no, you hate it because it's rigged and it's broken and it's not supposed to play this way. Like this isn't supposed to happen. You're supposed to be like in person, connecting with them regularly. Oh, I'm busy. I'm working late. No worries. You still see them at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like I don't see you for 4 days. It's like, oh, you're depressed. Oh, let me get you some ice cream and watch a movie together, and we'll cuddle.
Yeah.
I have to contact your friend. It's like I have to contact your friend. Like, seriously, it's the real life is the key for this, I think. And again, attachment style, it's a made up word by fake people who are not academics trying to understand relationships. But it is kind of real in that it just describes people's wants and needs, like the things that make them feel attached to another. And then if you don't do that for them, they don't feel attached. They don't feel satisfied. They feel like alone and not.
Fake words. I love how you said that.
Wait, it makes sense, or is it like crazy?
I don't know. I don't know anything about attachment styles, so I have no idea if they're made by faux academics or faux academics. Sorry.
But that's polemic. But the second part, the
What's
part
polemic?
about
I don't know what that means.
It is a hyperbolic insult meant to critique that's in a cartoonish way. But I'm not real. But it is the case that like a lot of these are mommy influencer like people. It's like there's this like people will describe some of their attachment style or like love language as giving gifts. They're like, my love language is gift giving and gift getting. And it's like, I don't think we're talking about love anymore. I feel like we're talking about something like obviously caring for someone and supplying someone with what they need and being there for them and that. But they're describing like my love language is diamonds. And it's like, okay, I don't think we're in the realm of like understanding in academia. Like, so I'm not like saying literally they're fake, but I'm just being like, a lot of it's like not really based in it's like more an advertising thing. Like, my love language is chocolate, get her chocolate kind of thing. So, but yeah, again, a lot of it's just like, what do you want out of a relationship? And I think real life is the only way that EX is going to get what he wants out of a relationship, which is like kind of companionship in a more longer term sense.
I think it's just harder to do these things. Not across the screen. When it's across the screen, it's so much easier to just ignore somebody. That's the conclusion I came to.
Big time.
It just being online just means that you don't have to take responsibility for your actions, for the most part. And well, at least anyone that's gonna do anything to me doesn't have to take any amount of responsibility because there's nothing that I can do to get back. I can sit there and I can spam them with DMs because I'm scared and I'm worried that they're gonna leave me, but all they need to do is block me and it's over. They don't have to deal with me anymore. And I wouldn't be surprised if I've been in a situation where I was really close to someone and they ended up leaving me, but they were just maybe I was just like a temporary thing for them. Maybe it was just like I'm not really feeling very good right now. I want someone, I want like a short-term close relationship, but that I don't have to worry about after a month when I'm bored.
A situationship.
Is
that what situationship is?
Oh, yeah.
That's
that too. I think that would make sense to me. I honestly don't know though. I gotta be real.
That's Google.
Situationships.
A romantic or sexual relationship that lacks a formal label or clear commitment. So pretty much.
It could be that, but I guess we're thinking more friendship sometimes. But yeah, just the formal label with clear commitment. I think clear commitment is key for this, for like what it makes a situationship. It's very casual.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, the way that I feel about this whole relationship, this situationship is.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm kidding, but I mean, I'll do what I can to try and I guess set some boundaries, make sure that like certain things are understood, and keep it alive. But if it ends, it's honestly not the end of the world for me. Just because I said this to Fleur, like I have been basically anticipating the fact that this relationship is going to end for 3 weeks now, because I've dealt with this so much, and this person's done it to me already. That whenever things are going bad, I always just assume that it's the beginning of the end for things, anyways. So
You're right, though. You're absolutely correct on this.
Yeah, I accept it, and I understand that there's a very high possibility that this person will do that.
Like, not only are you right, but you didn't even get the benefit of being right. You got the consequences of being anxious for being right, and then when you were right, you don't even get the benefit of learning from it because you're not even stopping.
Because there's also no communication, right? So let's say that one day I just get blocked, I don't really learn anything because I don't know what I did wrong in that situation for them to leave. Because there's just no communication. They never told me I'm leaving you because you're manipulative or abusive or whatever it is. Because you just never learn because they just leave. So that's why I honestly, I mean, I was always very insecure. But I became so much more insecure after being left. This person started off the insecurities for me. Because I started to believe that I was actually just unlovable. That it was my fault. It was my fault and it wasn't their fault, and I wasn't angry at them. Because I started to believe that maybe I was just someone that can't be in relationships because I'm not good enough for other people.
Improving these ways, and man, I wish I had been like this from the beginning, and we could have been together, and it would have been.
Yeah, exactly. Because I've done that so many times. Even like once that last relationship ended, I started to believe it's like I did all of these things wrong. Like if only I could just go back in time and change them and learn from them. And it's, I don't know. I mean,
it'd be devastating if that wasn't enough.
It's just like.
But it's not your fault. This person's clearly dysfunctional. She's not able to engage with you or respond to you. It's just dysfunctional on her end. It's not about you. Genuinely. Like, she's just dysfunctional. And if she's doing this multiple times but coming back to you, dude, like, she's like all over the place. Like, this is not a stable person,
I want to find the justification for why she did it, because I know I did ask. Or it did get brought up when I first started speaking to him again. So I want to see what their response was. Because I don't exactly remember.
Indicative of why people coming back need to be asked and really, vetted.
I mean, it was it was just ridiculous. It was just ridiculous for me. It was just ridiculous for me to accept her with open arms without really getting a good understanding as if she's not gonna do it again.
I see why you did it, but yeah, you definitely shouldn't do that. Yeah.
No, for sure.
And Zoo shouldn't either.
Yeah.
The parallels are so strong here. It's so it's like.
Yeah, I'm at the beginning of these DMs. Let me find it. I mean, yeah, like I did that because I honestly, it was probably just me really desperate, and
I mean, yeah, people are lonely.
it was like, I don't really know how to describe this, like what I'm thinking, but like I wanted a situation, but it wasn't like that because I wanted something long term. I just needed something so badly that I didn't really give a fuck what it was. I think that's what it was. So it fucked me over.
You know where they were coming from? Because you got into it so fast. I'm guessing you didn't, but at least when you were getting into the relationship. But do you know where, what they've been doing over the past few years that you weren't talking to them?
And back.
Look at this! Look at this! This is hilarious! Wait.
I can't see.
No. Look in the group. Look in the group.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at your screen.
What are you talking about?
Look at the group.
Wait, EXE, just so much shit. I fucking cut myself. Dole. Wait, I don't. This is just so poorly formatted. Like, you need to screenshot.
I just copy pasted it. You know what? Here, I'll just show you. Wait. 1 sec. It fucking made me scroll down a little bit. Okay. Look at this. Look at the
Yes,
response.
I feel so awful. I just so much fucking cut myself.
And then 2 days later, they still hadn't responded. That was just their response. That's just what they said to that
They're
situation.
literally trying to fuck with your head psychologically at that point. That's like almost melodramatic. It's like
That wasn't a. Yeah, they didn't mistype that.
You're like die on the stage and they're like, I pass away. It's like I cut myself, it's bleeding out. It's like over the top,
Just-
like RP almost level of like cruelty to you, honestly. Like that she's leaving on purpose.
I'm trying to find. Because I'm.
This is.
See, my chat's
So-
so clear.
Do you know what they were doing over the past few years?
No.
That you weren't talking to them? Did you
Oh,
never
no.
inquire?
No.
That's so interesting to me. This really lines up
Did
with
it
Zoom.
surprise you?
Yeah, no, this really surprises me because the first thing I'm asking Ender is that I'm just curious to know why. The first question I'm asking is, why are you here? But I need to know so much background information to really answer that. That question with any sort of good understanding of really why because I don't fundamentally trust if I ask you that directly. I'm gonna get a full answer that I really you're
It's satisfying. It's satisfying.
exactly.
Yeah.
So I have to ask a bunch of feeler questions before we really get to that point. And just really interested that none of you guys really took that much interest in what this guy was doing, what his, with the extent of his interest, because I can tell you that I know your interest, all your guys' interest, and I know them fairly well that I can describe them to you, or I engage with them actively. So the fact that this was also a thing that you didn't ask, it makes me really curious. Why would you not inquire as to more about her in terms of what is her character? What was she doing while I was gone? What were these ghost years? What happened? Because you also did that with Ender.
She was off the grid.
She was off the grid.
She was off the grid on a mission to save penguins.
Penguins? Why penguins? She has to save the foxes.
I don't know.
I
like the idea of saving penguins. They're cute. Like imagining a bunch of them in a boat, like waddling around is like adorable.
But that's something that you need to ask yourself. How come I didn't ask any of these background questions as to what they were doing?
Yeah.
Because this would tell you the veracity of their character, their intentions with the relationship, which is something that you would definitely want to know, especially if you're beginning to talk to that person again. You're not beginning to talk to Ender, so I can understand that more, but you still at least feel something resentful towards him. That I'm surprised that you wouldn't at least inquire. But
Ender well, especially the context of what EXE said about Ender leaving, and you gotta write this down. So let's write this down somewhere. When he said that Ender leaving created two factions: the pessimists, like him, who said, "Guys, Ender's not coming back," and the optimists, who said, "Ender will be back any day now. Any day, the moon will turn, the crops will come back." There's like this, God has abandoned us. We are in the midst of a famine. It's like, I believe that he will return and any day now, and the crops will. It was like literally like he created like an insane viewpoint towards him that was just like, I don't understand why this person left us. And like they were like the covert negatively took it and like, don't worry, he's back. He's just dealing with some real life stuff. Who back in 8 day now? It's like 3 years later. Drake is like, does you think he comes back? It's like, no, there's no way. He's like, I finally accept that he's gone forever. Then a few months later he comes back. It's crazy.
It's really funny.
So of course that's why they don't bring it up. They've been wanting him back the whole time. But it's funny that both camps folded instantly. It's like so funny to think there were 2 camps, but both camps folded instantly when he came back and was like, we're just happy you're back.
I held true even though I wasn't even I wasn't holding true at all. Because I have no... Actually, I probably knew Ender before these guys, funnily enough. Yeah. So...
I heard about him from them. Like, you're literally just not forgetting the stuff your friends told you.
Oh, actually, it's really funny. A lot of the things that Zoo is into is from Ender, and I told him about these things. So it's actually funny. I am the OG of I'm actually the Alpha Omega of the server. You didn't even know.
Because you told him about that anime. It was funny because
I told him about Kaiji. I told him about Monster.
Wow, what?
Yo, you didn't know that?
No!
I got him to watch Kaiji.
Wait!
I was
Listen,
the one who was telling him to watch Kaiji.
I'm telling you now, this server would probably not be a thing if Endo didn't like anime. Maybe Trickies can can say something otherwise. No. But I'm just saying that because he had such a big. From my memory, from my horrible memory, this was over 4 years ago now because the server was created in February of 2021. From what I remember, Ender was introducing people to anime, and they all got like collectively near Ender and Trickies got me to watch Death Note. So then I was like really interested in anime. So when Trickies approached me with the idea of making a server for us, I was like, yes, I'd love to because I want to get more into anime and shit. So I mean, that is quite funny that you were the one to get him into like Monster and Kaiji because those are some of his favorite anime that he introduced to everybody else. But yeah, you know what's so funny?
I definitely got him into Kaiji. I don't know about Monster, but I wouldn't be surprised if I got him into Monster too. But that could have just been from Frenzy. But I definitely got him into Kaiji because I remember telling him, "Oh man," because at that time I didn't have people that would I guess I didn't have faith in people getting into the things that I liked, so I said, "Oh, just skip the first episode, man. Just really get into it. I just really want you to get to the good part." That's how much I wanted him to watch Kaiji. So I am the primordial being of Zoo, and you have no idea.
You are the origin, the Alpha, the Omega.
That's crazy, but I swear I remember once. The first time I talked to him again, I didn't know that he I'd heard like 2 years ago that his girlfriend basically got him into this phase of hating anime, but I didn't know if he would still be like that, right? I thought him coming back would mean he'd be willing to get back into it again.
So it's so bizarre, but the girlfriend explanation is like, oh, she fucking manipulated me, she made me think all this stuff, and it's like, actually she's right, and I credit most of the best parts of me to her, and she's like on it. She was great. And I still really believe a lot of what you say. It's like, wait, what are you talking about? I thought you manipulated into you hating us. Like, do you still hate us? Like, what?
Well, I was gonna say.
I know exactly what you're saying. Because I've been thinking the same thing. Because the manipulation story doesn't make any sense to me when it's a manipulation story, but you also attribute all the successes in your life to her and all the changes that you've made to her. So, where is the manipulation coming from? But I'm not asking that because he doesn't know that I know that, and I don't. When it comes to personal stuff, I'm not trying to bring that up. But that was very suspicious to me off the get-go. I don't even. I was cringing every time manipulation was said. What the fuck? What the fuck do you guys know this? I don't buy this at all.
Kind of a sob story that blames someone who isn't around to defend themselves, right?
And it doesn't match. That's something I can for sure say I really don't believe.
It doesn't match 100%. Because again, also the point is he's like blaming her for this, and then he doesn't say that it's wrong necessarily, like what she said. It's like, I don't know, he doesn't like anime still. He agrees with her. It's not interesting or it's gross. It's like kind of like it's overly sexual. You're like, that's not true. Doesn't remember Monster. Doesn't remember some of the best anime. Was an anime evangelical, according to EXE. Was recruiting to the anime faith, and now he's like, I don't even know what an anime is. It's like, what?
Well, I was gonna say, because when I first spoke to him again, obviously with my assumptions of him and anime and his relationship with it, I was like, it's kind of funny because I've seen so many of the anime that he used to hold so highly and love, and some of those are my favorites, like Monster. Well, there'll be. I mean, I can just pull my list up. There was Monster, and then I was still gonna be. I wanted to talk because, I mean, you wouldn't know about Niraj, but back then, like, he got everyone to watch this anime called Fate Zero, and the thing about Fate Zero is that was his favorite anime, or like top 3, top 2.
I know, because he got me to watch it too.
Right. So he got everyone to watch it. I think Nair had already seen it like a while back, but I think he got him to rewatch it. He got Tricky's to watch it. That was Tricky's favorite anime at one point. That was Galactic's favorite anime at one point after he watched it. So many people watched Fate Zero, including me. I was a late bloomer, but ever since the day I finished that show, it's been my favorite anime of all time. So I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. Like, this is still my favorite anime, and it's like, oh wait, what's that again?
Whoa.
I think he said like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Fate Zero. You remember Fate Zero, right? Like, one of your favorites, right?"
Yeah.
And
Crazy
that's fake
repression.
misremembering, because what people do when they actually don't remember, they're like, wait, okay, like they'll like try to remember, and then they'll. But if it's that personal, and you both know the
That's a good
relationship with it,
catch.
pretending not to know what that even is, it's like, have you done drugs? Like, I don't even know
okay,
what drugs are.
let me just say, right?
What?
I don't know if it was what is that, but whenever it did get brought up, he's like, I have absolutely no idea, and like
That is insane.
it was either that he didn't know what it was, like he genuinely forgot what it was, or
That's not possible.
or he said, yeah, I literally know nothing about it. I don't remember a single thing about it.
Hundreds of hours around something that you just can't get it completely out of your mind.
He used to read the wiki.
would-
The wiki is like thousands and thousands of
I'm
pages.
gonna ask him about
long.
Phase Zero. Now that you brought this up, because I think you brought this up prior, I'm actually gonna bring this up because that was a big contention that
You gotta bring it back.
That I just could. I think I tried to watch it on 3 separate occasions, and I just was not into anything that was happening on the screen, and so I tuned out. And at one point, I was watching it with him in the call. So I'm gonna bring that memory up. Do you remember when we were watching Fate Zero together in a call?
No.
Yeah.
Nah.
By the way,
wait. What was even so good about Phase Zero?
Again, after EXE said it, after EXE told him about it, he's like, wait, what's Fate Pretends Not to again? He didn't know it.
I'm just saying, this guy used to religiously read the wiki. The wiki has 5,700 pages and 20,000 images on it.
Go back one page.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're on my
the back
screen?
Button. Yeah, click back one page. Oh, is that really one page? Right, click back on the wiki.
Yeah, I'm on the wiki.
Okay, yeah. Now there we go. Look on the left. Look on the left. Third tab on the left. Yeah.
Take a walk.
Mysterious Neko X. What is that one?
Oh, that's
Click on it.
It's a parody.
This is a very very famous character. What? The other one in the fanboy community.
Wait, go back. Yeah, now click on the tab. Click on the tab on the right. You see on the Nekowalk's name, where the picture is.
Oh, this one. Yeah. It's a parody of this.
Right.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh wait, put on the Nekowalk track from Accent Cool Actress Again. What the fuck you call that? I want to see one of the Rush things of it. Hold on, brother.
Okay.
This is a really sick theme.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah.
It's like Charlie Brown Peanuts piano plus like synth plus like.
Wait, here. I'll just boot the game up and I'll just show you. Well, I mean, you'll be able to hear the theme, but I'll show you the character.
Yeah. Oh wait, I see you play this game.
Okay, well, this is because it's not the right stage. This one.
Okay.
There you go.
Boom. Oh, this is cool. That's a adorable character. This is a story, though?
Huh?
This is a story? This is like a story thing? This is like an anime?
It's a fighting game.
Oh yeah, but is there? Wait, is this not the thing that Ender was
Mm,
getting everyone to watch?
it's from Melty Blood, which is in the same universe. It's in the Fate universe, but it's not Fate.
Okay.
There's
It's
no
like a
there's
thing.
no there's no Melty Blood anime. It's
Okay.
it's because all of Fate is based off of visual novels. Hentai visual novels. So
Oh my god, wait, that's crazy. So that means that he is actively encouraging the engagement
I'm
with
back.
essentially hentai novels. You're like, is that what you're saying? You're saying Fate is essentially a hentai novel series.
I will like the adaptations aren't hentai by any means, but the visual novel originally was an eroge, an eroge, like this shit like that from.
What does that mean?
Stuff. An eroge?
Yeah.
It's just a hentai. EROGE, just a hentai visual novel.
ERO.
Which is
EE.
Or do you see the
Erotic video games. Wait, what'd you say?
Do you see my Clockwork Orange idea to get him back, to bring back Ender?
I don't know what Clockwork Orange is.
So Clockwork Orange is a movie kind of about brainwashing, kind of about cults, kind of about a bunch of stuff. But there's a scene where they make this guy watch this set of images and it brainwashes and conditions him. Kind of a meme. But look at the two things I sent above it, where he's like with these anime girl collages. Just make them watch one in each eye for like 28 hours straight. We'll bring him back. We'll bring him back, baby. We'll get him back. Hook him up to a machine. Make him look at this for 28 hours straight, bro. He is back. He's loving Fate. He's loving anime. I know him. We can bring that guy back. Bring back Ender. Make Ender again. How about that?
Huh. I like the animation that she was doing. Some Iori Jump CD animation.
Yeah.
Bull Farms. I like the song on the first one. I remember hearing it in a Minecraft video. She's right here with this pub bullshit. Neko Art Chaos?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. No, just a chaotic one.
That is pretty chaotic.
But Anara? Wait, what the fuck is it? I think Anara is
Deer.
Yeah. Nara is famous for as a city in Japan.
Do they eat deer there?
Would you say?
Do they eat deer there? I feel like they're very Japanese of them to do that.
Really? No.
No, right.
I don't eat them. I have no idea though they could.
Deer sounds bad, honestly. It's like from what I've heard, it sounds like really like tough and gamey or whatever. I don't eat meat at all, but so.
Wait, what?
People who have that deer, I don't eat meat at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I've just heard people say it's kind of like tough and not very good.
Oh yeah, eroge. I looked it up in a dictionary. It's just a contraction of erotic, and that word for erotic is ero, which is a contraction, and then game, but they say ge, eroge, which they do that for fighting games too. It's cock and soul game, eroge. You gay? Erotic gay?
Eroge.
Eroge.
Calling me gay, bro. Novel name keeps calling me gay. Novel type keeps calling me gay.
I'm glad the Neko Walk song did.
I think
Small hitbox characters are cloning.
the best that he might be is like a mid to at best, maybe.
Or was a woman.
No, I'm talking about Chaos.
Hey.
Yeah, I thought Chaos was a woman.
I don't think so.
I thought they were just versions of Aquaed.
Well, no, Neko Chaos isn't. He's of Nero.
I didn't know
Chaos.
that. Why the fuck is he called Nekowak?
Because he's like, I don't know. Because
Nekowak just means cat awkward.
Wait, what's Arc is awkward?
No, Aquaed is the character in the game.
Oh, okay, so it's a cat version of that.
Yeah, it's a contraction of that. Japanese people like to contract words, so it's just a contraction of that. Because Neko means cat.
Yes, I wore that one. Neko.
Alright, yeah, I learned these words.
I'm very aware of cat. I'm very aware of cat-related words in other languages. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, do you know?
I'm gonna be only monolingual one.
Okay. Do you know Machko?
Machka, is that Slovakian?
Yeah, yeah. How about
Yeah.
Kotek?
I don't know. Is that Russian?
Polish.
Polish rip. I obviously know Gato.
Oh, what's that?
Spanish.
I
Spanish.
don't know any
Gato.
Spanish.
Gato.
Gato?
I think. I think. Gato. Gato.
Oh, yeah, me and Xeno Gato.
Yeah, El Gato.
El,
The cat.
El Gato. No,
She's a
this
cat.
character. I didn't. What is this? Gato. What was it called? Oh. Wow, it doesn't even want to come up. Oh, here we go. Gato.
Boom. Badass. That's badass. That's something I feel like Wings would have as a profile pic, like the final frame.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was all about that, kind of just like having power pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like the skull. I remember the one where he had some philosophy meeting on his Twitter account before it got banned or whatever. I think it was the Wings of Religion Twitter account, and he had some 1800s philosophical debate as his banner on Twitter, which I thought was really funny. I was obsessed with that.
That's so funny. Dude, the only stuff he's ever sent me where he's like really wanting me to fully and deeply engage with something, he was really trying to get me to look at people who like deny weather or like the existence of space and stuff like that. Like he was like, no, they're making up their own science. You don't understand how cool this is and like how fuck you gotta look at this. Like this is so fucking sick. Like they're making up their own science. I'm like, okay, I don't know, man. I don't know how. I don't know if this is what I'm specifically looking for.
Oh, Tricky's wanted to ask you. We were talking about the Trump tariffs. I just said I really couldn't tell you much about this because I'm no economist. I said ask Niraj. That's why I was pinging him. Ask him when next time you're in a VC. What does he want to know?
Yeah. I gotta say, I don't understand the strategy being done. It seems incredibly arbitrary. I think a lot of what's happening is very much made up on the fly. A lot of testing the waters. Like certain countries like Japan are having completely different negotiation patterns than even like allies in Europe. It's like very strange the way it's being done. Like the formula for why certain places got more tariffs was just pretty arbitrary. It just took into account trade deficit. But if there's like a tiny country and we're giving them a bunch of shit, and of course they're not giving us anything because they're a tiny country, they have a massive deficit. Therefore, they got like some of the highest tariffs. It's like just tiny countries off the coast of Africa were getting like 68% tariffs because we give them way more than they give us.
Is that Penguin Island thing true?
Yeah, no, that is on some level. The 68, not the Penguin Island thing, but like the 68% top tariffs on like tiny locales with like sub 100K people, 100%, yeah. Just because you just give them way more than they give you, of course. Just there is an imbalance, but if that's a big part of your equation, because your equation's written on a napkin, you know, you're you're gonna run into this problem of just like really kind of wonky outcomes. And then a lot of it's just testing shit. A lot of it's meant to spook people, scare away investment from other places than the U.S. It's kind of creating chaos where it's like you either pick us or them. So there's a lot of things at once. I don't know what the outcome's going to be. I don't think anyone does. I think a lot of investors went in thinking Trump was just lying about doing tariffs. There were so many people I saw being like, no serious investor believes he's being serious. This is purely, and then he just keeps ramping it up. And then it's like, dude, they had to come out and apologize, being like, fuck, okay, we don't know what this means then. Like, if he's being serious, we don't know what this means. So like he's trying to trigger investment in America by being like, okay, it's more expensive to make stuff over there. And the way he's doing it is by increasing essentially the price of importation, which is going to be paid by the importing country, right? And so it's meant to incentivize American produced products because those will be less expensive. But supply chains are not instantly transferable. There's a massive infrastructure that produces iPhones, and it doesn't just change to America because Apple could gain like 6% profit theoretically if they move production to America. It's not in America for a reason. The infrastructure is in China. Like, it's way more expensive to just move everything over. It's just never going to be worth it. And so no country also sees, no person sees Trump's actions as permanent. They literally think that the moment that he's out of office, all this is going to reverse. So why would they invest, right? It's like, it takes too long to invest. It's not actually profitable unless you invest. And then, like, they aren't going to invest because they don't think it's permanent. So it's a complete clusterfuck. It's like, it won't even work on their own terms. It's awful.
Mm-hmm. That's how is this guy president?
Yeah, no.
Is this unprecedented? Because I don't know political history in America. I don't know the insane proposals of previous presidents. So I don't want to comment on it. But to me, he seems insane.
It's kind of like Liz Truss if Liz Truss couldn't get like taken out instantly. Like, it's kind of like a situation like that. It's like what she did, where she just was like, but it's like way bigger consequences, way more arbitrary, and a lot of it's like purposely meant to be inflammatory because the people in charge think that's like a smart tactic. Like, they're like intentionally doing something dumb, but they're like, no, you don't understand. It's actually like brilliant what I'm doing right now. It's like a very good move. And it's like, no one thinks that's true. Everyone thinks what you're doing is like incredibly, incredibly risky, because if you're making this chaotic climate and you're like, and I'm doing this so that they can invest in America, it's like, no one's going to invest in America because no one's really sure what that means. No one thinks that this is going to stay the case, and it's way too costly and you're not going to make any money. Like, I'm not even saying what's good or bad. I'm just saying, like, by their logic in the system we have, it's just not going to work. So they're just completely lying. They're lying to themselves to, I don't know for what purpose, but I think political theater, I think to make it seem like they're delivering when they really just cut taxes and cut enforcement of white collar crime. And, you know, like FBI units that have existed since the 80s to go after financial crime, disbanded, all immigration now. Like, it's really bad. They're definitely doing some things intentionally, but yeah, the trade policy just seems like a genuine like clusterfuck. I don't know what the plan is.
When what was I gonna say? Oh, I saw Trump and his tariffs. I saw that way more akin to Brexit than I did Liz Truss, just because Brexit does seem really unimpeachable in this country.
Yeah.
Like Trump is, because with Brexit, it's really, from my understanding, it's really hard for Labour to go, yeah, Brexit is a problem, we want to rejoin the EU, just because the votes are not divided on party lines when it comes to Brexit. So they would be losing a lot of their voters in the northern seats, which is where their power base is, if they wanted to pursue any sort of Brexit agenda. And they could try and force a party realigning, but it doesn't seem as though Labour is wanting to do anything radical or anything of the sort. So that's
it is similar to Brexit too, for sure.
Yeah,
but it's I'm more talking about how like Liz Truss like had a proposal on paper, didn't even make it public. Some newspaper got a hold of it, leaked it. The markets fucking tanked. They had to stop trading. Like, it was an instant disaster. Everybody was like, we got to get her out. Like, it was like an immediately obvious. It was like that, but yeah, with the staying power of Brexit. You know what I mean? It was like that chaos, but it didn't go away. It just stayed around. And it's like Brexit, where like, yeah, there's a strong political coalition at its back, and it's not something you could just dislodge. It's not like a simple thing where it's just obvious to everybody this is bad. It's like, no, a lot of people have been fucked over for decades by a certain political order. It just has happened. A lot of American jobs that were lost to overseas competition on purpose. You know, the American workers were accused of being racists. Companies in Japan ran psyops where they were saying you're just a racist against Japan by you just hate Japanese people, basically, for if you criticize your losing of your jobs and livelihood, you know. And so there's just this kind of gaslighting that's taken place, and I think it's driven a lot of people insane. I think it's driven a lot of people insane into believing really, really insane things. But it all roots from genuine dissatisfaction, genuine provable history of being misled, misguided for other people's profit. And you know, Trump's just the next ladder to take advantage of these people. It's kind of sad.
Okay. That's nice to know. At least I'm not. I'm not really that political, to be honest. I know a bit, but I'm not really that knowledgeable. So I sort of
I was gonna say that to Ender, by the way. I was gonna say, yeah, not really that political. I think that'd be funny to say it if you like in front of other people, just to him, because he would be the only one who doesn't necessarily get how insane that is for me to say.
Really?
Yeah, because he doesn't know me.
Oh, in front of you? Or
no, if I was to tell Ender, like, oh, I'm not, I just don't like getting in too much into politics. But I said that in front of Ender, like you, Trickies, and EXE, like everybody who knows I'm super political. Yeah. But he doesn't know that, right? I'm like, yeah, it's not super political. I just don't think. I'm like, you just don't talk about God, money, or politics. That's what I say. I say, don't talk about those things and you'll be happy. That's what I always say. Like, I think that kind of stuff would be so funny. You have no idea. It's awesome.
Okay.
I think he's that kind of guy.
I thought you were telling me to say that. I was thinking, what the fuck?
No. I'm gonna say that in front of people who know that
now.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah, but I don't know. What is the end goal with that?
Just to kind of see how he reacts. Like, it's something that obviously I have an interest in. Like, what is his view on that? Like, is he that really apolitical, shaky guy? Because with him wigging and zigging and zagging and dodging and flipping and flooping before answering your questions, like, my man, I don't know if I trust him to be anything other than the kind of apolitical. It's politics drives people apart. Like, I just feel like he'd be too slippity.
I was thinking way more Trumpian, just because I made so many connections. It was sort of the anime's feminine and the
definitely.
Trickies was telling me that he was really, really ashamed. He really emphasized the extent to which he was ashamed to sing I'm a Barbie Girl. As that was one of their discipline. When they were being disciplined, they would have to sing embarrassing songs, and one of them was I'm a Barbie Girl, and the other one was SpongeBob. And he was saying, he specifically made this distinction.
So humiliating.
I know, yeah, it's not humiliating at all. And he specifically made the distinction that he wasn't embarrassed to sing the SpongeBob song, but he was absolutely embarrassed to sing the
girls' music.
The girls' music. So just the femininity, the rejection of femininity, which that makes me think that he would be just more drawn to an internet space,
conservative,
an internet space that's conservative, and then therefore would be more Trumpian. Because that's something that's so tricky. Is I feel as though the internet is just its spaces in general that I'm into are just more political in general. A lot of the viewpoints that I'm inundated with are from people or from areas of the internet that I'm in, but I'm not seeking politics out. It just comes to me, and in the sort of conversations that happen, there'll be sort of adjacent conversations within these spaces about culture, which will be related to politics. Really strange. Usually American politics, no one's really talking about anything else about American politics. Everyone has an opinion, which is really funny.
India, Kashmir. It's a lot of crazy stuff going on, actually.
Yeah. All I can say
Kashmir, it's a lot of crazy stuff,
Yeah. I've known it. Apart from what you sent, which I didn't look at. I didn't.
It's crazy. No, honestly, no one can do anything. It's just fucked. It's actually just fucked.
Don't know anything about it. I don't know the history, of the region too. I've just heard of Kashmir a lot prior to. So I was actually going to ask, is this even Kashmir related? Because I would expect it to be.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it was these tourists that got killed theoretically. They were claimed it was a Hindu identity thing. Like, no, they definitely got killed. But the question is, were they terrorists sponsored by Pakistan? India says they were. Pakistan says they weren't. India says they were targeted because they're Hindu. Pakistan said they didn't support them. India said, we're going to bomb your bases for supporting them because we have proof that those bases trained these guys who did this attack. And then Pakistan said, okay, well, we'll start fighting back and maybe we'll have to launch nukes. And India's like, okay, well, maybe we'll do a ceasefire. And Pakistan's like, actually, you broke the ceasefire. And India's like, well, you also broke the ceasefire before we broke the ceasefire. And so that's where we're at now. And I fell asleep and then woke up and listened to you talk and got high. And so.
Okay. So this is all this is all very recent. Understand?
Very recent. Yes, it's very, very recent.
Yeah. No idea. I guess I'm just not really that interested.
He's a Trumpian. I feel like the way he's gonna adapt to it is gonna like the way it's like a thing on Tinder. It's like when guys say like I'm not political. Yeah, like girls know that means right wing. Girls know that.
Oh
means
yeah,
I think that's how it's gonna manifest. Is like he's gonna manifest having these kind of trad opinions and manifest the kind of distancing of it by just quote unquote not being political, not like in a talk of politics.
Because it's so toxic to be a Trump supporter, and I think Trump supporters definitely know that. That's why they've adopted the centrist label, where
Moniker,
anyone that uses the nom de guerre, using the moniker, so I had to get even more advanced.
yeah. I love that. Yeah, true. They know exactly.
These centrists, they're not centrists.
Yep, centrists.
They are absolutely just full throat Republican, whatever that means these days. Because does that mean anything apart from just being a Trump supporter?
I think it means believing you have a buy-in in the social order. Like you feel like no, like it makes sense to continue as things are. Makes total sense. This is the move. We got to get shit changed. Don't really know what that means, but it's good to be involved. My daughter, I took her to go vote. That's good. And I'm back to my job as a lawyer. Professional. I think taxes should go lower. The guy that says that I'm going to vote for. There's like a lot of stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's like that is the kind of apolitical person. They're very political. They just don't acknowledge it. They don't want other people to acknowledge it. And ultimately, they only care about themselves, but they want to pretend otherwise. They just want to pretend they're above it. It's like, no, you care about it a lot. You just pretend that everything else doesn't matter.
Of two videos I wanted to show you. One on the whole centrist thing. It's a low take on video. He's doing a content review. Me and EXE. EXE, I was actually going to ask you because we never finished this conversation. We finished the video, but I didn't finish the conversation because I just got sidetracked about something else. It's funny because I think we spent maybe 3 hours watching this video, and it's a 10-minute video just talking about it.
That's awesome. I love that.
And then there was another video I showed Stealth, and he found it funny, but he was like, "Why you?" I showed him and Trickers, and he was saying, "Why are you showing me this?"
Okay.
I was like, "Oh, come on!" Hold on, let me try and find it. I have to scroll a little bit, and definitely related to what we were talking about. Just earlier, just with the relationship stuff. Both of these are both relationship. The low take old one is a political relationship one because you were talking about that. That's why it reminded me of it.
Love it.
Where is this? Oh, okay, here we go. I found it. I found the clip.
Matt slides into, so you and Egwene back on.
Okay. Let me pause. I've got 50 million tabs open. Let me close your stream. Stop watching. Okay, here we go. Let me close some of these tabs. Okay, here we go.
And then Matt slides into, so you and Egwene back on, right? And Rand's like, well, we haven't really talked about it, but I guess they've been sleeping together for the last month. So they're not together? They haven't talked about that? They're just together. This is also kind of weird. I don't know. Do guys actually talk like this? I don't think that they do. But that's okay. It's a different world. They can have different customs. And then
she actually asked that in earnest, which I thought was really funny. There's a lot of context there that you probably don't understand, but you can probably pick up what you said.
I see the similarities, but I would also like to know like what you think is like how this captures, like what this captures. I definitely see similar themes though for what we talked about previously.
Right. No, I was just saying it was similar, but I just wanted to bring up the clip. That was the segue to bring up the clip. But I just thought it was really funny when I watched that clip because I was barely laughing when I saw that because she asked that in earnest. Do guys really talk like this? Because the answer is so obviously yes. they so obviously talk like this, but she's in utter disbelief that they depicted.
That can't be true.
Yeah, that it possibly can't be true that guys are this monotone in expressing.
I gotta say that I've had thoughts like that before. I'm like, come on, this is we're going a little over the top, and I've been told like, no, that's true. That is a crazy feeling.
100% true. Yeah, it's really funny, and it sort of goes back to the whole where guys want that this is a guy thing where it's like they want the mommy, they want that one person where they can get
100%.
vulnerable with, but they refuse to get vulnerable
A
with
one-stop
any.
shop, dude. It's like women are the best Swiss Army knives. They're moms. They're sex objects. They're people who bail you out. They're people who clean up your stuff. They're like maids. Like they're like the Swiss Army knives of people, bro. Like I just need like a sweet portable horny bitch to like lug around with me in my life, like kind of like follow behind me, and I'll be happy and I'll be in love. You know, insane. When you think about it, it's like insane. But yeah, no guys are like that.
Yeah, I totally think that. I totally think that.
You know what
that
I-
is pretty insane. But yeah, wait, hold
You
on.
know
Let
what
me read this. Wait, I'm quite worried about this relationship. I'm not angry at you or anything, but I want to make sure you understand my position, how you feel. We've had our past relationship. It ended with you ghosting me and eventually got in contact. And because that's happened to me a lot after that, I have a constant fear of abandonment. Seeing you quite distant lately worries me because I'm scared it's going to happen again. And in my current state, I'm not quite sure I can deal with that. I want to work through my problems and be in a position where I don't need constant attention from someone. Otherwise, I feel very depressed and alone. And I want to work through those problems with you because I value this relationship. That being said, I'm not sure I can go weeks at a time without hearing from you unless I'm being updated at least every now and then because I'm genuinely worried about you. And I don't seem to have a good understanding of why you aren't speaking to me right now. If you're just being with work
It
and
meant to be
school,
busy.
right? Then I understand, but I would like to hear at least. But I would like to at least hear from you every couple of days, considering it's been 5 days. Honestly, I think you should cut out the low fucking standards, the floor bottom fucking standards that you just put.
That's
in
what I
there.
was gonna say. I was gonna say that
Hedging.
when
hedging.
when I've written that message out, I've noticed I'm trying to put it in like the nicest way possible. So I try not to be
People pleasing.
offensive, but I shouldn't be doing that. But I know why I'm doing it. It's because I don't want to word it wrong, and then them maybe get upset or angry and act.
And you have the
upon
right to be upset
feeling.
because it's a relationship, and I think that's a floor bomb standard for a relationship. That I said something, and that's I got my ADHD or I got an ADHD test scheduled, and you're not saying anything. Surely she must know that that's a very big part of where you're going. With how you're trying to advance through your life right now. So the fact that she's not saying anything is after not saying stuff previously, not responding to previous messages. No. Let's remove the floor fucking bottom standards from that, and you go from that. I think everything else was, I don't know about Narash, but I think everything else was fine. That you want to work through your problems with her, and the fact that it's worrying you. Maybe I wouldn't even include that and wait for a call and go, hey, you sort of put the shoe on her foot. Say, this is what I think that you've done. The sort of the beginning part where you said, hey, this is you're not contacting me. I feel really bad. Elucidate how you feel about her sort of not talking to you. And hold on, what was I saying? I got distracted. By my own head, I wasn't even watching anything. Hold on, let me reread this a little bit. It was the put the show on her foot. Make sure she understands that, which I think you've done well. Which is, hey, you need to understand my position. You're not contacting me, and that makes me feel bad. And you've done that before. Those are the 3 points that you hit. Those are really all you needed to say. Hey, you need to contact me, because I think this other stuff, it's one of those focus the conversation on the one point you want addressed. I think. Because I don't know, it just makes the point stronger. It just, hey, you're not contacting me.
Yeah.
In the past, you've ghosted me. This is making me worry. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. Leave it there. Can you contact me? Can you call me?
Well, yeah, I think
we need to talk. That's it.
I think
at the end
yes,
of that
yes,
first
yes,
bit,
yes.
you
Listen.
just say, we need to call. This is serious. That's it. Make sure you
because I
elucidate
feel
that.
like
Don't talk about the I get really
Yeah, don't pre-negotiate. Don't pre-negotiate. Like it's
exactly.
you're kind of like negotiating against yourself before there's even been a conversation, putting yourself in a more vulnerable position to be exploited, but also less strong in what you actually think you want.
100%.
well, yeah, like I think I'd be able to get my point across way better if I was in a call with them.
Exactly. And that's why you need to make that in the strongest terms known. Hey, you need to call me. This has happened before. You're not contacting me. I'm in fear of you abandoning me again, like you did last time. This is serious for our relationship. You need to get in the call. And you need to make that firm. And I know you're doing this people-pleasing thing where you're pre-negotiating and you're dragging the standard so fucking low. It's unbelievable how low you're dragging. You can contact me every few days. What the fuck? You're not going to be happy with that. You know you're not going to be happy with that, but you're dragging the standard so fucking low because this person made the standard so fucking low. We need to talk. That's what needs to be.
What if I speak of the devil, they're actually replying right now. I didn't send them that message, but they're replying to something I guess I said earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are. Well, see, okay, that message I just put in there.
Hate shifts.
Uh-huh.
I might just send them that and see if they have time right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, I've said like, yeah, I need to talk. I've got my point across that it's really important. So.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me say. I want remove. All right, here's the part that you should remove. When you say I want to work through my problems and be in a position where I don't need constant attention, just remove that. That doesn't need to be in there.
That's not
not
exactly
relevant to what you're trying to address. It's sort of just fluff. And I know it's related to exactly what you're saying.
It's true.
Yeah, but I think it's fluff. I don't think it's relevant to what you're trying to address right now. So we don't need to address your problems. We need to address the fact that she's not communicating with you. So let's not start addressing, doing an autopsy on also your need to constantly attach to others. No, that doesn't need to be in there. It's been 5 days. Make it.
Yeah, did you like that better instead of it being like 5 days? I said it's been 5 days.
It's been 5 days. Yeah, stop doing the uncommittal like. I don't like that word.
Yeah.
I got rid of it unless I'm being updated every now and again. I got rid of the fucking I would like to hear from you. It's been 5 days. But I would like to hear from you. It's been 5 days. That's just way
not hear from you. I want to call.
I need to hear from you. Yeah, I need to talk to you. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I was trying to do more like just do the strike through because the strike through at least you're still keeping their words. I'm like, no, not this part. Get rid of this part. But you know, keep anyway. But yeah.
Okay. Well, I said. Well, I sent the message. I said, yeah, there's definitely something I need to talk to you about. They said I work again today, but we can after. So I'm asking them when they finish, because I do have a night shift in 5 hours. So
I just there we go. That's perfect. Yeah. Boom. There's something definitely I need to talk to you about. Perfect. Perfect. That's all you needed to say. No, that's why I said keep it short and snappy. You shouldn't be too light. You don't need to start putting a whole fucking paragraph of your life story and then pre-negotiating. You don't need that. That's something school taught you where you need a bunch of words for something that doesn't need a bunch of words. You need free.
And ultimately will be re-examined over voice anyway. So it's like, why are
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Why are we backing ourselves into a corner mentally ahead of time, setting the standards against ourselves ahead of time, and then not getting fulfilled from the conversation?
Yeah, they said they finish at 3 a.m. my time, which is a little bit shit. But I'm gonna see if they can call once I finish my shift. And if not, then just have to try it today.
Wow. Damn, it's a big tour. Dude, that's what when Tricky's was asking what Stealth thinks about that AI thing. That's what he was imagining. He's like, bro, that's gonna be happening in 5 to 20 years. Look, it's gonna go off, dude. It's gonna be out of control.
I love this gift, by the way. The cutest gift ever.
That is really cute.
They said, I'll be at work by then. I work back to back.
Just negotiate at a time.
Wait, but that's insane, right? They're finishing a shift. They're going home for like 3 hours or less, and then going back in for another shift.
Then just ask her, when can we talk?
Yeah, when can we talk next? When is the next time you can talk?
Yeah.
The soonest next time you can talk.
I don't know why you're trying to negotiate for her. Like she's not.
I'm not trying to negotiate. I'm just saying how ridiculous that is.
No, then ask her, when can we talk?
The video.
Yes, I will like the typing.
I find the clip of that child smoking that cigarette. 1 second.
Oh, that is a kid, yeah. I mean, there's no that when you.
A different one, even too.
Or...
Dude, I can't wait for him to crowd surf. No, yeah, this was looking for. This is what I'm looking for. It's the actual child smoking a cigarette on Discord.
He's humongous. Oh my word.
He is so. Dude, he's crowd surfing. I know it. It's gonna happen. 2025 crowd surfing.
Right. Anyway, hold on. Let me close the clip.
Toxic ain't even a word, man.
Wait, he's so
Toxic
right about
ain't
that
even
though.
a word, man.
Toxic ain't even a word, man.
Sarah rejects Ben
Have you seen this? Maybe you've seen this because it's been okay.
at the Love Is Blind altar
No,
because
I've
of
been
his
online
views on
much.
BLM and LGBTQ and the vaccine. Bro, you guys got to stop bringing up political shit when it comes to women. Just be like, oh, I never heard of BLM. Oh, LGBTQ, I love them.
That's literally what Andrew did.
never had
Anime.
LGBTQ, I love them. Vaccine?
Literally, yeah,
never had it.
Wait,
I don't know.
I never had it.
You got to start just tapping, I guess. Like, let's listen to it.
Not my
So
sperm
much.
super.
But I've always wanted a partner to be on the same wavelength. And so today I can't.
Talk about whatever the fuck you want.
I'm sorry, but I don't want that to be misunderstood. I still love you and everything about you is amazing. And I care about you so much.
I care about you too. And I love you so much. And
I
I
have
want
to
to stay with
stay.
you and keep growing our relationship if you'll let me.
We'll see. We'll talk about that.
Brutal.
Okay. I love you.
Brutal.
I love you so much.
I know that the connection we have
That's
is
not
so
true.
real. And my heart
It's
is
not.
there. But we
It's
talked about
not.
a lot of the values that I hold.
Your
I
heart
don't
is
know how
dead.
I don't know how she can say this when she has major gripes. This seems so fugazi.
Making this decision, my mind is telling me I can't.
Also, this is a stage.
Okay, wait, I can pull her
With
on
6
Tuesday.
cameras.
Are you okay? I'm okay. See me in the back. See me in the back.
Is that at the altar?
Yeah. But I think this is a show and this might be staged still.
I'm fine.
Fakest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Look. Bro, women don't give a fuck. You'll be talking to a bitch for a couple of years.
Bitch.
They'll just wake up one day and be like,
Yeah, it's just
well,
good.
I mean, I just want to see other people. You guys just fucked 3 days ago, 2 days ago, 24 hours ago. Bitch will really wake up. And be like, I just don't think her values align.
The 3 days was his true story, and then he said, "Oh, that's a little bit unrealistic," and then narrows it down into 1 day ago, as if nothing could have happened in the span of 3 days. I think he's major projecting it. I really do.
Yeah,
You
he's
just
trying
like,
to he's like, she changed her shit after
I just don't
3
think we
days.
work out.
Like, dude, he might have like crashed her car or something or killed her pet or something. I mean, I don't know. It's like you never know. Like, it's like she just lost it. Just couldn't get over shit.
Could be hate
Like,
fucking.
I just want somebody more like.
True.
But just a week ago, you were perfect for her. She complimented everything you did. Told you you're just the perfect guy. I love the way you do this and that. A week later, a bitch just snapped. Bro, it's just.
Rogzilla.
Yeah, this type of shit just ruins men for life. Bro, once you're a jaded guy, you can never get unjaded. You'll always have like infinite layers in front of you, no matter what the case, no matter what the cause. She wants BBC now, bro. If it's about BLM, she probably wants a nice dookie turd colored cock in her. So you can't date a chick that's in the cold one day. She'll wake up.
Fucking hell.
I'm okay. I don't know. I feel kind of numb. Yeah. Oh yeah. Because it's sad. Like I was really excited about Ben, and I'm just like, he's such a great person. I just like
Benjamin.
I just like.
You need to make content and also
I just hope I made the right decision.
Hi guys.
Oh my goodness.
I love you. Too. It was a lot, but
he's like about to kill himself. Don't let him go to the hotel alone.
Yeah.
Was it like the time frame? I mean, I knew the whole time coming to this.
No, this is like how when people kill themselves.
Like really?
Yeah.
Like, I
If
remember.
it's real, if it's real,
like,
yeah.
I used to
After you
know,
get
like,
stood up
Black
at the
Lives
altar in
Matter,
front of
I know that's
everybody
her, but, like, when I
Uh-huh.
on
got
national
it, he was like, I
TV,
guess I
if
never
it's
really
real,
thought too much about
he's
it,
gonna kill
but it
himself.
affected me.
Damn, she got to get herself.
That's really interesting because
That's how I know it's fake. Like if
Right.
this was done to a person, they
Mhm.
fucking throw themselves off the balcony. They hang
that's
themselves
so
with the
interesting.
belt on in the hotel closet.
I don't know if I could. I have to think about the situation for me because
You get pretty mentally broken if that's real and that happened to you. Like if your
Mhm.
I
whole
don't know if I
you had a whole
would.
life in front of you, and then on national TV you were humiliated and stood up at the altar. If that's real, that's genuine, that happened. That could hit someone in a way, but that sets them off for sure.
Because I'm thinking it's, Capua Montague, where I have my whole family there backing me, and it's, all right, that's some fucking, I have my whole family to support me. Probably be like one person there, because we don't bring the family along. I'm a solo.
Solo dolo. I go solo to my wedding. I have two sections, the bride and the groom side, but I roll solo, so it's completely. I'm bogging
Wait,
down
is it
with my
Mother's
space.
Day today?
No.
Is it Mother's Day?
Wait, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
It'd be bad if it was. It's Sunday.
It
though. It is
fucking.
Sunday.
Oh wait, no, 15th of March. 20.
It is.
No,
In
15th
the
of
United
March.
States, it is.
Oh,
In the
God,
United
done with it.
States.
Oh my god, I got so scared.
You saved my ass, dude. Thank you.
Okay.
Holy fuck!
That's huge for you, Rush. Thank you.
Anyway,
A nigga, bro.
Thank you.
I don't know. I just.
Keep going.
I don't know.
You asking a straight up Zach about BLM?
Yeah.
Bro, those aren't his issues. How the fuck is a Caucasian man gonna resonate with BLM?
Resignate.
Like, what? Bro, if I was a white guy,
Is that on purpose, or is he just
ISIS
actually?
No, he
Oh, he
just.
misuses words all the time.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
he
Got it.
calls himself a
That's a
scholar.
precise.
And the thing is,
I love that.
oh yeah, he
I
doesn't know
love that.
adverbs too. He doesn't say precisely. He says too precise.
Yeah, yeah.
That's funny. That's so good.
Which is really
That's kinda
funny
charming.
because he is incredibly good at speaking.
Outside of that,
he
so weird.
yeah, he's so good at speaking. He talks about the dreaded. Yeah, I talked to you about the essay. What was the essay? It was the George Orwell one, English
Yeah.
something about the English language anyway. And he does this one thing really well that this essay tells you to do. So essay is quite outdated. So he's talking about not dead metaphors, but dying metaphors. He's saying that dying metaphors do not conjure any sort of. It doesn't make your brain do any sort of work. So you're not fully within the material. And if you create your own metaphors, you force the brain to engage with whatever you're trying to convey. And I think LTG is really good at creating his own scenarios. Not only is he just a really good storyteller, he's incredible at creating insults that are very evocative. The squeegee one is so good. I love that squeegee insults, but the whole Rog stuff, if you play fighting games, you exactly know what he's talking about, which is really funny. Especially if you know the backstory of Balrog, you know exactly what traits he's disrespecting about African American culture. So I think he's particularly evocative at speaking, and he talks about the dreaded fillers. It's really funny. He's like, African Americans need to drop the dreaded fillers, and he doesn't really use fillers. He's not using he doesn't use these brain dead fillers that I think even a lot of good speakers use. He's very, very precise in the way he speaks, but he just doesn't know adverbs for some reason. Massive hole in his ability.
Massive hole in his game. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even call it a hole. I think it's charming when he says cut to precise.
Oh, it's so charming. I was gonna say that, or a sculler. Like that's hype. I love that. I like the metaphor point. That's very important. I completely agree. It needs to be engaging. It makes you do work and it makes you more engaged. That's so key. And dead metaphors is also like often just lazy writing. It means that you're trying to just get through it rather than think about how it's presented.
Oh, this tournament starts in an hour. I'm gonna play this.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna continue.
Bro, if I was a white guy,
Resignate, that
ice
was
queen
it.
with blonde hair, blue eyes, gonna ask me about BLM, I'd be like, what about it? She'd be like, well, what's your stance on it? I'm like, I don't know. I guess they were holding up picket signs. I robbed a couple of stores, stole some Jordans. I don't know. Like, what the fuck do you want me to say about it? That's a deal breaker from a white guy talking to a white chick. All right.
Especially in our own city, like how did it not make you think about something? I asked him to like what his church's views are, and he said he didn't know. And so then I watched a sermon online From his church.
About, yeah, sexual identity.
Okay.
And it was traditional. I told that to Ben. And he doesn't really have much to say about it, you know? I want him to think about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I
That's
feel
kind of
like
interesting.
it was
Ben's
such
kind
a
of sneaky,
fun,
isn't he?
carefree
Uh-huh.
Fucking Ben.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the more that I think about it, like she's like, "Hey, I asked you about this, and you didn't want to tell me." And then I looked at it, and it's the opposite of what you kind of said it was. And I was like, "What's up with this?" And you're like, "I don't know." Like, I don't know, man. That is kind of crazy to start out the relationship that way, like the marriage that way. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Well, I don't think, no, I think he just said he doesn't know, which is what I was saying is the whole I don't know. What is this? I don't know. I don't trust that at all. Yeah.
I don't trust it at all. Exactly. No, it's so sneaky. It's like, I don't know, and you can't really prove what I know. You can't confront me on these things that I'm not sure about.
love that we had.
Bro, she need a black dude. She's too ice queen. Like she needs spice.
Ice queen.
This is why I say like the biracial shit works better because she would be bored with just a white guy for the rest of her life. Bro, we're talking about a chick that's coined in the LGBTQ, BLM, and what was the other shit? In the vaccine, bro. She gotta fuck with somebody different.
Yeah, get she gotta get that vaccine.
Yeah, like bro, she would be fucking niggas on the side or something like that. Box probably wouldn't even get eyes wet unless she was with a black guy. Like it's proof in the pudding.
Proof in the pudding, dude. I think he's nailing it. This is very obvious from what is going on the screen.
What?
I know. I was like, no, this is definitely obvious. I mean, she definitely needs to fuck black guys on the side. That clip that I watched,
100%.
definitely that's what I took away from that for sure. I legit got really just jumping to the next level, and I'm like, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the vision.
I see how he's making the connection between the vaccine and black guys.
As an ice queen, that's a liberal.
Makes perfect sense.
That's your worst nightmare. You can't date a liberal ice queen if you're white.
He seems low IQ. That's really
It'll
funny.
never work.
That's the first message on this.
Your values don't align whatsoever. You can't even lie about it.
She went to George
Especially if you're a guy that's like,
you're
like a married guy that just really like
so funny.
that shit ain't gonna work.
I love Church Droids.
Free love that we had, equality, religion, the vaccine.
Oh my god, the vaccine is crazy.
That's kind of crazy.
So funny.
Oh man,
that cut is very
funny. This is why niggas are gonna start getting hit in
vaccine.
fucking robots in the future because.
Also, I don't know if you noticed this, but on a rewatch, I noticed this. Just watch what he does with the video. Get ready?
Oh man.
Right, hold on, let me go back.
Oh my god, the vaccine is crazy. Oh man.
He perfectly adjusts it so she looks good, which I thought was really funny.
That is really funny.
He's an incredible
like helping her out.
Just help. Well, no, he's doing it because he's a complete kudo.
Yeah, he's like, she's got to look her best so I can be. He's like constantly doing that. That's so funny. But wait, he seems like be an anti-masturbation guy. I just get the sense like, nah, dude.
Yeah,
real men, they.
But he was saying that he was watching.
Nobody.
He. I don't know if this was accidental, but he was saying that. Oh yeah, I was watching the Adam 22 porn thing, and but I wasn't masturbating. Oh wow, what? He seems I'll show you this other clip. It was incredibly unhinged.
Okay.
Getting hit and fucking robots in the future because everything I do is wrong. If I'm not 6'5", I'm out the door. If I don't agree with niggas that stole grape sodas and Jack Jordans, I'm out the door.
Such a psyop. This isn't how humans are in the real world. This is not even close to the. Nah, people just want companionship. They just want to be warm together. It's so much less than this. This is like insane. This is like
at least our earlobe
internet.
Face. I will give that to her.
Dysphoria in a person.
Get ready for this next part.
Earlobes don't connect to her face. I will give that to her.
Right.
At least her earlobes don't connect to her face. I will give that to her. She definitely is a proper ice queen. I will give that to her. Good jawline, blonde hair, blue eyes, good ears.
Good ears.
Broad shoulders, bro. She'd be a perfect collab for Anthropoid. Perfect.
Perfect collab for an Anthropoid.
Dude, an actual alien in human skin. What the fuck was that? That's like a Mark Zuckerberg quote. That's hype. Wow, good shit.
This guy's talking.
That's crazy. That's great. A collaborate Anthropoid. That's creative. Though. I will say that's funny. That's creative.
It's so funny. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Creative. It's really creative. I have seen athletes where I'm like, they should collab. I have thought that before, so that's funny.
Yeah, she doesn't have a round fucking face. You know how some chicks got that round ass face? Her shit cut to symmetrics. And she don't got them paper length
Like knows exactly where to go too. It's so funny to show that.
Oh, she's definitely a proper ice queen. Bro, you'd have the best as a black guy, you'd have the best looking biracial kids with this chick. Bro, you know, especially if you're like a guy my height. Bro, this chick looks like she's about a good 5'7".
Especially like if you're
Your kid's
me.
instantly attractive.
Yeah.
They're gonna look like
Feel
just
me.
straight up scientific hybrids.
Also, especially if you're like me.
You said at her
Yeah.
age, stupid shit matters because nothing significant matters. How old is this chick? Probably like 32, 33?
How does this
It's a Caucasian
shit
people have way better bone structure. You know what's crazy? Where do you think blacks get good bone structure from? We get it from like
What?
Europeans back in the day. I say,
What?
you're like an extra attractive black dude. You just gotta dial it back like 200 years. You know what I'm saying? You got a random couple of European niggas in there.
This guy is awesome. This is insane. Well, I don't really understand what that means.
Yeah, unique looking blacks were created. We're created through ethnicity mixing.
We. He constantly puts himself in there.
Black Americans
This
were
is the guy
here
that you
even
told me
before
was
Americans.
lying about
How the
his
fuck we get
age,
here? We
right?
came from a
Oh yeah, he's 40 years old. I think he's gonna turn 41 this year.
Which is crazy.
He
I mean, he looks
says he's
fantastic for
33.
40. It's a much better, honestly, much more impressive to be 40 and look the way he does, honestly.
Yeah, but you don't understand that he's somebody that doesn't really want to stream, and he wanted to get an acting career, but he completely blew it. So this one guy in the fighting game community had a Hollywood connect. So this is a story that was told. I don't know if the haters can embellish stuff, but from what I heard, this guy had connect with Hollywood. So a connect in Hollywood. So he got LTG a gig, or at least to, I think, either some training or to attempt at acting, and he didn't even show up.
Wow.
So yeah, this that's what he that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to do this
The
acting
rest
thing.
of life is just cope. Rest of life is just like cope and criticism from the bleachers because he can't be a main character.
Yeah, basically, yeah. He
I
was
love
saying
it.
that I won't be streaming in a few years because of acting, but he was really convinced that he was gonna make it for some reason. he would do a whole sometimes he would just fantasize what superhero he would play in Marvel. It was complete illusion. It was so funny.
That's actually psychotic. I love that.
He's
He was like he was like
psychotic, yeah.
picking out cars. He was picking out cars in his head that like Rolls Royces. He was gonna drive like, I wonder what kind of car I'll drive to the gala where we premiere the Spider-Man.
Oh no, he's
movie,
talking
where
about
I'm the
how he was
first
gonna
Black
show up to the
Spider-Man.
gala. No, seriously, he
Yeah.
was. Yeah. It
That's
was
insane.
yeah.
That's 1920s like female madness where they're like, I can still be a model. They're like 70. They're like on cocaine. Like they're like that's a unique type of psychosis. I love it though.
It's insane.
underground.
I'm gonna get in the shower, so I'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
We still in this Yakub shit. Some nigga with a big ass basketball, two basketballs put together head created Caucasians.
That's such a perfect image of who Yakub is, the two basketballs attached to
Oh, on the top of the head. Oh yeah, it's so
yeah,
true.
that's what I'm talking about. He's so evocative.
Basically, he invented everything. YouTube.
Yeah, we're still not.
Crazy, he invented everything, isn't it?
Oh, there's
I don't
Africans
even
with
know.
good bone
I
structure,
actually
but
don't even know who Yakub is. I just know people that bring him up.
He's basically this like way of coping with colonialism, being like, no, it's actually all originated to black people, and there's a thing called technology that white people have used to like hide the fact that they stole all the technology from black people in the first place, and that they have this kind of so it's this kind of like way of being like, no, like but it's kind of based on this like true thing of like, yeah, like our contributions were unrewarded and our legacies were covered up, like true. And then it's also this like weird like over exaggeration of it, where it's like, no, but actually this like big brain black guy is like the origin not only of all things, but essentially also of white people. And Yakub is a very evil figure. I think he invents white people, which is the white devil, and he plays a role in the destruction of this like essentially Wakanda style setup. They kind of described the world was before Yakub brought white people in. So it's kind of this way of explaining this like evil black guy who brought about the fall of things, but also he was responsible for a lot of things, being that they're positive, and black people in general are responsible for all technologies. That's kind of the Yakub thing. Yeah,
Understand.
it's wild.
All right.
I learned it from Destiny. Wild.
if you biracial it, it makes it even better. Bro, you mix an African guy with a woman that looks like this, bro, you get specimens. That's a specimen, bro. Pure African dense genetics with pure Ice Queen. That's a
The way
specimen.
he views people is so crazy.
You can't go no
The stuff he
fucking
told about
wrong.
his daughter is insane.
Can't miss
Like
with that
this
shit.
is another moment like that. That's crazy.
Those Europeans from Africa got Ethiopians from Africa got good.
But yeah, let me show you this video. This one is psychotic. Actually psychotic.
But guess what? I learned English at the age of 15. My first English teacher, he was Indian. A little bit of Indian accent. Coming, not coming. Too much. My next English teacher, Arabic.
It's funny.
Arabic. My
Yeah, I
best
like this
friend at
girl.
the time, Lebanese.
This is really
And me,
funny.
I like the Lebanese accent كتير حلو بس يعني it's not always coming out. And then my next group of friends, Nigerian. What's the meaning of all
Damn.
this? I don't know. I don't know.
I
And
don't
of course,
know.
I
It's so
have
good,
my
actually.
Slavic
What?
accent. Sometimes little bit much, sometimes little bit less, you know? Oh, and the American one? Don't even ask me where the American one is coming
Insane.
from. That just happened. Blame
Saturated
YouTube
culture.
and Eminem because that's how I learned English. But guess what? I learned English.
Okay, where's the ass or cleavage?
Oh my god. That was such a wholesome video.
Yeah.
That was such a wholesome video.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's poisoned, bro. He's fucked.
Yeah. That's what I'm
He
talking
can't
about.
enjoy anything.
I don't even know what this one is.
The fuck?
That's so sad.
I would, bro, if I had a DFW, I would never tell her she's beautiful. The fuck? I'm not complimenting a DFW.
It's a DF down.
I'm not gonna be like, yeah,
Down
you're
with anything?
beautiful. To me, it's just
Down for
odd.
anything?
Like, there's just things I think is
Oh,
weird when
gotcha.
it comes to like having like a girl. Like, if you're like a guy with a girl, if I had a girl, I would never sit her on my lap ever in life. I would never tell her she's beautiful. It'd just be weird energy. I'm gonna treat you like a boy. You're not sitting on my lap. I'm not over hugging and loving you. None of that type of shit. I'm putting you in headlocks. All that. I'm talking to you like a dude. I'm not about to sit over here and be nah. That's kicking you up.
That is
from
first.
up under your ass cheeks. That's ugh. That's just
Dude,
weird.
what?
I couldn't fuck with that type of shit.
That's so stupid. What a retard. He's missing out on such cool shit.
I know, yeah. He has a daughter, yeah.
Fucking you run, jump on me, legs open. I'm like The fuck? I would.
I'll show you one more clip though.
A dark skinned chick's pussy.
Oh, you hear it on the background. Or in the background.
A dark skinned chick's pussy is equivalent to when Predator takes off his mask and starts.
Oh my god.
You know when he got like the fucking things that come from four sides? That's literally what it looks like.
That is insane.
It's hot
This guy's
pink.
gay.
It's alien like.
He's like doing.
Yeah, I'm not
anti-
interested in
vagina
fucking with a black
propaganda
ass
in his
clitoris.
head. He's gay.
I'm cool.
He's a gay person.
That's what I'm saying. This guy is closeted as fuck.
He's so closeted. You're so right.
The way he
Literally
talks about
closeted.
vagina.
Obsessed with this fucking dude. That is not. Dude, you wouldn't describe that as something that you're like. That is insane. He's like mental psyoping himself into like explaining why he can't be like with women.
And he likes nothing about them, truly. He sees a wholesome video of a girl being able to speak multiple different accents.
Yeah, having a rich life, a rich tapestry of a life expressed in an
Uh-huh.
artistic, fun way.
Yeah, and then he's just, where's the arse or cleavage? What?
She's like, didn't see any ass or cleavage.
Really? Yeah, that's not my first thought. I thought that was I thought that was just incredibly. Not only was it sweet, I just was just incredibly attractive of a woman to be very worldly.
Oh, definitely, 100%.
And the fact that
clearly funny and self-aware of her, like the absurdity of all that she's encountered.
right, and the fact that do you notice that he starts with meticulous detail analyzing some ice queen. Oh, look at her, and the ears are not even connected. Earlobes are not even connected to the face.
I'll give her that. That, she's good ears. I'll give her that. What are you talking about? Spent like 11 minutes analyzing a 3-minute video, and then it just passes over that really wholesome video. Nothing to say. Nothing about like any of the languages triggered anything in his head. His mind was blank. Didn't get the tits or the ass, and was like, next. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's definitely gay.
Definitely gay. 100%. I think also just hates women. I think it can be different. You can hate women and still be straight.
That is true.
But he definitely hates women 100%, and I think it makes sense he would be closeted too. I think he probably hinted at it a bunch too. So
what I find really interesting with the men that hate women is that when they're around women, it's one of those the racist one, the racist guys that are, oh, you're one of the good ones. They do the same thing where they find that one woman, right? Because they're still attracted to women. They find that one woman, and it's sort of that same energy. It's like you're one of the good ones, because you still have affection. They still have affection for that woman, but they still despise women.
Absolutely. And in fact, if the person did things that they discerned as like bad in some way, they'd be like, fucking women, I always knew. Like, they would like be like, I should have known. You know, like they're immediately back to it if anything goes wrong, even if it's not related to like the woman's fault or something.
Gross.
But yeah, I've been alerted to it being Mother's Day. I'm definitely gonna go see if my family's having breakfast right now. I'm checking on that. So I gotta figure that out. I gotta fix that. So I will talk to you guys later. Good.